Kim Ki-bong stands behind the counter and punches the items he bought, wearing a salesman's badge. A customer throws change on the counter. Kim Ki-bong is 20 years old and a student. Standing behind the cash register, he says, "Thank you" to the customer and tells him to come back again. Kim Ki-bong smiles and tells him that he works part-time at the convenience store and is quite happy with his life. Then he suddenly changes his face. Kim Ki-bong squats down behind the counter and says how he can only be satisfied with his life. He says the same thing over and over again every day. Kim Ki-bong's phone rings. He got a text from his mom. He doesn't understand why his mom texted him so suddenly. Kim Ki-bong smiles as he looks at his phone screen. He remembers that today is his payday. He texts his mom that he will buy spicy chicken today. Suddenly, something happens in the store, and Kim Ki-bong drops his phone in surprise. Strange loud noises are heard. Kim Ki-bong runs out of the store to see what happened outside. He says it sounded like an explosion. He opens the front door of the store. Kim Ki-bong walks outside and sees that there are huge monsters flying around in the air, breathing out fire on all the buildings standing around. Kim Ki-bong walks down the street and thinks he is probably asleep. Then he realizes that this is reality, and he remembers being sane. Suddenly, a huge monster comes out from behind the building. Kim Ki-bong looks up frightened and realizes that he needs to get out of here as soon as possible. Kim Ki-bong runs away. To himself, he reasons that his mind is clouded. He can't understand where all these monsters came from so suddenly everywhere. Because of his fast running, Kim Ki-bong falls and hits his cheek on the pavement. He lies down and looks up. He says there was a mistake and he tripped. Kim Ki-bong lies down and mouthing that he shouldn't have done something. He doesn't have time to finish and sees that his legs are standing apart behind him. Kim Ki-bong's mouth is bleeding and he slams his hands against the pavement. Sounds are heard from behind. He turns around and sees a huge monster. This monster hits him. Kim Ki-bong hears some kind of system being activated. The Human Awakening program is activated. The awakening test begins. There is a flash. Kim Ki-bong gets his legs back and joins his body. He lies on his back with his legs up. Kim Ki-bong scratches his head from hitting the pavement. He continues to question what is happening. He doesn't realize where he is now. Kim Ki-bong is lying on a floor of numbers and letters that look like system codes. He says he doesn't understand what is happening and how his legs came back to him. A voice greets Kim Ki-bong, calling him a player, inviting him into the waking space. Kim Ki-bong looks around. Kim Ki-bong stands on a floor of numbers and codes and says that this place is like a hologram inside a computer. A sign lights up on the display that the awakening test is beginning. Kim Ki-bong stands shocked. A huge monster comes out from behind Kim Ki-bong. It has burning red eyes and huge teeth. The system prompts Kim Ki-bong to destroy the monster. It will be destroyed automatically if the attack is successful. Kim Ki-bong looks up and says this is nonsense. How can he successfully defeat this monster? The monster pounces on Kim Ki-bong from above and growls, drilling him with its red eyes. The monster reaches out its huge paw and tries to catch Kim Ki-bong, to which Kim Ki-bong screams desperately. The monster growls at Kim Ki-bong, whose only thought is that he is about to die. Kim Ki-bong tries to cover his face with his palms. The system indicates that the test has failed. Kim Ki-bong's body begins to regenerate. He stands, gritting his teeth. Kim Ki-bong stands and looks at his hands. Everything around him is covered in pixels. He is very surprised and scared. Kim Ki-bong looks at the abandoned remains in the corner and says frightened, it turns out that he is somehow still alive. Kim Ki-bong looks closely at the bloody remains in the corner. He realizes that it was his body. Kim Ki-bong realizes that the remains belong to him. He presses his lips together at the realization. Kim Ki-bong vomits directly onto the floor with the figures. He makes unintelligible sounds from vomiting. Kim Ki-bong sits on all fours trying to figure out how regeneration could have happened to him. A monster with red eyes pops out from the side again and starts growling ferociously. Kim Ki-bong sits down on one knee. Kim Ki-bong looks up at the monster, a look of fear in his eyes. Kim Ki-bong's saliva flows from his mouth out of fear. He makes incomprehensible noises and looks at the monster. The monster rushes to run after Kim Ki-bong. The monster sogs with all his speed and runs away in the opposite direction, screaming. The system suddenly splits Kim Ki-bong into two halves, his legs running separately from his head. Kim Ki-bong falls down and his head is left lying behind his legs. He watches his other half of his body. Kim Ki-bong lies there, tears flowing from his eyes from fear and from the fact that his body is inexplicably split into two parts. Kim Ki-bong is standing whole again, looking at his hands. The system voices that the awakening test has failed and body regeneration has occurred. The system again sends Kim Ki-bong a request for a monster destruction quest. He needs to make a successful attack. Kim Ki-bong screams in despair. There is a huge monster in front of him. He yells, what should he do next? How can he kill such a huge monster? A notification comes into the system that it is impossible to kill the monster. Kim Ki-bong stands in even more confusion. The monster is programmed transcendent, and killing it is initially impossible. Kim Ki-bong looks up and doesn't understand what this means. Kim Ki-bong is surprised that the system responded to his thoughts. He is shocked by it. Kim Ki-bong starts to panic and starts yelling out what it is, what the system is, and what place he is in and why. The system replies that this place is called the Awakening of the Yoke, and it was created in the name of justice. Kim Ki-bong is bothered by the questions about the player, awakening, and justice. He doesn't understand their meanings. Kim Ki-bong hears that humans are beings who can awaken. Training is completed after passing the awakening test. The system reports that the body here is always regenerating. Kim Ki-bong realizes that the voice thinks life is some kind of game. Kim Ki-bong realizes that his only choice is to believe the system, as his own synchronized bodies now lie before him. Kim Ki-bong grits his teeth and interjects to the system that he turns out to be a player. The red-eyed monster pounces on Kim Ki-bong again, but now Kim Ki-bong doesn't run away from it. The monster growls at Kim Ki-bong. The latter realizes that he originally had no choice here. Kim Ki-bong takes a step. He says that now he can only die uninterruptedly, agonizing in pain, or just accept everything that is happening. Kim Ki-bong stands up, his eyes white. He tries to make a counter-punch towards the monster. Kim Ki-bong's awakening is successfully completed. Skills and abilities are being generated. A status window appears. Kim Ki-bong is at the first level. Kim Ki-bong clenches his fist and reads his personal card where his name, level, and abilities are written. Awakening skill and physical strengthening skill points light up. Kim Ki-bong rushes at the monster with his hand extended in his fist. Kim Ki-bong flies forward. He realizes that he can only conclude that he needs to accept everything and engage the monster. Kim Ki-bong decides to end this ordeal, which was starting to annoy him. He punches the monster with his fist and shatters its scales. Kim Ki-bong deals heavy damage to the monster. The awakening trial is complete. The system congratulates him on his awakening. Kim Ki-bong jumps up and shouts with joy that this quest has been completed. He receives a reward in the form of a physical strengthening skill. Kim Ki-bong rejoices and suddenly realizes that the quest has been completed, but the system does otherwise. It screams. Error boxes pop up all around Kim Ki-bong and he looks around perplexed. Everything turns a bright pink color. The system writes that an unknown error has occurred. Kim Ki-bong cannot leave the awakening trial. Kim Ki-bong stands shocked at this turn of events. He interrogates the system about what it just said. The system writes that the awakening trial is starting and a huge monster appears in front of Kim Ki-bong again. Kim Ki-bong stands in the corner of the room, wondering what the hell is going on right now. The monster hits the floor next to Kim Ki-bong and a huge black mark is left there. Kim Ki-bong realizes that he can't leave this ordeal. Kim Ki-bong just stands there and curses, realizing the plight of his situation now. Kim Ki-bong looks up and yells that this is utter nonsense. He's angry and scared. The system gives an unknown error. Kim Ki-bong realizes that it was some kind of bug, in game terms. Kim Ki-bong realizes that because of this bug, his character is stuck here forever. The system screen shows the character's head. Kim Ki-bong is sitting on the floor. He says that he has been constantly dying and reviving for 1 week, 1 month, and 1 year. Kim Ki-bong looks forward with a crazy look. He says that he gradually lost his mind because his body regenerated, but his brain did not. Kim Ki-bong looks at his card. His health points have been increased. The system prompts him to change his backup data. Kim Ki-bong throws the card up in shock. He is surprised at how his health points have increased and what is the option to change the data. Kim Ki-bong is even more surprised when the system tells him that his health points have been increased by multiple attacks. Kim Ki-bong looks up pleadingly and hopes that because of the data change, the system's error might have been fixed as well. Kim Ki-bong stands amongst the pixel walls. The system says that the error hasn't been fixed and he can't leave this place ever. Kim Ki-bong smiles nervously and a large drop of sweat runs down his face. A large monster hits the wall next to Kim Ki-bong. It shatters and shards fall down. Kim Ki-bong tried to run away and resist the monster for almost 5 years. Time started its course from the beginning. Kim Ki-bong's abilities began to improve greatly. His body also continued to split and then regenerate. However, all of Kim Ki-bong's attempts were futile. The monster could not be killed. It is transcendent. Kim Ki-bong was constantly visited by the memories of his first day in this place. He has been here for 10 years. Kim Ki-bong asks the system what is happening now outside, on Earth. The system says that there has been no drastic change. The time difference between the world and this place is significant. Kim Ki-bong clenches his fists and remembers his mom's messages when she texted him about payday and chicken. Kim Ki-bong stands in despair and looks at his hands. He talks about the chicken and his mom who he promised to buy food for. Once again, the monster hits the wall next to Kim Ki-bong and he dies. Kim Ki-bong sits in the corner of the room with numbers. He thinks it's been 500 years since he's been here. Kim Ki-bong says that he has lost everything, family and friends. He sits with his hands folded in his lap. Kim Ki-bong casts his eyes down and says that there is only one question that plagues him. Kim Ki-bong doesn't understand why out of all the people he is the one who got into this game. He asks many times why. While Kim Ki-bong sits in the corner musing and crying, the monster once again comes out from around the corner. The huge monster extends its paws towards Kim Ki-bong's head. The guy doesn't react in any way to what is happening. Suddenly, Kim Ki-bong punches the monster in the face, sending bits of fine skin flying into the guy's face. Kim Ki-bong turns around and starts screaming in rage, looking straight at the monster. He screams, "What is this about justice, the player, the awakening?" Kim Ki-bong screams that he only wanted to know one thing, why the mistake happened on him. Kim Ki-bong remembers working as a cashier. He says he just wanted to enjoy life. He works behind the counter. Kim Ki-bong stands with his back to the monster, screaming behind him. He starts to turn around. Kim Ki-bong grinds his teeth. He says he doesn't know what to do with his anger, so he directs it always to one place. Kim Ki-bong, bloodily with eyes white with anger, he jumps into the sides of the huge monster. In the city on Earth, the sun is rising. Kim Ki-bong says that time is running out. It has been 10 years since the awakening of the people began. Lightning strikes in the sky. The server gives an error because it was damaged from the inside. The firewall in the system was destroyed. Kim Ki-bong bursts out of the sky in a cloud of lightning and rays of light. The rays of light shine brightly. Kim Ki-bong has changed in appearance. He hangs in the air in an incomprehensible bright glow. Kim Ki-bong says that the awakening trial lasted 3,000 years. The characteristics on his cards are cranked to the max. Kim Ki-bong looks ahead. The system gives out that it's impossible to connect to the main menu due to a system error. Kim Ki-bong says he's been thinking about this every single day for the last 3,000 years. What's the first thing he'll do when he comes back to reality? Kim Ki-bong hovers above the city. The system synchronization was successful. 10 years have passed on Earth in that time. Kim Ki-bong asks the system about where his mom is now. The system gives an error, unable to determine location. This function is not available offline. Kim Ki-bong exhales a cloud of vapor from his nose. He curses that the system is useless as usual. Kim Ki-bong reaches forward and says that they're going home now. Kim Ki-bong stands in front of a pile of rocks, a collapsed big house. Kim Ki-bong looks fearfully at the building. He questions what happened to the ground and where his home is. Behind Kim Ki-bong, soldiers walk by. They squint at him in surprise and question. One of the helmeted soldiers shouts at Kim Ki-bong and asks him to turn around. The soldier tells Kim Ki-bong that civilians are not allowed here. This is a restricted area, and asks Kim Ki-bong to go to a safe area. Kim Ki-bong turns towards the soldiers. He is surprised that the soldiers are here and they call his neighborhood a restricted area. Kim Ki-bong asks the soldier what happened here. The soldier is very surprised by such a question that he interrogates the boy. Kim Ki-bong stands in front of the soldiers and asks why the whole place is in ruins. Both soldiers look amongst themselves. One of them winks and twirls his head around. The soldier covers his eyes and asks Kim Ki-bong where he was all this time. Wasn't he in the mountains? That he doesn't know anything. The soldier tells a surprised Kim Ki-bong that 10 years ago there was a rift that caused all of this to happen. Kim Ki-bong thinks about the rift and whether the monsters he saw are connected to it. Kim Ki-bong points his hand at the house and asks if the soldiers know what happened to the people who used to live here. The soldier closes his eyes and says that everyone who lived here died. Kim Ki-bong is shocked. Kim Ki-bong is very shocked. He starts to realize that if everyone died, then his mom died too. The soldier says that the people who managed to get out are safe. He heard that the government evacuated them to a safe zone. The soldier says that if Kim Ki-bong is looking for someone, he must have heard about it. Kim Ki-bong abruptly pounces on the soldier and holds him by the chest. He yells at him and demands an answer as to where the evacuated residents are. The terrified soldier replies that it's in the moon city of Zone B. Kim Ki-bong looks at the soldier. Kim Ki-bong lets go of the soldier with the walkie-talkie and runs off in the opposite direction, waving his hand. The soldier exhales a cloud of steam after this attack and curses at Kim Ki-bong's behavior. Both soldiers look at each other in incomprehension as to what just happened, silence hanging between them. A message is radioed to the soldiers that a rift has been discovered. The message is repeated twice. The walkie-talkie signals that the suspected rift location is a refugee village in Moon City. Both soldiers are frightened. Zone B refugee village looks like a small industrial village. Thunder rumbles in the sky above Area B, and the sky glows with bright flashes of lightning. Several vehicles carrying military personnel arrive swiftly at the refugee village. They are armed with flamethrowers. One of the city defense force warriors with a scar on his face says that this is all very bad. He smokes and stares off into the distance. Voices are heard saying that the area must be cordoned off immediately because the rift is opening. In the sky, flashes of light grow brighter. The scarred warrior shouts that they won't be able to destroy all the monsters on their own. The warrior turns to the soldier behind him and asks where the reinforcements are and why they are so late. The soldier replies that they are on their way. The scarred warrior is angry and yells that the reinforcements are taking their time because it's Moon City and they just want to scrape money off them again. The warrior presses his arm and body against the wall and a young soldier walks up to him. The head of the city forces is approached by First Lieutenant Lee Ju-young. He turns to the head and asks what they should do now. The head of the force yells back at him. They need to build a line of defense and deal with the small monsters. The reinforcements will deal with the rest. Lee Ju-young yells back at him that this way all the people will die, and that's wrong. The head of the city forces asks what Lee Ju-young suggests then, maybe go in there without backup and die with them together. The head yells that he doesn't care about Lee Ju-young's opinion and should build a line of defense. Lee Ju-young stands confused. The rift glows crimson and orange over the city. The warriors are watching the scene from below. In their hands are weapons. Kim Ki-bong walks closer to the warriors with weapons, his gaze full of determination. Kim Ki-bong looks at the military convoys asking what is going on here and why there are so many military here. Kim Ki-bong turns to the system and asks it to explain what is going on here. The system explains to a surprised Kim Ki-bong that a rift is opening and the time for it to fully form is 3 minutes. Monsters fly over the city. Kim Ki-bong realizes that if the rift is opening, those monsters will appear here now. Kim Ki-bong grits his teeth and realizes that his mom is in danger now. Kim Ki-bong walks resolutely to the middle of the platform. The rest of the soldiers are watching him because there are no civilians on the battlefield. One soldier stops Kim Ki-bong and tells him to stand. There's a rift further out. The soldier holds Kim Ki-bong by his jacket near his neck and tells him to get away to safety. Kim Ki-bong throws the soldier who spoke to him away and the rest of the soldiers do as well. 2 soldiers lie at Kim Ki-bong's feet, the others watching in surprise. The head of the city forces comes in and yells how the soldiers allowed a civilian into the daze zone. Lee Ju-young observes from the side Kim Ki-bong's behavior. She watches his every action. The soldiers, pointing their guns directly at Kim Ki-bong, surround him. He stands in the middle and glows. Kim Ki-bong's face is full of determination. He stares at the rift and pays no attention to the others. Kim Ki-bong shouts to the soldiers to get lost and not to touch him. They look at him in surprise and fear. Some have sweat running down their faces. Kim Ki-bong calmly and unhindered walks forward. The soldiers part and give him way. Lee Ju-young walks up to the soldiers in anger and tells them that they shouldn't have done that, but had a duty to stop Kim Ki-bong. One of the soldiers who is lying on the ground says with fear that it's a player. Lee Ju-young turns around fearfully when he hears the words about the player. The soldiers say that this man, Kim Ki-bong, who just passed, he's a player. A rift opens, a room with number and letter codes is seen, and there is an explosion. The soldiers turn toward the rupture and stare fearfully in anticipation of the monsters. One soldier is perplexed as to how the sky just might have cracked. A huge monster paw with claws is pulled out of the rift. The rift turns a bright red color. The soldier opens his mouth in fear. His eyes widen. He stammeringly asks if this is the rift. A multitude of flying monsters fly out of the rift in the sky. They are all different shapes and sizes. The warriors look up and say that it's impossible and they're all finished because it's tantamount to suicide. Lee Ju-young looks at the monsters and all she can utter are just words of pleading. Suddenly, Lee Ju-young rushes forward to run. The rest of the soldiers look at her. Lee Ju-young runs, many monsters flying around, soldiers shouting her name and rank of lieutenant after her. Kim Ki-bong steps his foot in a white sneaker on the stairs. He tries to move carefully. Kim Ki-bong climbs the stairs. The system reports that a rift has been generated and its rank is 5 stars. As Kim Ki-bong climbs the stairs, several monsters from above are watching him. A huge monster rushes from above at Kim Ki-bong as he walks up the stairs. The monster lies defeated at the bottom of the stairs. It is broken on the course. Kim Ki-bong continues on his way. Another monster launches its tentacles straight at Kim Ki-bong. Each tentacle has a mouth and teeth. Kim Ki-bong dodges the tentacles and moves them away. He asks the monsters to stay out of his way. Kim Ki-bong grabs with both hands a tentacle that is wrapped around him and furiously begins his attack. Kim Ki-bong rips the monster's tentacles off. Blood and black liquid flows from the monster's mouth. Kim Ki-bong kicks his foot right into the monster's mouth on its long tentacles. Kim Ki-bong stands by the remains of the monster he just defeated. From the top of the building, 2 more huge monsters are watching him. Kim Ki-bong continues to fight all the incoming monsters, and one he chipped off a tooth in its mouth. He hits the others with strong punches and kicks. New monsters arrive, even bigger than the previous ones. His eyes are red. The monsters spit flames at Kim Ki-bong. Kim Ki-bong turns around and does a leg kick, spinning his whole body. The monster's head flies off and shatters into pieces. Kim Ki-bong sends out a wave with a swift kick that blows the heads off the flying monsters, their tongues and teeth falling off. Kim Ki-bong falls down, pieces of monsters' tongues, arms, hands, tentacles, legs flying beside him. Kim Ki-bong swings up and delivers another fist strike at the monsters. Lieutenant Lee Ju-young runs and looks for Kim Ki-bong. He asks where he is because he was definitely going this way. Lee Ju-young climbs up the stairs and looks around for Kim Ki-bong. Lee Ju-young looks up and says that this is all just impossible. Kim Ki-bong is standing surrounded by dead monsters. The sky around him is black. Lee Ju-young says that he destroyed the 5-star rift all by himself. Lee Ju-young watches from the side as Kim Ki-bong stands near the defeated monsters. Suddenly, a huge muscular monster pops out from around the corner. It roars, its maw open halfway down its body. The system sends a notification to Kim Ki-bong that the leader of the monster pack has been discovered. The system notifies that the rift will be closed after the pack leader is destroyed. Kim Ki-bong turns around and walks towards the huge monster. The leader of the monster pack growls and opens his mouth with sharp teeth. Kim Ki-bong squints his eyes. He is very serious about killing the monster. Lee Ju-young sits on his knees and watches Kim Ki-bong fight the monster. Lee Ju-young says that the monster attacking Kim Ki-bong is the 5th grade leader. Lee Ju-young turns around, and behind her back is a group of civilian people who are crowding around the houses and watching the battle. The people look fearfully at the monster. Lee Ju-young realizes that these are the survivors. Lee Ju-young turns around at the huge monster and says it's now or never. She needs to save the people. Lee Ju-young turns to the people and yells that they need to be rescued. A group of people look at the shouting Lee Ju-young fearfully and incredulously. The monster roars loudly. The people and Lee Ju-young turn towards it fearfully. The people start to run away. The girl, frightened by the monster, hides behind her young man's shoulder and back. A group of people with tears in their eyes start running away from the monster that turned in their direction. Kim Ki-bong stands in the middle of the road as the people around him run for shelter. A mom and child and a full man run past Kim Ki-bong. They shout to him that he ran and saved himself as well. A little girl with a red bow is crying and running, holding on to her mom's hand. The girl suddenly stumbles. She falls and a toy bear flies out of her hands. The girl lies there crying. She reaches out her arms and calls for her mom. The mom turns around and holds out her arms to her daughter. She runs to her to help her up. A huge purple monster is standing on the roof of a building with its tongue out. Its eyes are burning red. The monster opens its mouth with 3 jaws. The girl and her mom stand below. The monster is targeting them. The mom tearfully cradles her daughter. They both cry and close their eyes in fear. A loud sound is heard. The monster doesn't fall on the mom and daughter. The daughter opens her eyes to see why they haven't been eaten by the monster yet. Kim Ki-bong is standing with his back to the girl and holding the monster's mouth in his hand. He holds it with his fingers right by the teeth. People run past Kim Ki-bong. They thank him for being able to defeat the monster. Kim Ki-bong sadly turns around and looks at the mother and daughter. Kim Ki-bong asks the system that she found his mom. He was almost able to close the rift. The system accepts Kim Ki-bong's request and does a scan of the player's memory location. Kim Ki-bong stands and waits for information from the system regarding his mom. Scan in progress. Kim Ki-bong stands alone in the void with no people around. The system responds that the object of the scan was not found. Kim Ki-bong stands with his lips pressed together. Memories of his mother, father, and his younger sister flashing through his mind. Kim Ki-bong says that for all 3,000 years, he has remembered his family every day, but now his memories are very vague and hazy. Kim Ki-bong turns around at a loud scream. The leader of the monsters is still standing behind his back. Lee Ju-young covers her eyes with her hands from the loud screams. She squints and tries to figure out what else it is. Lee Ju-young opens one eye and sees a huge monster looming over Kim Ki-bong. Kim Ki-bong stands with his back to the monster. He tells the system to activate his skill. The system activates the physical strengthening skill for Kim Ki-bong. He changes his hair color, and a bright white light burns around him. Kim Ki-bong has successfully passed the activation to turn on the fortification skill. His eyes shine with rays of light. Kim Ki-bong looks back and remembers his mom's messages about payday and chicken. Remembering his past life and work and family, Kim Ki-bong throws himself into a new attack. Kim Ki-bong flies up in the air and deflects attacks in all directions. Lee Ju-young watches from the pavement as Kim Ki-bong redirects the monster's attacks out of the city. She says it's just incredible. Kim Ki-bong lands after attacking the monster. He holds onto the pavement with his hand. Lee Ju-young is watching him from behind. Lee Ju-young says that Kim Ki-bong didn't miss any of the monster's attacks and was able to redirect them all. The monster with red eyes opens its maw and growls at Kim Ki-bong. Its teeth are chipped. The outermost ones have the appearance of fangs. Kim Ki-bong puts his hand down. It starts to glow with an electric current. Kim Ki-bong clenches his hand into a fist and rushes forward at the monster with another attack. After Kim Ki-bong's strongest attack, The monster begins to dissolve into thin air and then disappears altogether. Civilians, the head of the city army, soldiers, and a mother and child watch Kim Ki-bong's victory. Kim Ki-bong stands and looks at the huge hole formed after the monster, through which the city can be seen. It glows with a silver light. Lee Ju-yeon sits on her knees behind Kim Ki-bong. She is in a state of intense surprise. Kim Ki-bong asks the system to turn off the skill activation. He turns to the sitting Lee Ju-yeon. Kim Ki-bong stands and looks at the rift in the ground. He is pensive and has his head down. Kim Ki-bong closes his eyes and talks about how tired he is of this already. A woman in a pink cape walks over. She stands next to Lee Ju-yeon. The woman in pink is holding a folder of sheets that she has clutched under her arm. She shows a gesture with her hands. The woman walks closer and calls Kim Ki-bong by name. He turns around and his eyes widen in surprise. The woman and Kim Ki-bong are standing at a distance from each other against a backdrop of technical buildings. The system begins to scan the voice and says that this voice is found in the player's memory. Kim Ki-bong remembers his last 3,000 years. He says that all those years have flown before his eyes. Kim Ki-bong looks at the woman and says that all the emotions hidden deep inside have suddenly spilled out. He cries. Kim Ki-bong, all weepy, looks at the woman and calls her his mom. The woman cries in response as well. The mom drops the sheets she was holding and runs towards Kim Ki-bong. The sheets turn out to be advertisements looking for him. Kim Ki-bong hugs along with his mom. They cuddle together and cry. Kim Ki-bong's mom cries and asks her son where he's been for so long. She says she's been looking for him all this time. Kim Ki-bong cuddles up to his mom and apologizes to her for not being able to bring her the chicken back then. Kim Ki-bong cries. A huge spear with pointed teeth flies toward Kim Ki-bong and his mom. Kim Ki-bong looks up fearfully and watches the flying weapon, and he cries. The spear pierces through Kim Ki-bong's mom from the back. She continues to hug her son. Kim Ki-bong cries and looks at his mom. He tries to reach her. Kim Ki-bong stands, his own body scattered around him. He says that he has become stronger by standing on a mountain of his own bodies. Kim Ki-bong says that all his strength was useless because he couldn't protect the person dearest to him. Kim Ki-bong sits on the ground beside his mom's dead body and continues to scream desperately to her. Next to Kim Ki-bong lies the monster that impaled his mom with its tentacle just now. The monster re-releases its tentacle to kill Kim Ki-bong along with his mom. Kim Ki-bong turns around and shoots at the monster. He hits the monster right in the head and kills it all the way through. Kim Ki-bong continues to sit on the ground holding his dead mom in his arms. He yells for her to wake up. Mom reaches out her hand to Kim Ki-bong's face. Blood is flowing from her mouth. Kim Ki-bong's mom dies and tells him not to cry and that she loves him. Kim Ki-bong holds his mom in his arms. He looks up at the sky and sobs. He screams in pain. Seoul Defense Force 39th Battalion. Combat-equipped structures. Sensors on the roof. The head of the city defense sits at his desk. He says that things have gotten worse in the last few. Lee Ju-yeon stands across from him and agrees with what he said. The head of city defense lights a cigarette and lights up. He says, "What is Kim Ki-bong doing?" For the past month, everyone has been talking about him. Lee Ju-yeon replies that Kim Ki-bong is moving around the most dangerous sectors and destroying all the monsters in the neighborhood. Lee Ju-yeon says that there is growing discontent in the guilds, and they believe that the disgruntled will soon start acting out. The head of the city army slips his hand into his pocket and says that he has instructions for Lee Ju-yeon here. The head of the city army holds out a sheet of instructions to Lee Ju-yeon. He asks her to bring Kim Ki-bong to him before he loses control. Kim Ki-bong continues to fight monsters in different places. He fights them in the forests. Kim Ki-bong strikes right into the monster's mouth. The monster covered in blood falls down and dies. It makes death sounds. Kim Ki-bong stands in front of the monster. He stabs it in the stomach and a huge hole is formed. The monster does not die and withstands Kim Ki-bong's pressure. He confronts him further. Kim Ki-bong strikes a decisive blow and kills the monster before the end. He rips off its head and holds it in his hands. The other monsters in large numbers make scary sounds and try to attack Kim Ki-bong. Kim Ki-bong throws the monster's severed head out of his hands and onto the ground. All around Kim Ki-bong lie defeated monsters with their body parts torn off. A whole pack of new monsters run at him across the clearing. Kim Ki-bong is holding a sword. With his other hand, he points with his other hand and tells the system to activate the physical strengthening skill. Kim Ki-bong transforms. He now has white hair and clear eyes. The system has activated the first level awakening. Kim Ki-bong points his hand and with a huge wave of light kills all the monsters coming straight at him. All the monsters are destroyed. The system reports that the sweep is successfully completed. It is pouring rain in the ruined city. Kim Ki-bong is sitting on a rock near the ruins of the city in the rain. He is pensive and has his head down. Someone approaches Kim Ki-bong and raises his hand with an umbrella above his head. Kim Ki-bong looks up. Standing next to him is Lee Ji-yeon in his military uniform. Lee Ji-yeon, with raindrops on her face, tells Kim Ki-bong that she was watching him. She introduces herself as Lieutenant Lee Ji-yeon. The lieutenant says that she and Kim Ki-bong have met before, but this wasn't the right time to meet. Lee Ji-yeon tells Kim Ki-bong that she understands his feelings. She asks him if he is trying to destroy all the monsters in all the rifts. It continues to rain in the gray sky. Lee Ji-yeon says that it's all pointless and the rifts will appear again and again. Lee Ji-yeon lowers his head and tells Kim Ki-bong that he's just trying to vent his anger this way. Lee Ji-yeon continues to stand beside Kim Ki-bong, holding an umbrella over his head. Kim Ki-bong asks Lee Ji-yeon why he should stop with killing monsters. Lee Ji-yeon starts to explain what she meant. Kim Ki-bong interrupts her, saying that for 3,000 years his bones have been broken and his body torn apart. Kim Ki-bong says that he came back after an eternity in that nightmare where when his body was being chopped to pieces, he kept being reborn again. Kim Ki-bong says that he endured so that he could find himself back in the place where he belongs, next to his family. Kim Ki-bong stands up and looks at Lee Ju-yeon. He says that all his efforts were completely in vain. Kim Ki-bong looks at a crying Lee Ju-yeon and asks her how he can stop fighting monsters. Kim Ki-bong tearfully says that he won't be able to put up with it and go through the same thing again as before. Kim Ki-bong walks past Lee Ji-yeon. They stand with their backs apart. Lee Ji-yeon is holding a lowered umbrella in her hands. Lee Ji-yeon turns around and yells to Kim Ki-bong that she will help him with his revenge. Lee Ji-yeon says that she will help Kim Ki-bong destroy the rifts and monsters. Lee Ji-yeon looks at Kim Ki-bong and asks him to go along with her and believe her. 6 months pass since Lee Ji-yeon's offer of help. A building rises in a semicircle above the city. A woman wearing a breathing mask from a ventilator lies on a couch. Kim Ki-bong watches the unconscious woman, her mother, through the clear glass of the hospital room. Kim Ki-bong presses his hand against the glass and speaks to his mom, telling her that he has become a government employee, and a high-ranking one at that. Kim Ki-bong says that because of his work, he won't be able to come and visit his mom often. He asks her not to be upset. He promises to come back. Kim Ki-bong releases his hand from the glass. He says goodbye to his mom and tells her he has to go now. Kim Ki-bong walks out and puts his fingerprint on the scanner by the door. Kim Ki-bong walks out of the hospital room. The uniformed officers put their hand to their caps and salute him. Kim Ki-bong walks in the middle between the rows of officers. He pulls back the tie around his neck. As Kim Ki-bong walks between the officers, he activates the system and transforms his body. Turning to the standing officers, Kim Ki-bong opens his eyes and says they are ready to move out. In the vast abyss, terrifying monsters fly, many of them with 4 or more legs, some resembling insects. Kim Ki-bong hangs in the air in front of a huge monster with several pairs of eyes. The monster makes scary noises. Kim Ki-bong activates his power and the monsters around him explode with a strong blast of light. Kim Ki-bong glows with a blue lunar glow and hangs in the air. His power activated, his gaze full of persistence and seriousness. A restaurant or bar room, drink taps, wine bottles in the cabinets, cutlery standing on a shelf below. The announcer on the television announces that the government has officially declared the work of the Shield Guild and the Capital Region Defense Service complete. A man in a jacket and hat sits behind the bar. He is listening to the TV and drinking a drink. The man brings the drink to his mouth. It is a cocktail with ice chunks. He drinks it. A man in a hat turns to someone and asks what he is doing here. A man in a blue jacket sits down next to him. He is older than his interlocutor. The man with gray hair asks what Scout Guild Captain Black Keel thinks about it. He says he wants to have a drink with him. Black Chael takes off his hat and asks the older man to speak more specifically and more to the point. Black Keel drinks. The elderly man replies that that's why he appreciates him. He asks if Black Keel has heard from anyone yet. The elderly man says that he is referring to the source of the recent commotion and is talking about him specifically. He doesn't give a name. The TV announcer says that experts say it's related to the recent rift destruction, and the government has found a way to destroy rifts. The elderly man sits behind the bar and says that this one is a pain and a problem for their cause. Black Chael listens to his interlocutor. He places the unfinished glass of drink on the table. Black Chael asks if he should destroy Kim Ki-bong, who is a bug for the case. The elderly man says that Black Chael can't help but talk about such horrible things, and every conversation he has always ends in murder. Elderly holds out a piece of paper on the table to Black Chael. He looks in his direction. The elderly man informs him that they have orders. He asks Black Chael to find and recruit Kim Ki-bong. He asks that he be offered the captaincy. Black Keel takes the paper, gets up and walks away. Own yells in his wake that he's figured it out. The elderly man says that Black Keel hasn't even finished his drink and is leaving. Black Keel opens the door and says he's finished and leaves. The elderly man is not happy to see Black Keel leave. He is not very happy about this prank. A huge monster flies around. It's a Class 5 rift, a monstrous bird's nest. A strong lightning strikes. Kim Ki-bong flies out of the cloud, wearing a special spacesuit. Kim Ki-bong and the other soldiers who stand on either side of him look at the rift with a fighting attitude. Kim Ki-bong is wearing equipment covering his neck. The system reports that they are in the rift zone. A rift breach is imminent. Kim Ki-bong and his warriors watch the monsters with wings flying around them. One of the warriors turns to Kim Ki-bong and says that this is the last rift to be destroyed this month. Kim Ki-bong turns to him and says that he understands. Kim asks the others to stay on the dais. Kim Ki-bong promptly flies off the cliff he was standing on, the rest of the warriors remaining on the edge of the cliff. Kim Ki-bong in his suit dashes straight into the depths of the bird's lair. He flies between the monsters. Kim Ki-bong turns to the system and asks it to show him where the bird boss is. The system accepts Kim Ki-bong's request and says that the scan of the area for the boss is complete. Kim Ki-bong stands surrounded by monsters. Kim Ki-bong rushes forward, putting his fist out for another strike. Kim Ki-bong destroys the huge monster with one punch. He aims right into its mouth. The monster screams in pain. Dark blood oozes out of its mouth. Kim Ki-bong flies backwards and spins in the air. Kim Ki-bong flies out of the rupture. He rushes upwards, leaving the monster behind. The system reports that the scan is about to be completed. Kim Ki-bong hits several more monsters on his way up with his power rays. Kim Ki-bong is surrounded by huge winged monsters. The system reports the location of the boss. He is 12.5 kilometers away. Kim Ki-bong uses his power and with a beam kick throws all the monsters around him, killing them. Kim Ki-bong activates the physical strengthening skill. The awakening mode is activated. Kim Ki-bong gives a determined look at the monsters, then jumps and flies down the cliff to look for the bird boss. Kim Ki-bong's gaze is full of stubborn determination. He's determined to destroy the boss and close the rift. Kim Ki-bong lands in his desired location. The system tells him that he has reached the boss and the navigation shuts down unnecessarily. A huge winged monster looms over Kim Ki-bong sitting on the ground. The system reports that the boss is a monstrous albatross bird with several pairs of eyes. A soldier from Kim Ki-bong's team watches through binoculars to see what their captain is doing. The other warriors ask the guy with the binoculars what's going on and how things are going. The warrior with binoculars informs them that the fight will most likely be over soon. Kim Ki-bong is crushing. The other warriors admire Kim Ki-bong, saying that he is very strong and the only monster here is him. The masked guy turns to the others and asks them to recover the spirit stones, as they are moving out soon. No one should be left behind. An incomprehensible sound is heard from behind. The vice captain and the rest of the warriors turn back to look. The vice captain looks behind him in surprise. He doesn't understand what is happening or why another rift is opening up here. A dagger comes out of the opening rift. The vice captain is shocked and doesn't realize what it is. Out of the rift comes Black Keel with a long spear in his hands. He flies straight at the vice captain. A duel begins between the vice captain and Black Chael. They fight at gunpoint. Black Chael kills the vice captain, who lies defeated on the rocks in a pool of blood. A group of men in beige coats emerge from the rift, followed by Black Keel, with a girl with long hair standing in front. Kim Ki-bong's warriors look at them in surprise and ask who they are. The warriors look amongst themselves, wondering if the vice captain is dead. Black Chael walks up to the defeated man and says that yes, he died from such an attack. Black Chael stands with his legs shoulder-width apart in front of the vice captain and says that it must not be Kim Ki-bong. Black Chael looks at the group of warriors and asks them which one is Kim Ki-bong. Kim Ki-bong continues to fight the bird monster boss. He uses all his strength. The monster boss suddenly releases a huge stream of flames directly at Kim Ki-bong. Kim Ki-bong and Black Chael warriors turn around at the screams that are heard from the rift. One of Black Chael's warriors asks if it's an earthquake, but it doesn't sound like one. The sound is too far away from here. Kim Ki-bong realizes that there is no Kim Ki-bong among the warriors. He says there's nothing he can do about it. Black Chael threatens all the warriors that he will deal with them until Kim Ki-bong shows up. Amidst the gloomy shadows of the dark forest, voices are heard in the blue glow, questioning why he is here now and if this rift is touching. The monster that Kim Ki-bong is fighting spews a stream of flame from its mouth, enveloping the warrior, assigning a new ability skill Resilience rank C. Kim Ki-bong stands clutching a piece of fire matter with his hand. The system shows him his card with the window of the new ability. Kim Ki-bong looks at the monster hovering above him and says he should be done with this by now. Kim Ki-bong clenches his fist and gets into a sideways pose, preparing to strike at the monster. Kim Ki-bong jumps up and flips around, changing different poses as he strikes. His face is very serious. The monster boss screams in pain. The blow came straight to his stomach. A huge crater formed in it. His body split in two. The monster boss's head falls off. Legs separately fall immobilized, blood dripping in all directions. The system reports, boss destroyed, rift cleared. Kim Ki-bong notices a small dark blue ball lying next to the dead monster. Kim Ki-bong realizes that it rolled out of the boss's body. He says he's never seen anything like it before. Kim Ki-bong asks the system what it is. The system scans the object and replies that it's a daystone. Kim Ki-bong holds the stone in his hands, asks what he can use the stone for. The system replies that it can't give any more information. Kim Ki-bong exhales unhappily, asks if there is anything the system even knows. The system sends a few notifications about the battle starting. It says that the battle started at the entrance to the rift. Kim looks fearfully in the direction of the rift. Black Cheel attacks and hits one of Kim Ki-bong's warriors in the face with his fist. A fight ensues at the edge of the ravine. One of Kim Ki-bong's warriors pounces on Black Cheel, screaming, swinging his weapon. Black Cheel deflects the attack. He punches the warrior right in the face, his mouth and nose bleeding. Black Cheel continues to strike, the warrior falling to the ground. He kicks his foot at his legs. A warrior from Kim Ki-bong's group rushes at Black Cheel from behind. He hopes from behind to attack and bring him down. Black Cheel deflects the blow. He hits the warrior with a knee to the face, pinning him harder. Black Cheel turns his back to the court. He has handled all the warriors of Kim Ki-bong's squad. Black Cheel looks menacingly at the warriors he defeated. He says none of them were Kim Ki-bong. A soldier from Black Cheel's squad approaches him, saying that someone has dealt with the boss and cleaned up the rift. Black Cheel looks at him. Black Cheel thinks about it and decides that this shakeup was because of Kim Ki-bong's fight. Black Cheel leaves the slain warriors lying on the cliff and tells his team to go. They will look for a way down this cliff. A flash of bright light slips behind Black Cheel and his departing team. A cloud of dust grows between Black Cheel and Kim Ki-bong's warriors and blocks the way. One of Kim Ki-bong's warriors lifts his head from the ground. He is still alive and addresses him as captain. Kim Ki-bong stands in full attire. He looks ahead seriously and angrily at what has happened to his warriors. Kim Ki-bong walks towards Black Cheel and his squad. They turn towards him. Black Cheel greets Kim Ki-bong and says that he was the one he was looking for. Black Cheel says that they were all looking for Kim Ki-bong. He introduces himself and says that he is the captain of the Shield Guild, the scout team. Kim Ki-bong walks towards Black Cheel. He starts to glow with a bright pink light. Black Cheel can see fear in his eyes. Black Cheel sees a huge monster with bright pink eyes standing in front of him and extends its tongue in his direction. Kim Ki-bong stands in front of Black Cheel. There are no people around. They are alone on the edge of the cliff. Kim Ki-bong and Black Cheel stand opposite each other and make eye contact. Black Cheel doesn't realize what it is about Kim Ki-bong's overwhelming aura. Kim Ki-bong turns to Black Cheel, who has sweat running down his face from fear. He interjects Black Cheel about the Shield Guild. Black Cheel's warriors point their fingers at Kim Ki-bong and ask him who he is to talk like that, if he is accidentally seeking death. Black Cheel, angrily with burning red eyes, turns to the warriors and tells them to shut up now. The warriors immediately react and say that they have accepted Black Cheel's command. Kim Ki-bong stands across the room. Black Cheel remembers the elderly man's words and his request. The man asked to recruit Kim Ki-bong and offer him to be the captain. Black Cheel thinks about the fact that the captain didn't tell him about Kim Ki-bong's power, so it is necessary to make him his ally under any conditions. Black Cheel asks Kim Ki-bong if he has heard of the Shield Guild. They are the strongest guild in South Korea. Black Cheel suggests Kim Ki-bong to join them. He promises that the guild will grant his every wish. Kim Ki-bong's warrior, still alive, lying on the ground, react in surprise upon hearing this offer. The warrior lying on the ground thinks about how bad this offer is, because without Captain Kim Ki-bong, their team won't be complete. Black Cheel waits for Kim Ki-bong's response. The offer of the biggest guild in the country can completely change lives. Any player would be willing to give anything for those words. The other members of the Shield Guild look at Kim Ki-bong and wait for a response. Everyone realizes that this is an offer that simply cannot be refused. Kim Ki-bong looks at Black Cheel and says he has a question, just one question. Black Cheel smiles snidely. He thinks Kim Ki-bong is interested in the offer. Kim Ki-bong asks if the guild is responsible for the defense of the city, and if the Shield Guild is responsible for the defense of the migrant sector. He thinks back to his mom. Black Cheel replies that the guild is responsible for the defense of not only that area, but others as well. His eyes light up, he hopes in interest. Kim Ki-bong throws Black Cheel back with a strong blow. He rolls and falls on his back before the feet of his warriors. The Shield Guild warriors with weapons in their hands shout at Kim Ki-bong, insulting him and asking him what he just did. Kim Ki-bong looks at them seriously and asks how could they not realize. He says it's payment for his men. Kim Ki-bong says that this blow doesn't even compare to how he really feels. The Shield Guild is the strongest guild in South Korea. They protect the capital and surrounding regions from high-rank rifts. The Shield Guild warriors are equal to the Shield of South Korea. The guild has 5,000 people, including 3 C-rank players. Kim Ki-bong fights the Shield Guild warriors. Black Cheol reclined at the beginning of the battle that he did not realize Kim Ki-bong had such strength. Guild members fly through the air, thrown back by Kim Ki-bong's blows. He was able to hit them all. Black Cheol lies down and says that he only brought the most elite guild members with him, but Kim Ki-bong wipes his feet on them as if they were filthy rags. Black Cheol rocks with anger, his nose bleeding and his front tooth knocked out in the first attack. Black Cheol is surprised that after the battle, Kim Ki-bong looks like nothing even happened now. In Seoul, the Shield Guild office is in panic. 5 patients are brought in critical condition. One is bleeding internally, asking for an operating room immediately. The Shield Guild captain with a cigarette in his hand says that's why he asked Black Cheol to make things peaceful. The doctor turns to the standing captain. He calls him director and tells him good day. The director replies that it's not a particularly good day. The doctor replies that Captain Black Cheol is still out. The captain is lying in a hospital bed all beat up. The director says that he'll do something about it himself, so he asks the doctors to leave and walks towards the bed of the sick Black Cheol. The director stands over Black Cheol with a cigarette in his teeth and tells him to look at himself, painted in blue and black. The director holds a sharp object in his hands and swings it around. He says he still needs to find out what happened on the battlefield at the Rift. The director stabs Black Cheol right in the heart with the sharp object with a swing. The director presses the activation button. He activates the sharp object's trigger mode. The current discharge is activated. Black Cheol regains consciousness after running the current through his body. He jumps up from his hospital bed. Black Cheol is sitting on the bed with a swollen eye. He laughs nervously at the situation. The director says that Black Cheol doesn't look good. He asks if this is still the famous Black Cheol he knows. Black Cheol sits on the bed, puts his head down and apologizes to the director. The director sits down on the hospital bed across from Black Cheol. He lights a cigarette and asks him to tell him exactly what happened at the breakup. Black Cheol, still with his head down, begins his story. He says that the entire team was defeated by one man, Kim Ki-bong. The director asks in surprise if Kim Ki-bong is really that strong. Black Cheol replies that Kim Ki-bong's strength is simply immeasurable. The director continues to smoke and thinks that Black Cheol's words look like he is admitting defeat and apologizing to his opponent. The director asks Black Cheol a question about how Kim Ki-bong will behave in front of the guildmaster. Black Cheol replies that it's obvious and falls silent. He is unable to give an accurate answer to that question. Black Cheol says that he doesn't know the answer to that question. To him, these two were beings beyond his comprehension. The director asks Black Cheol if they can win Kim Ki-bong over to their side. Kim Ki-bong has taken a very hostile attitude towards them for some reason. Black Cheol remembers the fight yesterday and says that Kim Ki-bong was even extremely hostile to his words. The director gets up and leaves. He says that he understood everything and advises Black Cheol to rest because he woke him up using the medicine, and after waking up, Black Cheol will feel extremely terrible. The director smokes nervously and says that they need to cooperate with Kim Ki-bong before the other guilds offer him a position. The director picks up the phone in his hands. The director dials someone's number and calls. He tells his caller to send an assassin. The director is extremely serious and says to send the assassin to the vice master. The director leaves the hospital down the hall. He figures if they can't get him, they should get rid of him. The director walks menacingly, squinting his eyes. He says that in that case, no one will stand in their way. Beach, sea, and blue sky. It's a 4th-rank rift, a bottomless beach. Kim Ki-bong fights another monsters. He flips them off just as swiftly as he did all the monsters before. Kim Ki-bong thinks about it and turns to the system. He says he has a question for it. Kim Ki-bong continues to fight the monsters. A huge monster comes out of the water and opens its mouth. The system says that Kim Ki-bong can ask and not be shy. Kim Ki-bong defeats the monster and asks the system to tell him more about the ancient stone he found last time. The system replies that the ancient stone is the black orb that Kim Ki-bong picked up before. Kim Ki-bong says that he already knows that and asks for some new information. The system replies that it's impossible to find more information in the offline module. Kim Ki-bong waves a disgruntled hand and tells the system to forget he asked. The system reports that it has cleared the Daystone. Kim Ki-bong surprisingly interjects what it means cleared. Kim Ki-bong holds the Daystone in his hands and looks at it. He asks the system why it did it. The system replies that when the Daystone is absorbed, 2 effects can appear. The first is an increase in the system's level. The second is access to the source of the rifts. Kim Ki-bong continues to stare at the Daystone in his hands in surprise and questioning. He repeats the phrase about rift sources and thinks about something. Kim Ki-bong stands on the beach and approvingly tells the system that it can absorb. The system responds that the request has been received and the absorption of the daystone begins. A man in a hat walks through town with a piece of paper in his hands. People around him squinting in his direction in surprise. The man in the hat looks at the piece of paper he is carrying. He says it is somewhat problematic. The man in the hat walks further down the road and shows everyone the leaflet. He apologizes and asks something. People scatter away from him in horror. The man in the hat shows a woman the flyer. He asks if she has met this guy anywhere before. Kim Ki-bong stands with a daystone in his hands. Luminous forces fly around him. The rays accumulate in a ball he is holding. The man in the hat shows his drawing. There's a poor quality sketch made there that looks like the man drawn by a child. The woman runs away from the man in the hat in fear. She says she is not sure and has not seen the man. To herself, she says that the man in the hat is just crazy. The man in the hat looks at the drawing in his hands. He looks at it and laughs at it. He says, "What kind of drawing is that anyway?" Kim Ki-bong stands in the center of the glow. The system reports that the daystone absorption process is complete and the system has expanded. The man in the hat, not showing his face, scratches his head and looks at the drawing in his hands. People begin to scatter from the man in the hat, showing the drawing. They think he is abnormal. He stands alone in the middle of the square. The man takes off his hat. He is blonde. He looks away and says he found him, Kim Ki-bong. Kim Ki-bong continues to stand with the daystone in hand. The system says the analysis is complete. The system says that new features have been added, such as analyzing the person and expressing emotions. Kim Ki-bong looks up and asks how human analysis is different from the human search function. He is genuinely surprised. The system tells him that the function allows him to find out additional information, including height, weight, date of birth. Kim Ki-bong says that's very interesting, and there are benefits to it. He asks the system what the expression of emotion means then. Kim Ki-bong stands on the beach between the mountains. The system just smiles in response. When Kim Ki-bong asks if that's it replies that yes, that's it. Kim Ki-bong lands on the roof of some building. He asks the system to deactivate his skill. He changes his hair color and becomes a normal person instead of a player. Kim Ki-bong walks through the open door of the building and asks the system to find him the nearest bus stop for him to leave from. Kim Ki-bong walks down the stairs. The system accepts his request and tells him that a 1.5-kilometer route from the given location to the bus stop has been established. Kim Ki-bong enters the room and looks around. There are people walking around. He smirks at the system's answer about 1.5 kilometers. The system asks Kim Ki-bong if he would rather walk or if he would rather fly. Kim Ki-bong looks up suspiciously. He is surprised that the system asked him the question himself. He thinks it's because of the new expansion. Kim Ki-bong turns to the system and says Lieutenant Colonel asked him not to fly. He said he was creating chaos among the Air Force. Kim Ki-bong looks at the city. The system says that it has figured it out and gives out emotions. Kim Ki-bong is surprised that the system is now showing some emotion. Kim Ki-bong walks down the city avenue and tells the system to forget his words. Anyway, he had something else he wanted to say but didn't finish. Kim Ki-bong turns around surprised and asks who it is. He looks back incredulously. Kim Ki-bong sees a man with a hat at the end of the crowd of people. Kim Ki-bong questions if the man is following him. Kim Ki-bong squints his eye and looks in the direction of the man in the hat. He suspects it might be someone from the Shield Guild. Kim Ki-bong dismisses his suspicion of the Shield Guild. He says there's something wrong with the man because he doesn't sense any hostility from him. Kim Ki-bong still looks at the man in the hat suspiciously and says this is a great opportunity to test out the new character analysis feature. The system sends Kim Ki-bong a notification that his stalker is approaching. The stalker looks at Kim Ki-bong excitedly and says that he has finally found him, his eyes glowing with excitement. The stalker takes off his hat and holds it to his chest. He continues still looking at Kim Ki-bong with excitement. Kim Ki-bong sits on a bench. His stalker is standing across from him. Kim Ki-bong is trying to figure out who it is and what he wants. The stalker sits down on the bench next to Kim Ki-bong and smiles. Kim Ki-bong doesn't understand what's wrong with him and why he keeps smiling. Kim Ki-bong has never seen him before. Kim Ki-bong looks at the bus coming, but continues to sit at the bus stop. He thinks that judging by the blatant smile, his stalker wasn't even trying to hide the fact that he was looking for him. Kim Ki-bong gets up and enters the bus. He swipes his transportation card and activates it. Kim Ki-bong continues to ponder that something is clearly wrong here. Kim Ki-bong gets on the bus in the back seats and folds his arms across his chest. He is disgruntled and tense. The stalker enters the bus and continues to hold his hat to his chest. He sits down next to Kim Ki-bong. He continues to not understand what is going on and why this guy is here. Kim Ki-bong rides the bus through the city. He was shocked for the first time since he escaped from the awakening zone. A giant swamp snake is crawling on the ground, sticking out its tongue with venom. A muscular warrior with long hair stands with a weapon in his hands. He glows with a red light. A man with long hair stands in front of a swamp serpent. He fights it and defeats it. With a powerful blow, he splits the monster's jaws into two halves. The other monsters watch as the warrior defeats the large serpent. On either side of him, the serpents stick their tongues out to try to reach the warrior. The warrior falls right into the jaws of the huge serpent. The swamp serpent swallows him along with his weapon. The warrior applies his strike while inside the serpent. The serpent is torn to pieces from the inside. The warrior walks with his spear on his shoulder, the insides of the serpent flying around. The warrior clutches his hammer in his hand. His face is cut. His arms also show the cuts and scars of numerous battles. From behind, someone throws a weapon right at him. The warrior reacts sharply and turns around. He asks who so. The warrior looks into the bushes and tells whoever's hiding to come out immediately. The director of the Shield Guild comes out from behind the bushes. He is holding the sword thrown back by the warrior. The director addresses the warrior. He calls him Vice Master. The warrior turns out to be the Vice Guild Master of the Shield Guild, Sword Emperor Park Tarim. Park Tarim turns his back to the headmaster. He puts his huge hammer on his shoulders and walks off in the other direction. He says he's not interested in offering, and he tells the principal to give it to the team. The director replies that he gave the case to the scout team, but they couldn't even leave a scratch on Kim Ki-bong's body. He destroyed them all. Park Tarim turns around surprised. He recalls that the scout team is the special forces of the Shield Guild that only face players. They are talented fighters. Park Tarim says that the scout team has never failed a mission before that day because they are the guild's priority and get the best inventory. Park Tarim turns to the headmaster. With a powerful blow, he stabs his huge axe sword into the ground. Park Tarim says with an evil look that he was just interested in the director at first, but now he is all ears. Park Tarim lands on the roof of a tall building. He sits in a swivel chair on the edge of the building, a huge axe over his shoulders. Nearby, defeated people, employees of the building, are lying on the ground. Park Tarim looks forward with an angry and serious look and says that they haven't seen each other in a long time. A girl with a short haircut stands in front of Park Tarim, flanked by two bodyguards. The girl turns out to be Prime Minister Gu Sengrin. She looks seriously back at Park Tarim. Gu Sengrin is a South Korean hero. She is a player with one of the best abilities. She decided to take the path of a politician in order to save more players than she could by just continuing the path of a warrior. Park Tarim smiles wickedly and asks how Gu Sengrin is doing because they haven't seen each other in a while. Gu Sengrin squints back and says she doesn't need Park Tarim's concern. She asks him not to call her ma'am. Park Tarim tells the standing Gu Sengrin that she is still heartless as well. He asks her if it's too rude. It's been 3 years since they last saw each other. Gu Sengrin looks down at the people lying down and scattered all over the floor. Gu Sengrin clenches his hands and says that yes, that's right, it's been 3 years. Gu Sengrin clutches her sword in her hands, which begins to glow with a bright light. She gets into a fighting stance and says that Park Tarim seems to have forgotten her temper in just 3 years. Gu Sengrin was one of the first to awaken 10 years ago. She was the first, and that is her unique distinction. Gu Sengrin holds her sword in front of her with both hands and tells the system to activate her mass teleport skill of 7-star magic. A huge pentagram-like diagram appears on the floor. All the people lying on the floor start to glow, and a huge vortex appears. Gu Sengrin's bodyguards raise their hand to their face to cover their eyes from the bright light of the vortex. The stream of light hits the coastal cliff of Gangwon-do. A huge pink tunnel is formed there. Park Tarim with weapons in hand and Gu Sengrin stand opposite each other on the coastal cliff of Gangwon-do. Park Tarim smirks slyly and says that Gu Sengrin hasn't changed in any way since their last meeting. Park Tarim starts to approach Gu Sengrin and asks her if she thinks that by teleporting them here, she can keep outsiders out of this game. Gu Sengrin doesn't answer him and steps forward, extending her blade towards Tarim Park. Gu Sengrin turns to him. She says that the Vice Master of the Shield Guild, Park Tarim, has been arrested on charges of treason. The bus Kim Ki-bong was riding in arrives at the Seoul City Defense Force headquarters bus stop. Kim Ki-bong gets off the bus and walks forward toward the building, his pursuer following him with excited cheers. Kim Ki-bong continues to walk forward, while his pursuer behind him repeats the word wow. He is in a state of complete excitement. The warriors at the checkpoint greet Kim Ki-bong. He walks closer to them. His pursuer also follows him. The soldier at the checkpoint is surprised to see that Kim Ki-bong has not come alone. His stalker stands behind him and shakes his head in different directions in admiration as he looks around. The soldier at the point asks Kim Ki-bong if it's his brother following him, but Kim Ki-bong replies that he doesn't know the man. The soldier stops the pursuer, telling him that he can't go there as it's a military zone and civilians are not allowed to enter. Kim Ki-bong continues to walk forward and doesn't turn around. He questions to himself who it is that is chasing him. Kim Ki-bong hangs his clothes on a hook on the wall and says that anyway. And he doesn't have time to finish the sentence as he thinks about the rifts again. Kim Ki-bong pulls off his tie. He thinks that even if he asks the system about the cause of the rifts, it won't tell him anything. Kim Ki-bong looks at his hands and body and wonders if he should gather more day rocks and absorb them. Kim Ki-bong continues to think about the fact that it might make the system smarter than it is now. At this time, his stalker gets up and leans against the window of Kim Ki-bong's room. Kim Ki-bong tries to change his clothes, while his stalker hangs outside the window holding onto the sill and watches him. The soldiers run out screaming that they have found the stalker and he is here. They yell for him to stop and try to catch him. Kim Ki-bong watches from the window as his stalker lets go of his hands, jumps to the ground and runs away from the soldiers with a laugh and a smile. Kim Ki-bong exhales and says that all these thoughts and the stalking situation are just driving him crazy. Park Tae-rim continues the fight with Goose Sendler. They grapple and fight with their weapons and special forces. Park Tae-rim points his huge hammer sword at Goose Sendler. She holds back his onslaught and dodges. Park Tae-rim turns to Goose Sender and orders her as the vice master of the Shield Guild to surrender Kim Ki-bong and the Sword Emperor to him. Goose Sender presses her lips together and says that she now realizes what the Shield Guild really does. Goose Sender says that thanks to Kim Ki-bong, who recently dealt with all the rifts, the government didn't renew the contract with the Shield Guild to defend the capital. She holds back the Taerim Park's onslaught. Goose Sender deflects the attack and says that because the Shield Guild is now not getting money from the government, they are having difficulties. Park Tae-rim looks at Goose Sender, who says that it was because of the lack of money that the Shield Guild tried to recruit Kim Ki-bong and offered him status and money. Goose Sender hits Park Tae-rim hard and says that everyone turned a blind eye to the crimes of the Shield Guild before. But neither money nor status influenced Kim Ki-bong's decision. He was able to destroy their entire team. Park Tae-rim hides behind his shield and says, "It would be futile to kill a genius like Kim Ki-bong, but the Shield Guild has no choice but to continue cooperating with the government." Goose Sender says menacingly that Park Tae-rim made a big mistake when he decided to attack her. She asks if he really thought his threats would make her tell and turn Kim Ki-bong in. Goose Sender says that more than that, Park Tae-rim dared to attack and kill her men. Goose Sender brings her fingers to her temple and addresses Park Tae-rim, calling him little. She says he should be given a good beating. Goose Sender snaps his fingers and streams of scarlet flames surround Park Tae-rim. He stands in the center and tries to fend off the fire attack. Kim Ki-bong's stalker sits tied up on the floor and continues to smile admiringly all the same. Kim Ki-bong enters the office where his stalker is sitting and asks if they caught him. The soldiers reply that the stalker was just standing in front of Kim Ki-bong's door. He didn't resist, and so they just tied him up. The stalker sits up and smiles back at Kim Ki-bong. Kim Ki-bong looks at him tiredly and says they can talk. Kim Ki-bong looks down at the surprised and confused stalker and asks him why he is stalking Kim Ki-bong. The stalker smiles sweetly and replies that he just wanted to see him. The girl standing next to him starts to smile at the cuteness of such an answer. Kim Ki-bong leans over to the stalker and asks who he is and why he knows him. He asks the stalker not to laugh. Kim Ki-bong stands over the stalker, who replies that of course he knows Kim Ki-bong because he came from there. Kim Ki-bong leans over and squints his eyes, interjecting that he means from there. The stalker replies that he was wondering what came into his world, and to figure it out, he would follow Kim Ki-bong everywhere. The stalker continues to smile and laugh. He asks Kim Ki-bong if his thinking is logical. Kim Ki-bong realizes that this stalker knows about him. The stalker says that he will now be in Kim Ki-bong's care. The stalker smiles and tells Kim Ki-bong to take care of him now. One of the soldiers points his sword right at the neck of the stalker, who is still smiling as well. The warrior tells the stalker to watch his language. He calls him reckless. The warrior says the army, not a place he can just come to at any moment. The stalker kneels facing the wall. The stalker smiles and excitedly asks to be accepted into the army. He will be a soldier. The warrior laughs and agrees. He says he will be accepted into the army. The warrior holds his weapon behind his back and says that if the stalker wants to be a warrior, he needs to fight him. The warrior says that if the stalker defeats him, he will be accepted into the army as one of the soldiers. Kim Ki-bong calls out to the vice captain, but the vice captain responds by asking Captain Kim to stop him from making this decision. The vice captain, gritting his teeth, says that he can't ignore it even at Kim Ki-bong's request. The stalker looks up thoughtfully and says that if the vice captain needs to be prodded to join the team, then everyone in the room is stronger than he is. The vice captain looks suspiciously at the stalker. The girl standing next to him pulls out her phone. The vice captain's eyes light up red. He angrily looms over the stalker and replies to him sarcastically that yes, he is the weakest one here. Park Tae-rim deflects Goosender's attack, his eyes blazing red fire. He directs a counterattack in her direction. Goosender raises his hand in surprise as he watches this unexpected turn of events. Park Tae-rim grins and laughs back at Goosender. Park Tae-rim holds his hand under his jacket. He replies that he heard Goosender and asks her again if she really doesn't want to give up Kim Ki-bong that much. Park Tae-rim holds up a blue stone. Goosender yells surprised and asks if it's the return stone. Goosender flies towards Park Tae-rim and yells at him to stop. Park Tae-rim smirks and tells Goosender to think about it because one of the titles she's defending is the strongest in Korea. Park Tae-rim smashes the stone of return in her hand. The stone shatters into small shards. Goosender jumps on top of Park Tae-rim, who smiles evilly and says they will see if Goosender can protect those she cares about. There is a flash of bright light, and Park Tae-rim disappears from the battlefield. In his place, there's only a drawn pentagram mark on the ground. Goosender stands alone and looks up. Goosender reasons that Kim Ki-bong is truly strong and his resilient skill is rank 5. Park Tae-rim has a mythical level dragon tooth weapon. Goosender thinks that for Kim Ki-bong, Park Tae-rim is the most serious opponent. The vice captain clenches his hands at the grady and turns to Kim Ki-bong's pursuer and says that they can start, as he is the weakest here. The vice captain runs towards the pursuer, shouting that he's going to die. During the vice captain's punch, Kim Ki-bong's pursuer retaliates by kicking him in the face. The stalker attacks the vice captain and asks him if he can become a warrior in the army if he defeats him. The stalker suddenly becomes strong and hits the vice captain with the strongest punch. The difference in strength proves to be drastically large. Kim Ki-bong enters the conflict and stands in the middle between the warring men. He fingers the stalker. Kim Ki-bong realizes the difference in strength and his body is covered in cold sweat. He lets go of his finger from the pursuer's finger. Kim Ki-bong stands in front of his stalker and asks him to introduce himself, since he had not done so earlier. Kim Ki-bong introduces himself. The stalker says with burning eyes that he is Kang Hui. The vice captain points his finger at Kim Ki-bong. He says that Kim Ki-bong is no match for Kang Hui. Kim Ki-bong turns around and replies that realizing your opponent's abilities is also a skill. The vice captain stands frustrated. He has his head down and is standing near the fence in the vacant lot. The vice captain replies to Kim Ki-bong that he understood and clenches his fist. Kim Ki-bong turns around in his direction. Kang Hui interjects to Kim Ki-bong, implying that realizing your opponent's abilities is also a skill. Kang Hui smiles and asks Kim Ki-bong if he addressed that phrase to him. Kim Ki-bong says that Kang Hui isn't stupid at all. He offers to fight him. Kang Hui says he's thought about it a lot and has no choice. Kim Ki-bong asks what he's even talking about. The rest of the warriors are watching from the sidelines watching this. The warriors watch and say that if Kang Hui decided to fight the leader, he's definitely finished. The warriors are the Rift Cleanup Team, Captain Kim Ki-bong's team. The vice captain says that the team has been by Kim Ki-bong's side for 6 months. He calls Kang Hui a fool. Kang Hui reasons that he realized that the slightest attack would bring down the vice captain, but Kim Ki-bong's strength is a whole other level. Kang Hui sits down putting one foot forward. He asks Kim Ki-bong if they will start the fight. Kim Ki-bong stands calmly and says that Kang Hui can attack. He waits. Kang Hui rushes to attack. He flies with all his strength and speed at Kim Ki-bong. Kang Hui hits Kim Ki-bong with his fist, but misses. Kim Ki-bong just calmly takes a step to the side and doesn't bother. Kim Ki-bong kicks Kang Hui with his foot. He flies backwards from the force of the captain's kick. Kim Ki-bong sits up and replies to Kang Hui that this is revenge for his subordinate, mimicking the same kick. Captain Kim Ki-bong's team watches the fight with surprised eyes. Kang Hui suddenly gets up. Kim Ki-bong is very surprised that he was able to get up. He says he pinned him down hard enough. Kim Ki-bong stands and looks at Kang Hui in surprise. Ready to stand in a fighting stance again, he starts to ask what Kang Hui said about something. Kang Hui throws himself into another attack. He tries to pounce on Kim Ki-bong. Kim Ki-bong yells in anger. Is his name Kang Hui for sure and who he really is, who sent him? Kim Ki-bong punches Kang Hui back. Kang Hui replies that it's his secret. He continues the fight with Kim Ki-bong, who is annoyed by these games. Kang Hui kicks Kim Ki-bong with all his might, and he flies away. Kim Ki-bong is surprised because this is the first time someone has been able to send him flying. Kang Hui smiles and says it's too early to be surprised. His hand glows with a purple light. Kang Hui applies a new punch to Kim Ki-bong. He is taken far back by a purple wave of light. Kim Ki-bong sits on the ground and wonders what that was. He first thinks that maybe it was magic, but he thinks it was something else after all. Kim Ki-bong asks Kang Hui what it is because it looks like energy. Kang Hui reaches forward and strikes again. He says that Kim Ki-bong was almost right with his guess about the energy. Kang Hui delivers a powerful punch of light towards Kim Ki-bong. There is a massive explosion. Kang Hui unleashes a new stream of light nuclear strikes towards Kim Ki-bong. The captain's warriors watch this fight. The vice captain watches the fight in surprise. He says that he knew Kang Hui was strong, but he didn't even realize he was that strong. Kang Hui smiles and points his hand with purple energy forward again. He makes sounds of delight. Kang Hui stands in front of the huge cloud of dust that was left after his explosion. He asks if he won the fight. Kim Ki-bong answers him that he can still hear him just fine, and Kang Hui didn't win. Kang Hui says with delight that Kim Ki-bong is proving to be a strong guy. Kang Hui says that Kim Ki-bong looks pretty whole afterward. Kim Ki-bong interrupts him and replies that his clothes are finished. The sweatshirt he's wearing is left in tattered rags. Kim Ki-bong angrily asks if that's all Kang Hui is capable of. Kim Ki-bong says that now it's his turn to show what he can do. Kang Hui raises his hand and says he's shown all he can do, and he capitulates. Kang Hui says that Kim Ki-bong is no slouch and is stronger than he expected. Kim Ki-bong's warriors look on in surprise and ask why he's bailing now. Kang Hui asks if he can stay with them since he defeated the vice captain. Kang Hui points his finger at him and laughs. Kang Hui waves his hand towards Kim Ki-bong and tells him that he would appreciate it if he would agree. Kim Ki-bong says with fury that he's not done yet. Kang Hui asks what he means. Kim Ki-bong's fist lands right in Kang Hui's face. Kang Hui flies off into the sky. He spins in the air, the warriors from the ground watching him. Kim Ki-bong turns his back to Kang Hui and turns to the youngest warrior of the team, Mak Nai. He tells him to unpack. Kang Hui is lying on the ground, his eyes round from a headbutt, asking enthusiastically about the monster and Mak Nai. On the news, they're talking about the highest level of rifts in existence. It's the 8th level of the rift, the Ancient Guild Rift, the Fire Dragon's lair. Park Tae-rim listens to the newscaster about the theories of the rift. He smiles wickedly when he hears that if the Fire Dragon opens its eyes, South Korea will be in a critical position, like it hasn't been in since the time of Tangan. Taerin Park stands. He impaled the baby dragon with his sharp weapon. He stands and laughs at this. Because of the killing of the baby dragon, the dragon itself has awakened, and now a truly terrible disaster awaits all humans. About 10 minutes before the fire dragon awakens, Park Taerin called the director of the Shield Guild and warriors to look at the dragon. The Shield Guild director smokes and says that it's more complicated than he thought, because even if it's a cub, but it's still a fire dragon too. Park Taerin tells the director to stop procrastinating and already talked about how they can lure Kim Ki-bong. The director replies that it's very simple. He kneels down in front of the baby dragon. The director looks at the cub and says it's very simple, and you only need to kill the cub to awaken the fire dragon itself. Park Taerin stands with a knife inside the dragon. He says that when it turns out that the dragon is awake, the government will bring out a SWAT team to save some time. Park Taerin seriously says that the government will bring out a rift cleanup team, that is, Captain Kim Ki-bong's team. Park Taerin incredulously asks what they will do next when that angry lizard wakes up. If they deal with Kim Ki-bong, how will they deal with the dragon? The director squats down and slyly says that is the main part of his plan. The guild director looks at the orb in his hands and says with a sinister look that they will seal the dragon with this thing. Park Taerin looks at the orb fearfully and asks if it's a daystone. The director replies that Saudi Arabia has finished experimenting on daystone. Park Taerin listens fearfully as the director says that they will use the orb to put the fire dragon back to sleep. Taerin Park strikes the baby dragon lying at his feet with his huge sword. Taerin Park stands by the dead baby dragon and laughs gloatingly. He says they are waiting for him, Kim Ki-bong. The fire dragon is awake. It's getting ready to start crashing the entire city. On the playground in front of an apartment building, children are playing with their parents. A father twirling his daughter in his arms. A woman looks at her child who is staring at the sky like a hypnotized person. Jun Hyuk points his hand to the sky and tells the teacher that there is something in the sky. The teacher raises her eyes to the sky and looks up frightened. The whole site lights up with a bright pink light. Convoys of military vehicles are marching through the streets of the city. Tanks are being sent in large numbers to defend the city. The news reports that the sky has turned red, the announcer warns the citizens. An announcer appears on all the screens in the city, warning the citizens that this is not a drill. The citizens look up fearfully. The announcer reports that all citizens should immediately evacuate to the nearest underground bunkers as instructed by the guide. Huge warships can be seen in the sky. The announcer repeats that the government has instituted a mandatory immediate evacuation order. On television, the anchors discuss that the same thing that happened 10 years ago is happening. Park Ka-ram, a doctoral student at Seoul National University, who is studying the mystery of the rifts, sits as a guest. The announcer asks the doctor what the current situation is. Dr. Park Ka-ram reports that a real catastrophe has begun. There has been a similar case in Russia before. Pak Ka-ram reports that Russia refused to have the rift cleaned up by the players, after which they were barely able to seal the rift by dropping atomic bombs in colossal quantities. Frightened people listen as the announcer Kaka informs them that in the current situation, such an arrangement is invalid. As you Russia, this was only possible in an area unpopulated by humans. South Korea is plunged into chaos as if it were 10 years ago. A large amount of military equipment flies over the city. Goosender listens to the reports of the rift. She swears and curses the Shield Guild, believing them to be involved. Goosender commands the aide to contact the National Intelligence Agency now and find out where the guild is now. Goosender is very angry, and she wants to know where the president of Seoul City is now. The co-pilots reply to Goosender that the president has been successfully evacuated to an underground bunker. Now all authority has been transferred to the prime minister. Goosender grudgingly repeats that all powers have been transferred to the prime minister. She says that the president has signed his own death warrant. The pilot looks down from the helicopter and reports that they are almost close to their target. The helicopter is in the sky, 3 kilometers from the rupture of Incheon. The ruined city can be seen below. Goosender stares ahead and asks the co-pilots to relay an urgent announcement to the guild commanders. An interview with Dr. Pak continues on television. He is asked if the government can do anything about the situation. The doctor replies that it is a very complicated question. Goosender seriously states that all players whose level exceeds 100 should be summoned. Kim Ki-byun arrives at the Incheon Rift site with his team. The vice captain curses as he looks at the state of the rift and assesses the situation. The vice captain starts wailing that he knows their role is just to pay with their lives. The vice captain says that they were sent on the original Lost mission just to bide their time. Kim Ki-bong's team discussed that the government has gathered players with ranks above 100, and their job is to hold out as long as possible. Going through the gap means 100% no return for them all. Kang Hui looks at the rift with rapturous burning eyes and talks about how big it is. Kang Hui jumps in place with happiness as he looks at the scale of the rift in front of him. The rest of Kim Ki-bong's warriors watch in amazement at Kang Hui's delight as he shouts joyfully that this is the fire dragon's lair. The vice captain asks Kim Ki-bong what they should do about that weirdo Kang Hui, who isn't officially listed as a warrior. Kim Ki-bong replies that Kang Hui will just follow them. Kim Ki-bong recalls the blows that Kang Hui was able to land on him during the fight and hopes that he will be of some use to Kang Hui during the rift repair. Kim Ki-bong commands that his warriors move into the rift. Everyone responds with readiness for action. Kim Ki-bong's team tries to enter the rift, but they are thrown out of it and the red flames throw them away. The vice captain is surprised and doesn't understand how they could be thrown out of the rift. What happens at that moment? Kim Ki-bong turns back in surprise that his team couldn't get inside the rift. Kim Ki-bong is pensive. He says this is the first time. He tries to remember if the 8th grade rift has always been like this. Kim Ki-bong thinks about something being wrong here, and he says that even he would have a hard time mopping up this rift. Kang Hui stands next to him and smiles. Kim Ki-bong looks at Kang Hui in surprise and asks him how he ended up here. Kang Hui interjects Kim Ki-bong, but the latter replies that it's nothing anymore and they need to go. Some strange sounds are heard from the side of the warriors. Kim Ki-bong turns around to see what it is. Park Tae-ryum suddenly jumps out of the sky and tries to attack Kim Ki-bong with his huge axe. Park Tae-ryum jumps on Kim Ki-bong with a crazy face. Kim Ki-bong thinks that this warrior is very fast compared to everyone he has seen before. Kim Ki-bong says that this will not stop him from throwing a punch, though. He activates the physical strengthening skill, and the awakening mode is activated. Park Tae-ryum lands next to Kim Ki-bong. He is on one knee in front of him. Kim Ki-bong has one hand up. Kim Ki-bong looks forward in surprise. The system notifies him that the physical protection of his body has been disabled. Cheon Yu-bin is standing on the roof of the building. He looks up and says that the fight has already started. Cheon Yu-bin looks up at the scarlet sky. The helicopter's flying by and wonders if the fire dragon is really awakened. Cheon Yu-bin is a warrior with an official rank of 4. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out his cell phone, which rings. Cheon Yu-bin pulls out the phone and looks at the burning screen not very contentedly. A woman's hand can be seen against the backdrop of a destroyed city and a sky blazing red. A girl with cat ears greets her viewers. She is live streaming against the backdrop of the rupture. The girl holds a selfie stick and informs her viewers that she has decided to do a live broadcast outside today. Her name is Yui, official rank 99. Yui points at the ruins of the city with her hand. She asks her viewers if they can see it. The sky over Incheon is colored red. Yui with a cat on her shoulder asks in surprise if someone actually decided to awaken the fire dragon. The phone on the selfie stick with the kitty on the end emits an incoming call tone. Yui sighs. It's an emergency call. All players below level 100 receive the same message. Martial law has been declared. Kim Ki-bong stands amazed that his defenses have been disabled. His suit is cut and bleeding. Kim Ki-bong doesn't understand how he could have been injured while he was in wake-up mode. Kim Ki-bong doesn't understand how or why his physical defenses were disabled. Park Tae-rim steps closer to Kim Ki-bong and points his weapon at him. He says that he expected more from Kim Ki-bong. Park Tae-rim holds his hammer on his shoulder and says that he is disappointed to see Kim Ki-bong. Kim Ki-bong notices a tattoo on Park Tae-rim's body, the same as the Shield Guild member. Kim Ki-bong exhales a cloud of steam. He feels that now is not the best time for such a meeting. Kim Ki-bong tells Park Tae-rim to scram because he doesn't have time to have fun with him right now. The most important thing right now is to contain the fire dragon. Park Tae-rim splits the ground next to Kim Ki-bong. He stabs with his sword, and a huge red wave douses everything nearby. Park Tae-rim gives Kim Ki-bong a serious look. He tells him to forget the fire dragon because it's about to kill him himself. Kim Ki-bong gets angry and turns to Park Tae-rim. He rips off the remnants of his defensive suit. Kim Ki-bong turns to Park Tae-rim. He puts his fist forward and says that he is ready to fight him. Kim Ki-bong flies forward and delivers a mighty blow with his fist, bright blue beams of light flashing around. The beams are aimed straight at Park Tae-rim. He's intimidated by such an attack from Kim Ki-bong. Kim Ki-bong lands next to Park Tae-rim. He holds onto the pavement with one hand. Park Tae-rim put his sword arm forward. The Shield Guild director is watching the show with a smile. He is smoking and has one hand shoved in his pants pocket. The Shield Guild director laughs and rejoices at the success of his plan. Kim Ki-bong is shocked that someone was able to resist him on a decent level. The entire city is covered in a red wave from the rupture, the threat of the fire dragon looming ever larger. The vice captain of Kim Ki-bong's team and the rest of the warriors watch in horror. The vice captain asks the rest of the soldiers if they will just stand by and watch on, or if they need to act. Gu Sendler approaches the vice captain from behind. He turns around when he hears her footsteps. Vice Captain Kim Ki-bong shouts that Prime Minister Gu Sendler has arrived. Gu Sendler and her entourage stand in front of the vice captain and his warriors. She asks where Kim Ki-bong is and why they didn't enter the rift. The vice captain replies that because of the fire dragon's defense, they couldn't get in. Gu Sendler holds onto the wall at the entrance to the rift with one hand. She is saddened and lowers her head. Gu Sendler holds her hand on the shell of the rift. She says this is not the work of a fire dragon. The vice captain interjects exactly what she means. Gu Sendler gets angry and says it's all the Shield Guild army. They came here to kill Kim Ki-bong. Gu Sendler turns around at the sounds behind her. She sees the TV reporters who brought a camera with them. The reporters start filming their newscast. The anchor says that their news channel is currently right in front of the fire dragon's lair. The level of the current situation is critical. Gu Sendler yells to his men to immediately get rid of the reporter here. The bodyguards reply that they can't do that since the broadcasts are already going on, not only in Korea, but all the live broadcasts in other countries. Gu Sendler tensely looks at the rift and curses at the reporters and the situation in general. Park Tae-rim strikes Kim Ki-bong again. Blood begins to spurt from Kim Ki-bong's chest. Park Tae-rim strikes one by one. He cleaves Kim Ki-bong's body with his sword. The director of the Shield Guild is watching the fight with a satisfied look. He talks about the dragon tooth. The director says that the dragon tooth is the strongest weapon that the vice president got his hands on in the 7th grade rift raid. The director tells the warriors that although the weapon looks big, it is actually light as a feather. It is so sharp that it can shred even metal. One of the Shield Guild scouts says that there are rumors that the dragon's tooth is the strongest item of the mythic class. The principal replies that this is true, but that's not why the dragon tooth got its title as a mythical item. The dragon tooth contains a lot of magic and secrets. The director looks at Kim Ki-bong, who is covered in sword wounds. He says that the most famous of the secrets is reflection. All the injuries that are inflicted on the dragon tooth are reflected on the attacker. Kim Ki-bong realizes that he is getting the yarns from himself. The system gives him information about the dragon tooth. Kim Ki-bong says that disabling physical defenses is a pretty good weapon. Park Tae-rim gets angry and clutches the weapon in his hands. He tells Kim Ki-bong that he seems to have time for bullshit. Park Tae-rim strikes a pose for another attack. He swings his dragon tooth sword, his eyes burning red. Park Tae-rim rushes at Kim Ki-bong with screams of death at him, his eyes glowing red. Park Tae-rim strikes with his sword, but Kim Ki-bong steps aside and Park misses and slams his sword into the ground. Kim Ki-bong turns to him and tells Park Tae-rim to give up that sword. Kim Ki-bong extends his hand to Park Tae-rim's sword and tells him to give the weapon to his subordinates. Park Tae-rim turns to Kim Ki-bong. He tells him how the one who has shed so much blood is still alive. Kim Ki-bong scratches his head and replies that unlike the others, he has a lot of blood. The system informs Kim Ki-bong that all the damage he took was from reflected attacks. Kim Ki-bong curses at the system and says it's too late as always. Park Taran rushes forward with weapon in hand. He yells for Kim Ki-bong to stop this nonsense. Kim Ki-bong calmly looks at Park and says that he's the one talking nonsense here, not Kim Ki-bong. Kim Ki-bong swings in and strikes back, a wave of bright blue color covering the entire city. Kim Ki-bong and Park Taran converge in hand-to-hand combat, Park holding his sword, which Kim holds on the opposite side of the onslaught. Blood spurts from Kim Ki-bong's body in all directions. The system gives a message that the damage has been repelled. Park Taran tries to hold back Kim Ki-bong's onslaught with his sword. He turns to him and calls him insulting words. Park Taran turns around and realizes that all the damage from behind was able to be done by Kim Ki-bong on his own. A strip of ground was blown away by the shockwave. Kim Ki-bong says that just as he expected, it would hurt from his attack. Kim Ki-bong talks about the reflection function of the dragon tooth. He gets into a belligerent pose and asks Park Taran how long he can reflect his blows. A huge fire dragon comes out of the rift and emits flames all over the city. The Shield Guild director and the rest of the scouts look up and watch the monster. The scouts turn to the director, who turns the other way and tells them to stop being so hot. The director smokes and replies that it is a very difficult task to overcome the 8th grade rift from the inside. For the same reason, it is not an easy task to get inside it. The Shield Guild director says that even though it is a fire dragon, they still have time before the rift is destroyed. The guild director watches the dragon and says that no matter how hard you look at it, it's really a Class 8 boss. The barrier is getting weaker by the second. The director holds up the daystone and says that as planned, he needs to use the daystone. The principal stands and looks down at the town. He says he needs to deal with another problem first. The scouts ask the director again what problem they need to deal with. He wryly replies as if they don't know. The problem under the name Kim Ki-bong. The guild director turns his head. A cheerful Kang Hui is standing next to him. Kang Hui runs away. The scouts run after him. They yell that they will capture him since he is in league with Kim Ki-bong. Kim Ki-bong strikes the dragon tooth hard. Then the activation of the dragon tooth effect turns on. Kim Ki-bong looks at the weapon with blood flowing from his mouth. The system reports that the damage has been repelled. Park Taran likens Kim Ki-bong to a brainless jock and a moron. He is very confident in his abilities. Park's attacks could not go unnoticed. Kim Ki-bong takes damage with every attack. Fighting a physical monster that is already and winner is the physical class weapon, the dragon tooth. Park Taran looks angrily at Kim Ki-bong and tells him to just give up. His chances of winning are already slim to none. Kim Ki-bong once again lunges at Park Taran. The system gives out that the damage was reflected. Park Taran looks at Kim Ki-bong and calls him crazy after another reflected blow. Park Taran puts his sword forward again to repel Kim Ki-bong's attack, but this time something is wrong and he is scared. Kim Ki-bong hits his head and fist on the dragon tooth. Park Taran continues to defend himself. Park Taran looks surprised and scared. He doesn't realize how he is. He doesn't finish his sentence. Goose Sendler stands in front of the entrance to the rift and looks at his shell. The vice captain stutters and tries to call out to the prime minister, but she doesn't respond. Goose Sendler looks thoughtfully and says that these fluctuations are not coming from the fire dragon. Goose Sendler puts his hand to the rift shell and says Kim Ki-bong's name. Goose Sendler cries. She says the Shield Guild and all of this was done on purpose to lure Kim Ki-bong and kill him. The bodyguard behind her doesn't ask Goose Sendler to keep her cool. Goose Sendler's bodyguard says he understands her emotions, but she is now the leader of South Korea. The bodyguard tells Goose Sendler that if she leaves the place now, their raid on the fire dragon will be a failure, even with the fact that they have gathered 100 high-level players. The bodyguard tells Goose Sendler, who is facing the rift, that in that case, South Korea will be the end. Goose Sendler grits her teeth and says angrily that she knows this and understands it perfectly. Kim Ki-bong continues to fight with Park Taran, who covers himself with the dragon tooth sword as a shield. Park Taran sees that Kim Ki-bong has stopped. He thinks the end has finally come. Kim Ki-bong's eyes are full of determination. Fresh blood trickles out of his mouth. He looks at the dragon's tooth. Kim Ki-bong does not despair and continues his attack. He calls Park Taran and his weapons monsters. Kim Ki-bong's mouth is bleeding. He tells Park Taran to keep repelling his attacks. The battle between Kim Ki-bong and Park Taran is very unusual, and that one is attacking, and the other is defending. But it is the attacker who is bleeding. Park Taran is crouched on one knee. He is in pain. With one hand, he continues to hold his dragon tooth weapon, his face distorted. Blood is pouring out of Park Taran's mouth. He doesn't understand why the damage is being done to him in this battle. Park Taran stands aghast. He can't figure out the reason for this action. Park Taran thinks about the reflective effect of the dragon tooth. He looks at his weapon and sees that it shows a chipping. Park Taran is bleeding. He crouches down on one knee in front of Kim Ki-bong and looks up at him. Kim Ki-bong, as a zombified man with burning eyes, tells Park Tae-rin to keep reflecting his punches. Park Tae-rin is very scared. His eyes read pure animal fear from such an opponent. Kim Ki-bong swings up to deliver another blow on the dragon tooth weapon. Park Tae-rin yells for him to stop. Kim Ki-bong continues his attack. He strikes the dragon tooth weapon and shatters the sword into two pieces. The sword shards fall to the ground. Tae-rin Park screams in pain and fear after Kim Ki-bong's last powerful strike. Kim Ki-bong punches through Park Tae-rin's shield. His fist goes through the dragon tooth and close to Park's face. Kim Ki-bong's fist goes right into Park Tae-rin's face. It hits him in the nose. Kim Ki-bong continues to punch Park Tae-rin. They are in a funnel of rocks. There is nothing around. Park Tae-rin is lying down on the rocks. His face is flattened from Kim Ki-bong's hard punch. Blood is running all over his face. Not far away from Park Tae-rin is his dragon tooth weapon that Kim Ki-bong threw away during the fight. A shard of it remains. Kim Ki-bong stands beside the body of the defeated Tae-rin Park, his head glowing with a blue light, his entire body covered in numerous cuts. Kang Hui laughingly runs away from the scouts of the Shield Guild director who are trying to catch him. Kang Hui turns to the scouts and shows one finger and laughs. He's talking about Kim Ki-bong winning. The scouts turn to Kang Hui in consternation. They are surprised at how this happened. The scouts look down to where the ruins of the city are, and there has just been a fight between Kim Ki-bong and Tae-rin Park. Kim Ki-bong has changed his image. He has turned off his awakening mode activation. He picks up a dragon tooth shard from the ground and looks at it. The scouts against the bright red sky look down and can't believe their eyes that Kim Ki-bong has defeated Tae-rin Park. The scouts look at the body of the defeated Park Tae-rin and can't believe that their Shield Guild Vice Master actually lost. The Shield Guild director, with a cigarette in his teeth, looks at the defeated Park Tae-rin, a look of consternation in his eyes. The guild director says that Park Tae-rin is one of the top 3 strongest players in South Korea. No one could have imagined that he could lose. The director reminisces about Park Tae-rin blowing away Gu Sendler's assistants. He says that the only prerequisite to all of the Shield Guild's actions was strength. The guild director stands at the edge of the cliff, looking at the defeated Vice Master, and realizes that everything was destroyed in an instant. The Shield Guild has lost everything it had because of one player, and it's Kim Ki-bong. The scouts approach the guild director and ask that if things didn't go according to plan, what to do about their plan about the stone. The guild director of the Shield Guild remembers about the original plan to defeat Kim Ki-bong. He is angry and smoking nervously. The guild director stands with his back to the scouts. He tells them to get the teleportation stone. They need to leave immediately. The scouts ask in fear that they will now not use the day stone to defeat the fire dragon, and the dragon will go beyond the barrier. The director replies that even though South Korea has gathered 100 high-ranked players, defeating the fire dragon will be a very difficult task, or rather almost impossible. One of the scouts stands behind the director's back and asks that if the layout of events is really like this, what will they do? The headmaster replies that they will appear at the climax of this confrontation. He smiles evilly as he comes up with a new nefarious plan. The scouts look at the guild director in surprise. He says that they will only apply the daystone already at the most crucial moment. The guild director holds the daystone. He says that even though the plan is different from the original plan, the guild scouts will still be the winners. And then even the prime minister won't touch them when he finds out the truth. The guild director confidently turns around and tells everyone to follow him. The scouts obediently agree with him. The scouts call out to the guild director and ask what to do with the vice master's body lying in the cliff. The guild director turns away and says to leave it. The scouts ask in surprise what he means. It is the guild vice master after all. The director grudgingly replies to the scouts that if he cares, let him deal with him himself. He says that Scout can pick him up himself, lying in front of that monster. Kim Ki-bong looks down at the mountain where Scout and the director of the Shield Guild are standing. The director looks towards Kim Ki-bong and throws out his cigarette. The scouts use the teleportation stone. The whole area is covered with signs like a pentagram. The scouts and the guild director teleport away. Kim Ki-bong stands and watches the director teleport. Kang Hui appears at the side. He laughs and asks if Kim will catch them. Kim Ki-bong closes his eyes and says that Kang Hui forgot about them. They have more important problems right now. The fire dragon roars streams of flames. It looks down from above at the city, which is almost all destroyed and on fire. Team assistant Gu Sendler looks at the screen and reports that the barrier is 89% destroyed. Gu Sendler listens as the woman reports that it is 5 minutes until the rift is destroyed. Gu Sendler coughs. The man standing behind him says that if there are 5 minutes left, the vice president should order the players to go inside the barrier. The barrier suddenly begins to disappear, the red veil becoming less colored and losing color altogether. Frightened reporters look at the barrier and say it begins to disappear. Through the barrier, people see a fire dragon blazing all over the rift site. The woman with the special apparatus begins to shout that no, the barrier is not destroyed yet. Only the part that was preventing them from seeing the inside of the barrier is missing. Goose Sendler looks forward disgruntled and anxious and says that the Shield Guild barrier is disappearing. Goose Sendler puts his head down and says that it turns out that Kim Ki-bong is already dead. The rep opens his mouth in shock. The others are scared. Goose Sandler holds her hand on the disappearing barrier. She is sad. Someone shouts that there is a person inside the barrier. Goose Sandler stares hopefully ahead. She tries to see who exactly is still alive inside the barrier. There are two red figures standing inside the barrier. One of them is Kim Ki-bong. His body is naked and covered with cuts. Next to him is Kang Hui. Goose Sandler is looking forward hopefully. Reporters are recording the release and watching something on a special machine. The camera is pointed at a lying body. The anchor of the release tells the camera to point it at him. He says the man looks like the vice master of the Shield Guild. Goose Sendler looks forward in surprise and hope. The reporters say that the body is indeed the vice master of the Shield Guild. They saw him earlier on TV. Goose Sendler looks forward with her lips pressed together. She says that Kim Ki-bong defeated Park Taran. She is surprised at how strong Kim Ki-bong turns out to be. Goose Sandler turns around and asks if there is a way to contact whoever is inside the shield. She says they have to get Kim Ki-bong out of there now. Goose Sandler's aides reply that they've already tried several times, but the signals aren't getting through because the rift waves are so strong. The fire dragon roars and emits another violent burst of hot air waves with fire. The woman with the apparatus shouts that the barrier is 97% destroyed. The rift will be broken soon. Goose Sendler gathers his strength and says that they must pull more time. The fire dragon cannot be allowed to get out. Behind Goose Sendler are the players. They didn't manage to gather all 100 players, but 80 of them came to the gathering place. Goose Sendler's assistant shouts to her that the connection has been made. He will be able to contact Kim Ki-bong. Goose Sendler snatches the phone out of the aide's hands. She yells to give it here immediately. Goose Sendler takes the machine. She tries to make contact. She yells hello into the handset. Incomprehensible signals are heard from the phone. Goose Sendler yells into the phone that it wasn't Kim Ki-bong who answered her. She asks who it is. Kang Hui answers through Goose Sendler's earpiece. He smiles and introduces himself to her by name. Goose Sendler says that Kang Hui put Kim Ki-bong on the phone right away. Kim Ki-bong takes the earpiece from Kang Hui and puts it in his ear. He says he is listening to Goose Sendler. Goose Sendler asks Kim Ki-bong if he is doing well and if he is okay. Kim Ki-bong replies that he's fine and he seems to be alive. Kang Hui nearby tries to eavesdrop on the conversation and puts his hand over the earpiece. Kim Ki-bong asks Goose Sendler what he should do now. Goose Sendler is silent into the phone. A tear runs down her cheek and she presses her lips together. Goose Sendler says very seriously that it takes time. It's necessary to buy time, and she asks Kim Ki-bong to keep some of it there. Kim Ki-bong realizes that this is the pronouncement of the death sentence, and in fact Goose Sendler is asking him to die. He agrees and says he's ready. Kim Ki-bong interrupts the call. Goose Sendler only hears the phone snorting. She is upset and drops the phone in frustration. The reporter continues filming his issue. He shows the barrier on camera and says that the man inside the fire dragon's lair keeps walking inside the barrier. The reporter films Kim Ki-bong and Kang Hui walking. He says, judging from the direction they are walking straight into the fire dragon lair, the 8th grade barrier is being destroyed. The man standing behind Goose Sendler starts yelling what Kim Ki-bong is doing. He asks if the vice president sent him there alone, and if something goes wrong, will he take responsibility for everything? Goose Sendler turns around with anger and tells the man to shut up. Goose Sendler points at the departing Kim Ki-bong and says that he is the hope that South Korea sees tomorrow morning. Goose Sendler says that she has now today asked Kim Ki-bong to sacrifice himself for the future of all of South Korea. Kim Ki-bong activates the power of awakening mode and walks forward to the fire dragon. Kim Ki-bong stands all wounded. The system reports that the player's vitality level is below 8% and needs to rest. Kim Ki-bong perseveres. The system reports that vitality continues to decrease as blood loss continues. Kim Ki-bong replies that he can't rest right now, even though he really wants to. The system asks him why, saying that the player has the right to avoid the battle. Kim Ki-bong replies that if he leaves, everything will turn into a sea of fire, and then his mom will be in danger. The system tells a surprised Kim Ki-bong that he can take his mom and go overseas. Kim Ki-bong calls the system trash. The system lets out a crying emoji. Kang Hui calls out to Kim Ki-bong. He turns around in response. Kang Hui points to a huge fire dragon and asks Kim Ki-bong if that's the monster they're fighting. Kim Ki-bong replies that yes, they have to fight it. Kang Hui replies that it's tinny. Kang Hui looks at the fire dragon with rounded eyes and says it's a very huge beast. He asks how they can defeat it. The woman with the sensor apparatus yells out that a very high temperature has been recorded inside the shield. It's assumed it's because of the fire dragon's breath. The barrier is still holding, but the flames are so intense that the inside of the barrier can no longer be seen in the red light. Gu Sendler looks at the rift in despair. She screams Kim Ki-bong's name. Kang Hui stands in front of Kim Ki-bong and adopts a fighting pose with his hands. Kang Hui puts his hands out in front of him and says he barely made it. He lets out his power. Kim Ki-bong looks at Kang Hui and says that although he has seen his power before, but his skills are really something, it's very different from energy. Kang Hui turns around with a smile and says that yes, the similarities are indeed there. The huge beast pierces the sphere created by Kang Hui. It flies far back from the impact of the monster's fang. Kang Hui flies back from the fire dragon's blow. He falls headfirst against the pavement below, blood dripping from his nose. Kim Ki-bong, with an earpiece in his ear, turns toward the fallen Kang Hui, saying that once again, he couldn't hear what he was saying. Kim Ki-bong stands alone in front of the huge beast. He says he is now in a one-on-one fight with the fire dragon. Kim Ki-bong looks at the fire dragon with burning eyes and says to the one he attacked. The fire serpent hits the ground next to Kim Ki-bong. The ground splits apart, rocks from the asphalt flying in different directions. The fire serpent splits the ground and spews out flames. His attack throws off many rocks that fly towards Kim Ki-bong. The fire serpent throws Kim Ki-bong and the rocks into the air with a paw strike. Kim Ki-bong clusters in the air. Kim Ki-bong tries to hold on to the fire lizard. The system shows a warning that Kim Ki-bong's viability is below 7% due to blood loss. Blood pours out of his body. The fire lizard continues to growl and attack Kim Ki-bong, who stands and holds him down with his hand. With a sudden flash, Kim Ki-bong throws the fire serpent far away from himself. The serpent flies away. Kim Ki-bong swings another fist strike and jumps right into the snarling fire snake's face. Kim Ki-bong jumps close to the fire monster and activates his punch. Blue light waves hit the snake. Kim Ki-bong looks at the discarded snake, which lies in ruin. The system reports that the viability is 4%. Kim Ki-bong looks forward. The system notifies that the recoil of the attack also lowers the viability. Kim Ki-bong, with a new activation ability attack, rushes at the fire monster from above, its last strength. The fire dragon turns to Kim Ki-bong and breathes out fire in his face. Kim Ki-bong thinks about the fact that this is very dangerous. The wave of the fire dragon's breath throws Kim Ki-bong back. The fire serpent's breath can melt even steel. Kim Ki-bong held on with his last strength. This was his fatal attack that needed to be dodged. Even with resistance, one cannot stand against the dragon's breath. Kim Ki-bong turns around and realizes that the fire dragon's breath was not directed at him, but at the shield that had almost dissolved. Gu Sendler and the reporter standing near the rift shell see a huge flaming glow directed right at them. The reporters continue to run the release. The barrier is on the verge of collapse. The fire dragon's breath can no longer be avoided. Gu Sendler turns to the people yelling at them to run away immediately. Kang Hui suddenly flies out in front of a stream of fire flames that flies into the barrier. Kang Hui sticks his hands forward with pink flames of magic and energy flowing in them. Kang Hui releases his energy against the fiery stream of the monster's breath. Kang Hui, with headphones in his ear, strains to hold back the streams of hot breath with his hands. Gu Sendler watches in amazement at Kang Hui's actions, appearing completely out of the blue. Gu Sendler and the reporters watch as Kang Hui holds back the flames with streams of pink energy. Gu Sendler questions who it is. Suddenly there is an explosion, after which Kang Hui flies away from the blaze and lands on the rocks off to the side. Kang Hui looks at the fire monster with joy. He jumps for joy and yells that he made it. Kim Ki-bong looks proudly at Kang Hui. He puts his hand to his head. He says, "Keep it that way." Kang Hui did well as a recruit. Kang Hui puts his hand to his head in response and smiles. He responds to Kim Ki-bong and says he's happy to do his best for the commander. Kim Ki-bong rises into the air in front of the fire monster. He looks at it and says it's time to end this. Kim Ki-bong gathers his remaining strength and looks angrily at the fire dragon. The fire dragon releases streams of flames. They swirl in the middle of the sky, the lava rays creating a circle. A hole opens up in the sky completely filled with fire. All the streams of hot air go there. Kim Ki-bong activates his awakening skill and flies into the air. He clenches his fist and crashes straight into the fire serpent at full speed. Kim Ki-bong hits the fire serpent's heart with his fist. His energy streams meet the dragon's fire. The fire serpent screams against the backdrop of the destroyed city, flashes of Kim Ki-bong's energy flying around him. Kim Ki-bong clenches his energy fist. The system notifies that the suppression of the boss monster was successful. The cleanup of the 8th grade rift of the fire dragon's nest was first carried out. The system informs Kim Ki-bong that his agility and mana have increased, abilities are at maximum, and the remaining has been converted into points. Kim Ki-bong gains a new skill called First Fire Dragon Slayer. Kim Ki-bong turns back around. The card says it gives an extra 50% damage to monsters of the dragon family. Kim Ki-bong stands beside the defeated huge monster. He feels victorious. The system sends notifications that the player's physical strength level is below 3%. The system reminds Kim Ki-bong several times that he needs urgent treatment. He replies to it that he understands, but he is tired, and so he asks the system to shut up. From behind Kim Ki-bong, Kang Hui pops out from behind Kim Ki-bong, and he happily runs and calls out to him. Kang Hui happily asks Kim Ki-bong if he saw Kang Hui repel the fire dragon attack. He asks if he did well. Kim Ki-bong rolls his eyes. The system sends 1,000,000 notifications that he needs treatment, and Kang Hui asks a dozen times if he's good. Kim Ki-bong turns back frightened. Something starts to happen in the dragon's body. The fire dragon's body glows. The dragon's heart is where the most energy is contained. It collapsed before Kim Ki-bong used up most of his strength. The energy remaining in the dragon's body begins to escape at an unthinkable rate. Gu Sendler and reporters watch the energy rising from the slain dragon's body. The woman with the apparatus reports that the dragon's energy has been recorded. It is the strongest energy the fire dragon has released in all time. Gu Sendler looks ahead exasperatedly and asks what is even going on inside there. Gu Sendler's aide informs her that the gathering of all ranks except the Shield Guild is complete. The aide reports that the auxiliary firepower troops are also standing guard. Gu Sendler picks up her weapons. She gazes forward and says that they are destroying the barrier and bringing everyone inside. Gu Sendler reaches forward towards the barrier, but suddenly stops before touching it. Gu Sendler stares at the barrier. She doesn't realize what exactly is happening. The barrier begins to scatter into many small lights. The surprised people stand and look up at the sky, with flames falling from the barrier like snowflakes. Gu Sendler puts up her hand and a flame light falls into it. She examines it carefully. Gu Sendler looks at her hand and sees an ordinary snowflake land in it. The reporters tell the audience that it has started snowing. Gu Sendler frowns and looks at her hand carefully. She says it's not snow. Gu Sendler sprawls and runs inside the barrier. An assistant turns around and yells after her. Gu Sendler runs forward. She realizes it's ash falling from the sky. She runs and prays that Kim Ki-bong is still alive. Gu Sendler runs into the barrier-fenced area and calls out to Kim Ki-bong. Gu Sendler stops and hears laughter from somewhere in the ruins. Gu Sendler turns around and tries to shout to Kim Ki-bong. Kang Hui looks with open big eyes at Gu Sendler and tells her his name is Kang Hui. Gu Sendler stops and looks questioningly at Kang Hui sitting on her lap. Gu Sendler asks a laughing Kang Hui where Kim Ki-bong is now. He replies that he doesn't even know. Kang Hui puts his hand to his head and yells at Gu Sendler, calling her aunt. Kang Hui points Gu Sendler's finger at Kim Ki-bong, who's standing near the wall, leaning against it. Gu Sendler starts running to Kim Ki-bong. She is very excited. Gu Sendler looks at Kim Ki-bong and tells him that he did a good job. A military helicopter flies over Kim Ki-bong and Gu Sendler. Kim Ki-bong's profile shows a very low vitality level. In Seoul's Panbae district, a scout runs into the office building of the Shield Guild and screams and calls for the guild director. The scout yells out that he had just been contacted by the Fire Dragon's Nest Scout team. The director stands at the window and looks out over the city. He says he already knows the news. The guild director looks out the window and smokes nervously. The scout asks him what they should do now. The director tosses the cigarette butt aside and walks past Scout. The scout is frightened and tries to call the principal, sweat running down his cheek. All the screens in the city are broadcasting the news. The South Korean government has officially announced that the cleanup of the 8th grade rift of the Fire Dragon's nest has been successful. Gu Sendler is shown on TV. It is reported that a personal interview with her has been released. It is relayed that the sweep was due to the tactics of the country's Ministry of Defense. The announcer suddenly looks at the sheet and yells that he has an urgent message. A message has come in from law enforcement reporting that Shield Guild Vice Guildmaster Park Tae-rim and his henchmen have been arrested. News reports that Prime Minister Gu Sendler was personally on the scene and personally supervised the arrest of the criminals. It is reported that the sin of the Shield Guild, the instigator of the situation, is very strong. All the members of the Shield Guild, who were included in what happened and betrayed their country, are preparing to receive heavy punishment. The leader of the Shield Guild is wanted and his whereabouts are unknown. James Lee is a wanted man. People sit and labor in the office, some typing at laptops, some sending mailings. Gu Sendler is being interviewed and smiling, all the camera lights pointed at her. Gu Sendler reports that as a survivor, she is glad to be standing here in front of the cameras right now. Gu Sendler stands in front of several news organizations at once, reporters shouting and asking her to tell what really happened. Gu Sendler says with a smile that she's sure everyone already knows what happened from the news channels. An assumes that what everyone is interested in right now is not the event itself, but the man who saved everyone. Goose Sandler extends his hand and says he wants to introduce the rescuer to everyone. In the deep hall, Kim Ki-bong is standing in a suit. Goose Sandler introduces him as the commander of the Rift cleanup team. Kim Ki-bong sighs and walks out under the lights of the many cameras. He looks embarrassed and walks closer to the wall. Kim Ki-bong gives a strained smile and walks over to the microphones. He says he welcomes everyone. Kim Ki-bong introduces himself to the cameras and says his name. He gives a strained smile. On TV, Kim Ki-bong is hailed as a hero of the fatherland, having entered the fray against the fire dragon and protected citizens throughout the country. Kim Ki-bong walks down the hallway with Kang Hui marching cheerfully by his side. Someone calls Kim Ki-bong's name. He turns around, and Kang Hui turns around and peeks out from behind him. A girl with a name tag and wearing a robe addresses Kim Ki-bong. She says that Kim Ki-bong has done his best. Kim Ki-bong embarrassedly scratches his head and thanks the girl. Kang Hui comes forward and asks if the girl saw him. She replies that he did a good job too. Kang Hui twirls his head in all directions with joy and yells to Kim Ki-bong that he was praised too. Kim Ki-bong takes Kang Hui by the ear and tells him to be quiet. Kang Hui starts whining and says that he understood and will be quiet. The girl looks at Kim Ki-bong and Kang Hui with a red exit and laughs. The girl turns to Kim Ki-bong and Kang Hui and asks if this is their first time here. Kim Ki-bong thoughtfully replies that yes, this is his first time here. Kang Hui stands nearby and scratches his chin. Kim Ki-bong and Kang Hui stand in front of the girl in the office with the machines and equipment. They say it's their first time here. Kim Ki-bong addresses the girl. He calls her Mrs. Junior Lieutenant. Kim Ki-bong asks the lieutenant who all these people standing behind her are. Behind the junior lieutenant is a group of people with cameras. More groups of reporters come through the door, carrying suitcases of equipment. The junior lieutenant replies to Kim Ki-bong that he is the hero who saved Korea. Kang Hui stands behind him, clenching his hands into fists. The junior lieutenant replies to Kim Ki-bong with a smile that these men are very interested in their savior. Kang Hui lunges forward in front of Kim Ki-bong, his face glowing with excitement, stars fluttering around his face with happiness. The junior lieutenant laughs, putting her hand to her mouth. She says that Kang Hui-san is a hero too. She says that there are rumors that they have started their own fan clubs. Kang Hui doesn't hide his joy. Kim Ki-bong covers Kang Hui's mouth and starts talking about the reason why he's here. Kim Ki-bong turns away from Kang Hui and sighs heavily in agreement with him. Kang Hui and Kim Ki-bong stand in the spacious laboratory of the junior lieutenant. Kim Ki-bong talks about how this is all a first for him. Kim Ki-bong squints around and scrutinizes all the things in the lab. Kim Ki-bong addresses the junior lieutenant, calling her Madam. As Kim Ki-bong wants to ask something, Kang Hui stands behind Kim Ki-bong with a surprised look on his face. Kim Ki-bong looks behind his back to the junior lieutenant. He sees people with cameras. Kim Ki-bong questions the junior lieutenant about who all those people behind her are. The junior lieutenant smiles and replies that it's all here for Mr. Kim Ki-bong's body test. Kim Ki-bong stands with his shoulders squared. The junior lieutenant says that after he joined the military, the center didn't have the right equipment to properly conduct the test. When Kim Ki-bong first came to military service, due to the lack of measuring instruments, an official test was not done. Kim Ki-bong looks at his hand. His rank data was not uploaded to the database immediately. Kim Ki-bong was relatively free from all the people of Rain, because if Kim Ki-bong's rank data had been uploaded into the database earlier, the Shield Guild would not have made such an erroneous decision. Kim Ki-bong scratches his head and laughs. He looks at the junior lieutenant and asks if he can take the test already. Kim Ki-bong and Kang Hui look at the junior lieutenant. She smiles and informs him that the person who will be doing the testing hasn't arrived yet. Kang Hui stands with eyes burning. Kim Ki-bong continues to scratch his head and interjects what the word conduct means. Yui enters the office with a selfie stick and a kitty on her shoulders. She is live streaming and informs her viewers that she has arrived at her destination. The junior lieutenant continues to smile and informs that the person for the test has arrived. Yui approaches the group standing in the center of the hall with a selfie stick. She smiles a wide smile at them all. Yui reaches forward and greets Kim Ki-bong and the others. She introduces herself as Stimmer Yui. The cat on her shoulder meows. Kim Ki-bong reaches forward to hold Yui's hand. They shake hands in a sign of familiarity. Yui waves her hand, swinging Kim Ki-bong's hand in different directions. She says she's very happy and has wanted to look at Kim Ki-bong for a long time. Yui starts to look at Kim Ki-bong's hand and admires that it is the hand of a hero who saved all of South Korea. She says that his hand is even more beautiful than she thought. Kim Ki-bong looks at a cheerful Yui incredulously and fearfully. He asks if they can start testing already. Yui starts jumping with excitement and says that of course they can start. Kim Ki-bong stands across from her, with his arms folded across his chest. Yui begins to live stream and turns to the viewers and shows them Kim Ki-bong and says that here he is the hero of South Korea. She informs them that she will be testing him now. Yui turns around and smiles. He looks at Kang Hui and says that they will be testing him as well. The test finally begins. Kim Ki-bong and Kang Hui, along with the junior lieutenant, and Yui walk down the hallway to another office. Yui is excitedly looking at the test machine. She has a heart drawn on her face. She admires it. Yui runs forward and says that this test is very different from the one she took herself. The junior lieutenant says, pointing to the machine, that it was very difficult to do the test for Kim Ki-bong with the existing machine, so they created a new machine. The junior lieutenant walks over to the machine and starts to turn it on. Kim Ki-bong and Kang Hui watching from behind her. The junior lieutenant says there will be a muscle strength test first. The old equipment could only test to level A. The new one can measure to level C. Yui jumps forward and lands on the floor, holding on with one hand. She yells that she will try the machine first. Yui goes live with her testing. The junior lieutenant tells her to take the device in her right hand. Yui starts squeezing the device with all her might. The junior lieutenant watches from the side. Yui squeezes the device with all her might. Lights flutter out of her eyes. She remembers that her kitten audience is watching live. The junior lieutenant says the measurements are complete and Yui can go downstairs. Yui contentedly makes sounds of joy. Yui walks down the stairs and wonders if the scores came out a lot. Kang Hui looks at the testing procedure and says it's a lot of fun. The junior lieutenant turns the screen with Yui's profile card and informs her that just like last time, she has an A level. Yui shows her arm muscles on the camera of her live stream and says that she doesn't skip practice, with words of praise being written to her in the comments. Kang Hui looks at Yui in love, taking a seat closer to her during the live broadcast. Kim Ki-bong walks over to the muscle strength measuring machine and grasps it with his hand. The junior lieutenant responds that he has to squeeze as hard as possible for an accurate measurement. Kim Ki-bong looks at the junior lieutenant and asks her if she will be okay. The junior lieutenant replies to Kim Ki-bong not to worry. The new equipment is made of special material, so there is no way it will break. The junior lieutenant goes on to say that Madam Prime Minister did something. Kim Ki-bong squeezes the device at that moment and it shatters. The muscle force measuring device explodes from Kim Ki-bong squeezing so hard. The junior lieutenant looks up in surprise. The junior lieutenant looks away and doesn't understand why this happened. Kim Ki-bong scratches his head and apologizes. The viewers in Yui's live feed look at Kim Ki-bong and are shocked that he broke the device into pieces. The junior lieutenant bends down to pick up the pieces. Yui looks surprised at what happened. Kang Hui stands behind her and says that he wanted to be tested on the device too. The device designed for physical attacks also couldn't withstand the impact of Kim Ki-bong's fist and shattered. A surprised lieutenant, Yui, and Kang Hui watch as the mana measuring device broke immediately after Kim Ki-bong filled it with his energy. Kang Hui tearfully watches Kim Ki-bong break all the devices and says that he should have tried it first. Kim Ki-bong apologizes for the damage. The junior lieutenant sits back and replies that it seems like the equipment was the problem, but the testing still went great. Yui laughs and says that it was. Yui yells back at the junior lieutenant and asks that if the testing was successful in some way. It turns out they can proceed with the interview by changing the order of procedures. All the reporters with cameras point their devices at Kim Ki-bong. Kim Ki-bong sits on a chair between Kang Hui and the junior lieutenant. Yui sits a little further away with a leaf in her hands. Yui turns to Kim Ki-bong with burning eyes and tells him to start by introducing himself. Yui tells him that there are over 100,000 viewers watching. Kim Ki-bong says hello. Kang Hui turns his head in all directions and asks where all the viewers are standing outside. Kang Hui rushes forward and shoots down the reporters. He knocks over one of the chairs looking for the spectators watching them. Kim Ki-bong walks over and picks up the robe on Kang Hui's back. He holds it in the air on his hand and apologizes for his behavior to the reporters. Yui covers her mouth with her hand and laughs as she looks at Kang Hui. He looks quite funny. Yui asks Kang Hui sitting on the chair. His behavior is his concept or his real style. Kim Ki-bong covers his face with his hand and stutteringly says that this is Kang Hui's real style of behavior. Yui is delightfully surprised. Kang Hui starts to interject about the chin and enthusiastically yells that he loves the chin. Kim Ki-bong puts his finger to his mouth and tells him to shut up and be quiet. Yui extends both hands forward and asks Kim Ki-bong to introduce himself again. Kim Ki-bong looks into the camera and says that he is Kim Ki-bong, the captain of the Rift team. Kim Ki-bong starts to talk in the interview about how old he is and gets nervous at the point where they have to name him. He sits back in thought. The system tells Kim Ki-bong that his age is currently 30. Yui claps her hands and marvels at Kim Ki-bong's words because he looks younger. Kang Hui turns to Kim Ki-bong and yells that it's not true and he's much younger. Kim Ki-bong angrily tells him to shut up. Yui turns to Kim Ki-bong and says she would like to ask the questions that everyone is so concerned about at the moment. She asks him how he can be so strong. Yui asks a pensive Kim Ki-bong why he uses all his strength to protect the state and what his annual salary is for his difficult job. Yui looks at Kim Ki-bong with huge eyes with interest and waits for his answers. Kim Ki-bong sits on a chair and realizes that he uses all his strength for the state, but because of his thirst for revenge. Kim Ki-bong remembers how the monster injured his mother. He realizes that he is using his powers for her sake and not to help anyone else. Kim Ki-bong begins to speak and utters about having a family. The junior lieutenant looks at Kim Ki-bong apprehensively and waits for what he's going to say. Kim Ki-bong calmly continued his monologue, his speech slowly passing through the microphone. The reporters point their cameras at Kim Ki-bong, genuine surprise on their faces. Kim Ki-bong looks at the reaction of the viewers. The commentators live on air, asking questions about the family and sympathizing with the grief. Yui looks at Kim Ki-bong in surprise, tears starting to flow from her eyes, her hand pressed closer to her chest. The reporters look at Yui sitting on the chair. They wonder why she is crying. The lieutenant closes her eyes and listens to Kim Ki-bong's words. She understands the real reason why he became a hero. Yui cries while sitting on the chair. The cat on her shoulder starts crying too. Yui, just like Kim Ki-bong, lost her family members to the monsters. There are two young men sitting in the apartment. They are watching the live broadcast that Yui is hosting and eating. It's Yui's parents. They squint at the screen and call their daughter bad words because she starts talking about the losses in her family again. Yui's mom starts laughing. She says that her mom and dad are fully alive and well. They discuss that Yui betrayed her parents as well by putting them in the grave. Yui's dad fixes his glasses, he says to his wife, addressing her. He calls his daughter as Doc's son and says that Yui is popular. Playing to the public like this helps her gather views. The father says that Doc's son is just trying really hard, doing everything well. Yui is demonstratively crying while sitting on a chair during the interview. Doc's son is sitting in her room eating a burger. She's in a costume with ears, more burgers lying around her, a microphone hanging. The lights are still on. A voice is heard saying that the interview is over. Everyone did a great job. Yui tells Kim Ki-bong that he did a good job. Kim Ki-bong replies to her that she did too. He's embarrassed. Kang Hui stands by his side and is silent. Kang Hui starts to cry. A tear flows from his eye. He says he wasn't even allowed to say a word. Kim Ki-bong turns around. He folds his hands at his heart. He asks if that's it for today. Kim Ki-bong thinks about the fact that he wasn't the one who assigned this schedule, and to say he has other things to do would not be nice. The lieutenant puts his hand up to his face and starts to say something. The lieutenant points her hand at Yui, who is standing quite behind her. She says Mrs. Yui will tell the rest of the story in more detail. Kim Ki-bong stands in front of the surprised lieutenant and Yui and says that if that's the end of it, then let them no longer manage his time. Kim Ki-bong says that it would be much better to clear another rift in the meantime. The junior lieutenant laughs embarrassedly and says that's true, but she feels like there's something that could be of help to him. Kim Ki-bong turns to the junior lieutenant in surprise and asks what kind of help she's talking about. The lieutenant looks at him and reminds him that she once made him a promise that she would help him. Kim Ki-bong remembers that Lee Ji-yoon said she would help him find a way to get rid of all the monsters and rifts. Kim Ki-bong stands in front of Lee Ji-yoon. He thinks that she said those words to him back then just to get him to follow her. Lee Ji-yoon looks into Kim Ki-bong's eyes and tells him what she has been doing all this time. Lee Ji-yoon reports with burning eyes that they have all been working very hard all this time. Kim Ki-bong eagerly looks at Lee Ji-yoon and asks her what else they were able to find out. Kim Ki-bong, Lee Ji-yoon, and Kang Hui stand in front of the doors to the doorway that opened. Kim Ki-bong and Kang Hui walk inside the room, which turns out to be hidden in the wall. A man is working on a computer in front of a large screen with graphs. Kang Hui peeks out from behind Kim Ki-bong and looks around, marveling at what he sees. There are scientists working in a lab, organ fragments floating in large flasks, with energy sealed in one flask. Two scientists are standing by a machine. They are typing some buttons on a machine. Clots of energy are seen on the screen. Lee Ji-yoon walks forward and turns to Kim Ki-bong. She asks him to come over here. Kang Hui yells about how very cool this is. Lee Ji-yoon brings Kim Ki-bong over to the flask of purple energy. She pretty much demonstrates it to him. Lee Ji-yoon informs him that a phenomenon like the rift has a lot of ambiguities that are hard to explain, but each time more and more of these things get cleared up. Kim Ki-bong replies that he understands. Kang Hui scratches his hair and thinks about what they are talking about. Lee Ji-yoon continues to tell him, standing by the flask, that in order to understand a phenomenon, you first need to know its energy. Kim Ki-bong looks at her and asks what energy she's talking about. Kang Hui looks at his friend in surprise. Lee Ji-yoon says they have been doing research on where the rift energy comes from and how it is stored. Lee Ji-yoon says they think that if you can block the energy, you can block the fault itself. She says they also managed to get a small answer. Kim Ki-bong asks her if they figured out how to block the rift. Lee Ji-yoon lowers her eyes and replies that it's unfortunately still unknown. Lee Ji-yoon points to the cloud of purple energy in the flask and tells Kim Ki-bong to look over there. Kim Ki-bong turns his head. He recognizes what it is. He says he knows, and it reminds him of something familiar. Kim Ki-bong says it's a daystone shard. Lee Ji-yoon looks at it in surprise. Lee Ji-yoon asks Kim Ki-bong if he knows about the daystone. He replies that he has heard of it. Lee Ji-yoon says that Lady Yui will tell him more about the daystone, but she also mentions that there's a good chance that the rift he'll be exploring with Yui will contain the daystone. Kim Ki-bong surprisingly asks her how she knows that too. Kim Ki-bong is very surprised at this talk about the daystone, because up until now, the only thing he's been able to discover by exploring the rift and killing bosses was the daystone. Lee Ji-yoon says it's all thanks to the byproduct that came out after mopping up the Fire Dragon Rift. Lee Ji-yoon says scientists now have a chance to make assumptions about the rifts and daystones. Lee Ji-yoon says that they believe that the daystone is the most important item that can block the rifts. Kim Ki-bong asks Lee Ji-yoon why he has to go along with Mrs. Yui. He says he would like to do everything on his own. Lee Ji-yoon replies that that rift can only be activated when 3 people above the A-level rank go in there. Lee Ji-yoon tells Kim Ki-bong that the players they are in contact with unfortunately aren't many. Lee Ji-yoon says with a serious face that if they ask for help from a big guild, secret information might leak out. Kim Ki-bong asks that the people he will go to the rift with are trusted by Lee Ji-yoon. Lee Ji-yoon replies to Kim Ki-bong that she does. She trusts those people. Lee Ji-yoon says in addition to Yui, a person who is close to Prime Minister Gu Sendler will go with Kim Ki-bong. She says all these people can be trusted. Lee Ji-yoon says she forgot something and asks Kim Ki-bong to hold on for a second. She drops her hand into the inside pocket of her robe and looks for something. Lee Ji-yoon pulls out her phone. Miss Yui calls her. Kim Ki-bong nods his head understandingly. Kang Hui starts yawning behind his back. Lee Ji-yoon shows Kim Ki-bong her phone screen, winks, and says they can go outside and talk together now. Kang Hui jumps next to Kim Ki-bong. He's scandalized and yells that he wants to go to the rift too. They walk down a path in the woods. Kim Ki-bong turns to Kang Hui and tells him clearly no, he can't go to the rift with them. Kang Hui is in tears all over. He's twitching and waving his hands and asks why he can't go too. Kang Hui clenches his hands in frustration and resentment. Kim Ki-bong turns his head and tells Kang to look over there. The rift is covered in a purple sheath, and it's written on the rift barrier that only 3 people can enter. Kang Hui and Kim Ki-bong look together at the information. Kim Ki-bong points his hand toward the rift and says that no more than 3 people can enter there. Kang Hui lunges at Kim Ki-bong with his fists. He punches him and yells that if 3 people can go in, it will be him, Kim Ki-bong, and someone else third. Kim Ki-bong shields his arms from Kang Hui jumping on him. They turn around because they hear some sounds behind them. A jeep comes out of the trees, bouncing on the hill. Kim Ki-bong and Kang Hui watch the car. The jeep lands not far from Kim Ki-bong and Kang Hui, who are standing there. A purple light can be seen in the car. The car stops, the door opens, and Yui comes out with a selfie stick. She continues to do her live broadcasts. She says that she's filming everything today as she promised her subscribers. Yui says on camera that she has a date tonight in the rift with Kim Ki-bong. She shows 2 fingers. Kim Ki-bong points his finger at Yui and says she should go with him. Kang Hui continues to cry and says it's just the 2 of them. Kim Ki-bong continues to point at the car that someone else gets out of. He tells Kang Hui that there are now 3 of them. Kim Ki-bong and Kang Hui look at the people who got out of the car. A tall man walks next to Yui. Yui films Kim Ki-bong standing there. Kang Hui stands with his head down in sadness. The man who got out of the car extends his hand to Kim Ki-bong. He says it's nice to meet you. Kang Hui squats down and looks away. The man says he is the Hwaran Guildmaster Cheon Yu-bin. He extends his hand to shake. Cheon Yu-bin is a guildmaster and a Hwaran Guildmaster. 10 years ago, when the world's first rupture was discovered, he is the first awakened, along with Prime Minister Gu Sendler, saved South Korea. Cheon Yu-bin, along with Gu Sendler, was one of the heroes of the fatherland. Cheon Yu-bin stands in front of Kim Ki-bong and extends his hand to him, expecting a return greeting. Kim Ki-bong realizes that he is the man Lee Ji-yoon was talking about. Kim Ki-bong extends his hand for a greeting and shakes Cheon Yu-bin's hand. Kim Ki-bong introduces himself and says that he is the commander of the Rift Cleanup Task Force. He gives his name. Yui is doing her live broadcast. She announces that she has content with Kim Ki-bong and Cheon Yu-bin today. Yui points her hand in the direction of the rift and informs her subscribers that she is going on a rift sweep. She clarifies if her viewers are interested. Yui points the camera at Kim Ki-bong and talks about what outstanding skills he has. Yui holds the camera right in front of Kim Ki-bong's face. The commentators write about not procrastinating and already going inside. Yui talks about the rift they will be entering today. The rift that Jung Yu-bin, Kim Ki-bong, and Yui will enter today is the 6th class rift, the Moth Chamber. Among its class, it is the Moth Chamber rift that is famous for its difficulty. Kim Ki-bong and Cheon Yu-bin are watching Yui, who reports that with a team of only 3 people, she is entering the 6th class rift today. Yui says that since there are 2 others with her, there is definitely nothing to worry about. She calls Kim Ki-bong and Cheon Yu-bin all recognized super bayonets. Yui becomes sad and tells her subscribers that as we know she won't be able to continue inside her live stream. Yui waves her hand at the camera and says that this is her goodbye to her subscribers. She says they will see each other after the sweep. The subscribers tell Yui to be careful. Yui hits the end button on the stream, then she exhales. Yui turns to Kim Ki-bong and holds both hands up and shouts that she is very happy and grateful that he came. Yui asks Kim Ki-bong excitedly if Lee Ji-yoon told him everything. Kim Ki-bong looks at Yui suspiciously and says reluctantly that yes, he was told everything. Kim Ki-bong recalls Lee Ji-yoon telling him that despite trusting Yui and Cheon Yu-bin, it was Kim Ki-bong who needed to retrieve the Daystone. Yui, Kim Ki-bong, and Cheon Yu-bin are standing near the entrance to the rift. Kim Ki-bong is thinking about how it would really be more correct if he is the one to retrieve the Daystone. Kim Ki-bong points back with his hand and says that they can go inside now. Yui happily raises her hand with the selfie stick up and shouts with delight. Kang Hui sits next to her and is sad. Kang Hui turns around at Yui's joyful shouts and watches with tears in her eyes. Kim Ki-bong looks at the sitting Kang Hui and tells him to go back to the squad. He says that if Kang Hui has any doubts about anything, he should let him discuss it with the deputy first. Kang Hui sadly puts his head down and agrees with Kim Ki-bong's words. He turns around and walks off towards the forest. Yui, Kim Ki-bong, and Cheon Yu-bin stand next to each other and look at the rift. The players walk into the rift. The number by the number of players on the barrier changes to 3 out of 3. Yui, Kim Ki-bong, and Cheon Yu-bin walk inside the rift. Everything around them lights up with a pink and purple light. In the center of the ground where the rift was, you can see scorched earth. It looks like something big hit the ground. Kim Ki-bong, Yui, and Cheon Yu-bin stand inside the rift. The system reports that they have entered the 6th class rift, the Moth Chamber. Kim Ki-bong turns around and addresses the players. He suggests that they now start for real. Yui fearfully puts her hands up in the air. Kim Ki-bong and Cheon Yu-bin turn questioningly in her direction. Yui picks up her selfie stick and says that since they don't know what might happen inside the rift, she can't use the selfie stick here. Cheon Yu-bin looks at Yui and wryly remarks, Yui, that she has a subtle professional mentality. Yui says that they can depart now. Kim Ki-bong, Yui, Cheon Yu-bin walk down the straight path. Yui jumps between the 2 guys. Cheon Yu-bin stops and says that's really weird. Yui turns to him questioningly. Yui asks Cheon Yu-bin with a smile what exactly he thought was weird. Cheon Yu-bin looks straight ahead and says that they entered the rift quite a while ago, but they never found any monsters. Yui asks him if it's bad that monsters aren't showing up. She says that it's bad enough for her if she takes a picture of them catching the boss. Cheon Yu-bin clutches his weapon in his hands and says that this is a really important observation. Cheon Yu-bin says that from the information he knows, there are originally a lot of flying monsters in the Moth Chamber. They are now in the initial middle zone of the rift field, but they still haven't encountered any monsters. Yui waves towards Cheon Yu-bin and says that it's all unimportant. So what if there are still no monsters? Yui points her hand towards Kim Ki-bong and says that they have a hero who cleaned up the 8th grade rift. She asks if they have anything to worry about after something like that. Cheon Yu-bin puts his head down and agrees with Yui, but he has something to object to. Yui jumps forward and suggests that they continue their journey because they still have a long road ahead of them. Cheon Yu-bin, Kim Ki-bong, and Yui stop. There is a strange light coming from somewhere. Kim Ki-bong thinks about the fact that they entered this place back in the morning, but there is a feeling that not much time has passed. Yui replies to him that the moth cell has a short day, and there are also very deep nights here, so it won't be easy to move around in the dark. Cheon Yu-bin stops and says that the moth chamber is very large, and it will take 3 days to get around, so he thinks they should call it a day and stop here. Yui says enthusiastically that in that case, it's time to start a fire. Yui points her hands to the circle where Kim Ki-bong and Cheon Yu-bin are standing. She makes a bonfire in the middle of the clearing. Yui, Kim Ki-bong, and Cheon Yu-bin are sitting in a circle around the fire. They are resting. Yui's cat is yawning because the moth chamber is a very expansive place. Night falls rather quickly here. Yui says that the moth chamber is one of the rifts that takes a long time to clear. Kim Ki-bong looks up at the sky. He recalls Yui saying that you can see the sky turning black. Kim Ki-bong, Yui, and Cheon-yu-bin are sitting around the fire. Kim Ki-bong is thinking about the fact that there is not a single star in the sky. The night was really black as pitch. At this time at headquarters, the vice captain who was left in charge of the deputy is sitting in front of the computer. He says that after the commander came in, they were cleaning up the rift the whole time and no one was doing documentation. Han Ji-woon speculates that the capital is not expected to have rifts for a long time, which can be called a good thing. A red panic button lights up in the administration office, and Han Ji-woon looks up at it. One of the soldiers runs into the office. He shouts and addresses Han Ji-woon. The soldier informs him that there has been an unforeseen fault rupture in Gyeonggi province. Han Ji-woon curses and looks at the soldier who ran in, a drop of sweat running down his face. The soldier stands in the doorway. He is very scared and asks what they will do. The commander is out of place. Sweat runs down Han Ji-woon's face. He realizes that they will have to mop up the rift without Captain Kim Ki-bong. Han Ji-woon realizes that without Kim Ki-bong, it's literally an impossible task for them. The soldier says that he will gather all the team members because as soldiers, they have a duty to protect civilians. He stutters with fear. Han Ji-woon gathers his strength and lowers his eyes. He resolutely clenches his hand into a fist. Han Ji-woon resolutely tells the soldier to summon all the team members. Han Ji-woon says it's just his thoughts, but he thinks they have hope that things will work out. Kang Hui is lying on his bed crying. He roars and says that Kim Ki-bong is a boo. Kim Ki-bong, Cheon-yu-bin, and Yui are sitting around the fire in the moth chamber. Yui is eating chicken. Cheon-yu-bin is drinking tea. Kim Ki-bong is warming his hands by the fire. Han Ji-woon says that they ended up going to see him, Kang Hui. He's standing with the rest of his team. Han Ji-woon opens the door and looks at Kang Hui lying on the bed. He's turned away and is facing the wall. Kang Hui lies there crying as the door opens. He turns around to see who came to see him. Han Ji-woon stands in the doorway. He remembers the battle that was between him and Kang Hui. He doesn't realize how he showed such strength back then. Han Ji-woon looks at Kang Hui and wonders what to call him. He thinks of Mane. That's what the youngest on the team is called. Han Ji-woon remembers how Kang Hui was able to fight back even Kim Ki-bong. He thinks that Kang Hui is too strong for Mane. The soldier behind Han Ji-woon shouts and refers to Kang Hui as Mane. Han looks at him in surprise. He can't believe the soldier called him Mane without a second thought. Han Ji-woon thinks about what they will do if Kang Hui gets angry. Kang Hui sits on his bed and looks at the soldiers who came in. He asks them why they came to see him. The soldier tells Kang Hui that they need to move out. He asks if he heard the siren sounds. Han Ji-woon thinks about how he didn't get angry and exhales with calmness. Kang Hui starts whimpering and turns away to the wall. He says he doesn't want to go anywhere without Kim Ki-bong, and he's not in the mood today. Han Ji-woon reminisces about the day the bummer broke. He realizes that they just need to take Kang Hui with them. Han Ji-woon talks about how he doesn't even want to think about the upcoming loss. He coughs and turns to the mana. Han Ji-woon stands in the doorway, spreads his hands and says that if they clear the rift, Captain Kim Ki-bong will be sure to praise Kana Hui. He lies facing the wall and perks up when he hears about Kim Ki-bong. A soldier speaks in Han Ji-woon's ear about how the mana isn't stupid and can't be led around by such words. Han Ji-woon swings his hand in his direction and tells him to shut up because they have no other options. Kang Hui lies there and thinks of Kim Ki-bong's praise for him. Kang Hui imagines going to Kim Ki-bong and telling him that he's dealt with everything. Kang Hui imagines in his head as he comes to Kim Ki-bong, and he tells him that Kang Hui did a good job and well done. Kang Hui imagines Kim Ki-bong stroking him on the head for solving the problem. Kang Hui sits on the bed and turns towards the soldiers. He says that's right, their words are true. Han Ji-woon and the soldiers stand and look at Kang Hui. Han Ji-woon and the soldier next to him stand with eyes round with surprise in the doorway. Kang Hui jumps up, clenches his hand into a fist, and says that Kim Ki-bong will definitely praise him for this. Kang Hui runs off and shouts to the surprised soldiers that he'll be first. Han Ji-woon looks at Kang Hui surprised and a little scared as he runs forward and repeats his words about wanting to be first. Kang Hui runs and sings with joy. He jumps up and down and shouts about being first. Kim Ki-bong, Yui, and Cheon-yu-bin continue on their way and walk down the path between the trees in the moth chamber rift. Kim Ki-bong closes his eyes and turns to the system. He asks it to find the monster. The system activates to search for monsters within a 3-kilometer radius, but no monsters are found. Kim Ki-bong stops, opens his eyes and says it's weird. Yui starts to take a video. She says this is all somehow very strange. She wonders why the monsters never show up. Kim Ki-bong walks up to Cheon-yu-bin and Yui and tells them that there are definitely no monsters within a 3-kilometer radius. He says they need to go quickly. Cheon-yu Bin turns to Kim Ki-bong and asks him how he was able to determine that. Kim Ki-bong embarrassedly says that he just knows it. He lowers his gaze. Cheon-yu Bin thinks that this is what a CC-ranked player who cleared the level 8 rift means. He thinks Kim Ki-bong can sense monsters. Yui asks Cheon-yu Bin that they should really pick up the pace now. Yui jumps up and runs forward. She yells to everyone that they are running to the top. She yells the words and drives Kim Ki-bong and Cheon-yu Bin up. Kim Ki-bong looks at Yui running. He realizes that if he keeps following them, he won't be able to do his job. Kim Ki-bong frowns and thinks about the fact that he has to get the Daystone. Cheon-yu Bin and Yui turn back and see Kim Ki-bong using his energy and turning on the strong acceleration mode. Kim Ki-bong quickly flies between the surprised Yui and Cheon-yu Bin. Cheon-yu Bin asks if it's the magic of flying, but Yui replies that it's not magic. If Kim Ki-bong used magic, she would have realized it. Cheon-yu Bin is even more surprised that if it wasn't magic, what else could it be? Kim Ki-bong in a glowing suit flies forward straight towards the mountain seen ahead. Kim Ki-bong hangs in the air and asks the system to find the Daystone. Kim Ki-bong continues to hang in the air. The system tells the system to activate the locate function. The system tells Kim Ki-bong hanging in the air that it is plotting a route to the subject of the search. Kim Ki-bong flies forward along the route the system is giving him. He lands on the ground and assumes a fighting stance. The system reports that Kim Ki-bong has arrived at the requested location. A small statue mountain looms in front of him, and on top of it is a Daystone. Kim Ki-bong looks at the stone at the top of the mountain with a serious, determined look. Kim Ki-bong looks at the Daystone with delight, very excited that he was able to find it. Kim Ki-bong takes a step closer to the rock. Suddenly, a flash of purple light pierces the ground and his figure. He stops fearfully. Kim Ki-bong questions what is happening. The system sends out a warning that the monsters are starting to react. The monsters activate and start flying around the stone, attacking Kim Ki-bong. The system tells Kim Ki-bong that the monsters have formed and there are 100 of them. Kim Ki-bong stands in a clearing with all the monsters flying around him. The toothy flying monsters with red eyes rush at Kim Ki-bong. Yui and Cheon-yu Bin see that there is some explosion happening on the mountain. Yui looks up scared and asks what happened there. Cheon-yu Bin tells her that they need to go quickly. Yui rushes forward to run. The cat runs after her. The others look in their direction. Yui yells to Cheon-yu Bin that if they want to get to the hill, it will be completely dark before they even get there. Cheon-yu Bin looks at Yui angrily and asks if there is any other plan. Yui replies that this way might be a little off, but she can use it now since the monsters aren't around. Yui activates the ball shield. She points her hand at Cheon-yu Bin. He is enveloped in a pink shell. Yui activates the ball shield. She and Cheon-yu Bin are thrown forward. They go flying and Yui apologizes. She says nothing else came to her mind besides that. Yui excitedly opens her mouth and says it's fire. She's very happy with what she did. Yui activated the fire magnet. She and Cheon-yu Bin are propelled from the ground straight to the top of the mountain by a powerful wave. Yui and Cheon-yu Bin stay in the pink ball shields and land on the ground. Yui and Cheon-yu Bin see Kim Ki-bong and the slain monsters that are lying around him. Kim Ki-bong walks towards an object glowing with a purple light. Cheon-yu Bin looks ahead and says in surprise that it hasn't even been 5 minutes since Kim Ki-bong flew to the hill. Cheon-yu Bin sees that dozens of monsters have been defeated in those 5 minutes. Cheon-yu Bin doesn't understand how Kim Ki-bong did it alone. Ahead, the Daystone continues to rise among the fallen monsters. Han Ji-woon, Kong Hui, and the rest of the soldiers are riding in the car. Kong Hui smiles and looks out the window, his hands holding onto the seatbelt. Yui and Cheon-yu Bin walk up to Kim Ki-bong. Yui waves at him and asks if he's okay. Kim Ki-bong turns to Cheon-yu Bin and Yui and obliviously replies that yes, he's fine. Kim Ki-bong turns to Yui and asks if they can go in that way if everything is okay. Kim Ki-bong, Yui, and Cheon-yu Bin walk between the hanging bodies of the monsters. Kim Ki-bong comes upon a rift in the earth's crust. A purple light comes from there. Yui starts to say something but doesn't finish. Yui puts her hand to the cracks with the purple light. She tries to touch them by feel. Yui is thrown back by some kind of blow. She flies back and screams in pain. Yui stands and looks at her hand. She rubs her palm and says it's the first time she's seen something like this. Cheon-yu Bin looks at the purple waves in the barrier and says this is the first time he's seen it too. Yui puts her hands forward and addresses Kim Ki-bong and Cheon-yu Bin. She asks them to move back a little. She says she wants to try and destroy this thing. Yui activates the power of the rod. Her hands are filled with a bright blue light. Yui hits the purple energy with her fist and steps back. There is a flash of blue color. The explosion on the mountain is very strong. Chunks of dust and earth fly from the mountain. Yui, Kim Ki-bong, and Cheon-yu Bin look at the cleared path to the Daystone. Kim Ki-bong turns his head to Yui and Cheon-yu Bin and motions for them to walk forward to the stone. Yui closes her eyes and cheerfully says she's ready to go. She smiles. Kim Ki-bong, Yui, and Cheon-yu Bin look at the sphere lying among the stones. A purple light spreads nearby. The system tells Kim Ki-bong that the day stone is in front of him. She asks if he wishes to absorb it. Kim Ki-bong replies that he does not, and it is more important to explore it now. The system is directed to the day stone. A notification comes in that there is no absorption of the stone. Kim Ki-bong reaches out to the day stone. He touches it, and a purple light illuminates all around him. The space around Kim Ki-bong, Yui, and Cheon-yu Bin starts to shake. Everything around them goes dark. Kim Ki-bong looks at the purple day stone energy with surprise. He asks what it is. He and Yui, Cheon-yu Bin look around in incomprehension of the shaking happening. A South Korean military plane flies through the sky. Military alarm sounds. The helicopter flies over the city. All the military vehicles are on display on the roads. Tanks are standing on the highway. Soldiers with machine guns near each vehicle. Armed soldiers with automatic rifles in their hands stand near the barbed wire. Tanks stand behind them. A lieutenant major is smoking a cigarette. Someone calls him from behind and asks him to come up. The major turns around. Captain Kim Ki-bong's Rift Destruction Team is standing behind him. They greet the major. Han Ji-woon asks the major what happened. Since they cleaned up all the rifts that could collapse soon, the major lights up a cigarette. The major, holding the cigarette in his teeth, replies that he doesn't understand what happened either. He says that he passed a report once that there's been suspicious activity in the rift lately. Han Ji-woon looks at Major and says that he read that report too, but there have been a lot of erroneous predictions about the rift lately. Han Ji-woon says that he thought the information was just a computer error, but when he saw in reality that the fault prediction was wrong, it made him worried. The major looks at Han Ji-woon and asks what's up with Kim Ki-bong, why he's not with them right now. Han Ji-woon answers the major with his head down, saying that Kim Ki-bong is now on a mission on orders from Prime Minister Gu Sendler. The major throws the butt off his cigarette and says that things are bad. He hopes they have enough bullets and gunpowder because while Kim Ki-bong was with him and they got very relaxed. Han Ji-woon stands across from the major and tells him that despite not having Kim Ki-bong with them, they still have a way to go. The major waits for an answer and clarification. The major looks at him surprised and asks him again what method Han Ji-woon is suggesting. He says that civilian lives depend on it, and is he sure of the solution? Han Ji-woon looks at the major with determination and replies that he is sure of the decision. The major looks at Han Ji-woon respectfully and says that in that case, they can proceed with the execution. Han Ji-woon puts his hand to his temple and says that he has accepted the lieutenant major's command. Han Ji-woon looks to the side and ponders that among the people in South Korea who can replace Kim Ki-bong and in whom he can have confidence, it's only Kang Hui. Yui lies alone curled up on the ground among the rocks, her body motionless. Yui suddenly opens her eyes and sits up. She looks around trying to figure out where she is now. Yui looks around and wonders if there was such a place in the moth's chamber. Her eyes are full of incomprehension. Yui puts her hands on her knees and resolutely says that there is no such place there. Ha! All this time she has already cleaned the moth chamber several times. Yui wraps her arms around herself fearfully. She says this is the first time she's seen a cave here. Yui continues to look around. She thinks it's all because of the daystone. She swivels her head around and wonders where everyone else is now. Yui walks around the cave and yells out the names of Kim Ki-bong and Cheon-yu Bin. Kim Ki-bong holds the daystone, the system tells him. Not enough light source, it activates night vision. Kim Ki-bong looks up and asks the system where he is now. Kim Ki-bong is standing with the daystone in his hands. The system replies that it is an unknown location that has no rank. Kim Ki-bong asks why then he is here now. The system says that there is a possibility that it was because of the daystone, but it doesn't know that for certain. The system says that if Kim Ki-bong absorbs the daystone, she can find out the information. The system sends cheerful smiley faces. Kim Ki-bong pensively replies that he can't do it now. The system sends a sad emoticon. Kim Ki-bong has a thoughtful, sad look on his face as he thinks about the fact that he was so preoccupied with the thought of picking up the daystone that he failed to react properly to the sudden occurrence. Kim Ki-bong says that things have gotten complicated now, but he has no way but to get out quickly and resolve everything. Kim Ki-bong is standing with the daystone in his hands. He turns around because he hears some sounds in the cave. Yui is walking through the cave with camera in hand. She has the flash on and is talking to her subscribers. Yui shines a light into her path. She says she doesn't know what this place is and lets the viewers know that she is very scared. Yui stops, shines the flashlight on her phone forward and says things are bad. Yui realizes that since she thought there were no monsters and used magic in excessive amounts, she now has almost no mana. Yui hears strange noises and stops. She is surprised and scared. Yui looks forward, her eyes full of fear. A huge monster walks out in front of her, with a few more peeking out from the side. Yui takes a closer look at the monsters around her. She wonders where the wolves are coming from. Cheon Yu-bin stands surrounded by a large number of wolves. They bared their teeth and approached him. Cheon Yu-bin's gaze is tense. He says he knows that the monsters of the moth chamber are moths. He doesn't understand where the wolves came from out of the blue here. Cheon Yu-bin raises his hands up with his pistols. He starts shooting back at the wolves attacking him. Cheon Yu-bin continues to fight the wolves. He looks at them and says that he definitely realizes that something has gone wrong. Kim Ki-bong looks around in surprise. He is surrounded by large dogs. He wonders where the dogs came from. Kim Ki-bong looks at the dogs and says it's all very cute. Wee looks at the dogs approaching her with her eyes rounded with fear. Kang Hui walks towards the rift that is visible in the sky, purple energy oozing out of it. The huge wolf takes a step closer to Yui. She buckles her knees and starts to step back. Yui touches her hands and tells herself to stay calm. Yui realizes that the situation has changed a bit, but that's okay. She puts her finger on the heart-shaped pendant around her neck. Yui touches the pendant and is told to activate her inventory. A blue window appears in front. The selfie stick in Yui's hands activates and begins to glow with blue energy. Yui sticks her selfie stick forward, which has become a weapon. She looks forward confidently and says that the nationally recognized A-Rang hunter is her. The wolf opens its huge maw to attack Yui directly, red saliva flowing from its mouth. Kim Ki-bong continues to fight the wolves. He strikes the beast in the face with his fist. The wolves pounce on Kim Ki-bong from different directions. He fights them off at a rapid speed. Kim Ki-bong jumps up and lands squarely with his boots in the face of one wolf. The wolf flattens out and falls to the ground. Kim Ki-bong stands on the body of the defeated wolf, all of his insides leaking out of his body, his head shattered into pieces. Kim Ki-bong looks at the still-beating heart of the wolf he just defeated. Kim Ki-bong kicks the wolf's heart. Blood splatters everywhere. Dead animals lying around. Kim Ki-bong puts his hand to his nose and says that there is a very foul odor. He turns away from the mountain of bodies piled nearby. Kim Ki-bong looks at the dogs. He calls them weird and says they're much tougher than he imagined. Kim Ki-bong thinks about it and says he's fine, but he's not sure about the others. Kim Ki-bong stands with the wolves' organs scattered around him, and he turns to the system and asks it to find Yui and Cheon Yu-bin. The system starts searching and displays Yui and Cheon Yu-bin's location. Cheon Yu-bin spins a flying sharp disc. He has a sharp sword in his other hand. He strikes at the wolves attacking him. Cheon Yu-bin points his sword at the wolves. He squints his eyes and says he hasn't fought in such pitch darkness in a long time. Cheon Yu-bin says that because it's so dark, he has a hard time recognizing the location of the monsters. As Cheon Yu-bin continues to fight, he thinks about how 10 years ago was the first time they survived, and in worse conditions than now. The wolves, with red-colored innards sticking out on their backs, run to attack Cheon Yu-bin again. Cheon Yu-bin continues to hit the wolves with beams of bright red light. He strikes them with his precise blows. Cheon Yu-bin moves at high speed and blows the heads off all the wolves. His blade is full of red energy. Cheon Yu-bin stands with his back to the defeated wolves. He twirls his swords in his hands. The severed heads of the beasts are lying around. Cheon Yu-bin puts his swords back in their place in his pockets. He looks around the battlefield victoriously. Cheon Yu-bin remembers about Yui, who recently spent a large amount of magic. He says he is worried about her. Cheon Yu-bin says that mages with insufficient mana are the easiest prey for monsters. Cheon Yu-bin leaves all the wolf hearts behind. He rushes forward to find Lady Yui. Cheon Yu-bin escapes into the emptiness of the long, dark corridor as quickly as possible. A bottle with a magic potion label remains lying near the dead wolves. It starts to glow and shatters, its vapors seeping around. Yui resists the wolves with her magical apparatus, a ball of blue energy around her. Yui looks ahead at the wolves and wonders what she should do. Yui thinks about the fact that there was no way to use attack magic at the moment due to lack of mana. Yui looks at her stats very nervously and grits her teeth and wonders if she should go to extreme measures. Yui looks at the creepy three-headed dog and says that maybe Mr. Kim Ki-bong and Yu-bin will come to her rescue, but if all the mana runs out, Yui won't have a chance to counterattack. Yui stands a little slouched, and with her camera and flashlight on her shoulder, Yui looks ahead. Yui shifts her gaze to her shoulder where the camera and flashlight are, and thinks about the fact that Yu Miao is also watching. Yui resolutely looks forward and decides to show her viewers how she survived. Yui stands and resolutely looks forward. Yui thinks about the fact that up until this point, humans have never once fought confidently. Yui is also a human without confidence. Yui activates the shield release ability, and a blue ball forms around her. The mutated dogs head towards Yui. The mutated dogs bark loudly and pounce on Yui. Yui stands and looks up ready to defend herself. Yui raises her magic staff up, and the heart on the tip of her staff emits blue lines. Yui uses a fire blast and flies off slightly. The mutated dog is enveloped in fiery flames. The mutated dog jumps at Yui. She fights back with her staff and recoils to the side. Yui does a cartwheel with her hand on the ground and lands in a squat. Yui squatting releases an electrical charge from the staff into the mutated dogs, and those are jolted by the electrical discharge. Two burned mutated dogs lie in front of Yui, and gray smoke billows from them. The sleeve of Yui's jacket is torn, and she stares forward with her staff down, breathing heavily. Yui looks at the bodies of the mutated dogs with tired and slightly strained eyes, thinking that because she used up all her mana, her head is spinning. Yui's jacket sleeve is torn, and there is a wound on her arm. Yui thinks about her arm hurting and thinks that she should have completely dodged the wolves' attack. Yui's legs give out from fatigue, and she begins to stagger from side to side. Yui struggles to move and wonders if Mr. Kim Ki-bong is okay. The bodies of the mutated dogs lie behind Yui's back. Suddenly, the mutated dog opens its eyes and stares at Yui's back. The mutated dog jumps up and opens its mouth wide, pouncing on Yui from behind while she's unsuspecting. Yui turns around and opens her mouth in shock to see the mutated dog flying at her from behind. Someone's blade flies in the air and spins around on its own axis and heads straight for the mutated dog's neck. The mutated dog's head is severed. Yui looks at the spot where the blade went in and sighs nervously. Yui looks in the direction the blade came from and sees Mr. Yubin. Yubin says thank goodness he saw the light coming from Yui. Yui walks next to Yubin and greedily drinks the drink from the bottle at a great speed. Yui breathes heavily and takes the bottle away from her mouth. She talks about how she feels alive now and thanks Yubin for helping her. Yui looks around and tells Yubin that this is a very strange cave because the wolves with eggs suddenly stopped appearing. Yui tells Yubin that egg creation is characteristic of monsters that have been infected by moths. However, originally there were no wolves. Yubin looks up carefully and listens. Everyone else stops talking and looks at them. Yui is slightly startled and asks Yubin what that other sound is. Yui and Yubin spin around and look around. Yubin turns to Yui and yells at her about hurrying up. Yui looks at Yubin in surprise. Yui and Yubin run through the cave with all their legs. The sounds are getting louder and louder. Yubin yells out that if this place is the same as the other rifts, he thinks they can get out after destroying the boss. Yui on the run replies. She yells about how she hopes so and counts on her and Yubin to defeat the boss. Yui and Yubin try to run away faster. Yui yells about seeing some kind of light up ahead. Yubin looks at Yui in surprise, who points her hand in the direction and yells that they need to get there sooner. Yubin grabs Yui's shoulder with a sharp hand and doesn't let her move. Yui is very surprised by Yubin's actions. She turns around and looks at him carefully. Yubin shouts to Yui that they need to hurry up. Yui looks at Yubin in surprise. Yubin and Yui peek out from behind a rock and look somewhere ahead. Yui covers her face with her hands and ahs. She looks forward in horror. Yui looks out from behind the rock and sees that there are huge and scary monsters ahead. Yubin also looks into the huge and scary monsters. One of them has a horn on its head. Yubin screams about what those things are in front of him. Yubin in his chef clothes stands and holds two large knives in both hands. In front of him lies a cooked meat dish. Yubin looks at the terrifying monsters and says that he has seen many different monsters in his life. But this is the first time he has seen such monsters. The horrible monster opens its mouth and Yubin says that there are monsters similar to humans. Yubin is sweating and gritting his teeth as he looks at the monsters and says that he has never met a monster that he is so disgusted by. Yubin and Yui hide behind a rock and freeze in suspense so that the horrible monsters won't notice them. The monster turns its head slightly to the side and looks at the rock behind which Yu and Yubin are hiding. The monster only has an upper jaw. The large and unpleasant monster opens its nasty mouth and says that it can smell humanity. Yubing tenses up and nervously looks in the direction where the monster is. The monster is hiding behind the same rock as the guys. Yu and Yubing look out from behind the rock and Yubing asks if he's the only one who thought the monster just spoke. Yubin presses himself against the rock and turns his head to the side to say that it's not Korean, but he has a feeling that he's heard the language somewhere. The monster scrambles with its pointy legs and searches for the guys. Yu and Yubin press themselves harder against the rock. Yu and Yubin stand behind the rock and see the monster's scary back. Yu and Yubin try not to move or breathe. Suddenly the monster finds Yu and Yubin and its shadow hangs over them. Yu and Yubin stand in horror with their mouths wide open. The three-eyed monster opens its mouth wide to say that here is where the guys are. The huge monster hits Yu in the stomach with its claw. The monster cuts through the rock where Yu and Yubin were sitting. Yu and Yubin land on the ground. Yu does a somersault, but Yubin just lands in a squat. Yubin grabs the dagger with his hand. He is very determined. Yubin spreads his arms out to the sides and spins the daggers in them. Yo stands behind him and uses some sort of ability. Yu Bing stands and holds the two daggers in his hands. Yu Bing stares into the dust in front of him. There is a silhouette of a monster shining through. Yu Bin is standing all sweaty. He is very excited and thinks about the monster being very fast. The monster is sitting in the dust and is either laughing or coughing loudly. Yu Bin looks at the monster's body, which has a lot of stitch marks on it. Yu Bin thinks it's obvious that the monster wasn't originally like this. Yu Bin turns his head to the side and looks at Yuo, asking her how much mana she has left. Yuo looks at Yu Bin with her mouth open. Yuo replies to Yu Bing in a determined voice that she has 4 or 5 magic strikes left. Yu Bin rushes towards the monster. Yu Bin's eyes burn red. Yu stays behind Yu Bing and yells something. Yu Bin swings his sword in flight and plans to attack the monster. Yu Bin flies at the monster and Yu Bin's eyes burn red with anger. Yu Bin wishes the monster a quick death. Yu Bin stabs the monster with his dagger. The dagger gets stuck inside and Yu Bin tries to pull it out. The monster asks Yu Bin what he is doing. Yu Bin looks at the monster in horror and talks about how he can't believe his eyes. Yu Bin doesn't understand how his blade didn't go through. While Yu Bin is in shock at what is happening, the monster swings his sharp hand at Yu Bing and is about to strike. Suddenly, trees grow out of the ground and bind the monster's claw, which it was planning to use to strike Yu Bin. At this moment, Yu Bin still manages to pull his blade out of the monster's body. Yu Bin hurriedly jumps away from the monster while one paw is bound. Yu Bin successfully lands on the ground. Yu Bin turns towards Yo and tells her that he almost got caught and thanks her. Yo laughs and says there's nothing to it. The monster manages to pry his paw out of the trees. Yu Bin talks about how this half-monster isn't the only one here. Yu Bin talks about how there are 2 other monsters who seem to be concentrating on something and dialoguing with each other. Yu Bin tensely and gritting his teeth as he looks at the 2 monsters to the side and says that if they get into a fight, the situation will become dire. Yu Bin talks about how they have to finish before then and is going to have a blitzkrieg. He turns to Yu. Yu Bin turns to Yu and asks her to make a buff of the remaining mana. Yuo does a buff of remaining mana and yells about power and fire sword and strength. Light beams fly out of her staff. Thanks to the mana buff from Yuo, Yu Bing gets a bonus to dexterity, a bonus to strength, and more fire attribute. Yu Bing stands and holds 2 daggers in his hands and his eyes glow red. Yu Bin talks about how the power in him is just boiling. Yu Bin jumps and cuts through the monster with his daggers. It grouped up and flies further away. The monster screams very loudly. Yu Bing flies upwards. Yu Bing plans to strike again. Yu Bin rushes at the monster very quickly. Yu Bin is very serious about winning this battle. Yu Bin throws another punch and blood spurts out of the monster. Yu Bin wonders if he is sure he is cutting the monster. The monster falls to the ground and a large cloud of dust is formed. Yu Bin doesn't turn around. Yu puts her hand to her mouth thinking about the monster falling down with no strength. If she says it in her voice, this might actually happen, so she just decides to think about it in her head. Yuo raises her head and looks up and sees something she wants to warn Mr. Yu Bin about the danger. 2 monsters fly at Yu Bin from above and want to massacre Yu Bin. Yu Bin looks up in surprise. The monsters hopefully look at the place where their paws are stuck, but they don't see Yu Bin there and are very upset. The smoke clears, and the monsters see Yu Bin standing off to the side. One of the monsters says that Yu Bin still managed to dodge. Yu Bin and Yuo look at the monsters very focused. The monsters call Yu Bin a bloody rat. Yu Bin, without turning around, turns to Mrs. Yuo and asks her what's wrong with the mana. Yu annoyedly says that she spent everything on the buff, so her remaining mana is only enough for 1 or 2 weak attacks. Yu Bin looks at the monsters and started to get nervous. He realizes that things are not going well between him and Yuo. Yu Bin gets out of his seat and runs towards the monsters. He yells that he just has to destroy these things before the buff runs out. Kim Ki-bong stands in a black suit and asks the system how long it takes him to get to where Yu and Yu Bin are. The system tells him that if he walks, the journey will take about an hour. Kim Ki-bong shakes his head and says that's too long. The system says that since it's a cave, there's no way to get there by air. Kim Ki-bong thinks about it and sighs heavily. Kim Ki-bong stands against the wall and says that if you think about it, he just can't move through the air. Suddenly, Kim Ki-bong's iron shoe starts to become electrified. Kim Ki-bong snaps out of his seat and rushes forward at high speed. Kim Ki-bong crushes the walls of the cave. Kim Ki-bong crushes wall after wall and continues to make his way towards Yu and Yu Bin with a determined face. At this time, Yu Bin is clawed by a huge monster, and Yu Bin flies away from the monster with his arms. Yu Bin lands on the ground and stabs his sword into the ground to stop. Yu raises his hands with his staff up and summons some magic. Yu Bin is enveloped in blue energy. Kim Ki-bong flies at high speed, punching through wall after wall. The system notifies him that he has about a minute left before he arrives at the battle booth. Yu-bin flies at the monster with the big head on top and is about to attack it. The monster looks at Yu-bin tensely. Yu-bin flies at the monsters with a determined look and unfurling his blade in his hand. At this moment, Yuo shoots a beam of energy at the monsters from his magic staff, which cuts the monsters. The beam of blue energy hits exactly the target and there is a flash. Yu-bin is watching all of this from the side. The monster once again wants to strike Yu-bin with its sharp foot. Yu-bin instantly jumps away from where the monster's strike is aimed. Yu-bin stabs one of his daggers into the ground in order to stall. Yu-bin stops right next to Yuo. Yuo talks about how she is reminded of the old days. Yu-bin grits his teeth and says that he does too. Yu-bin looks at the monster and says that they will have to make memories after they kill those things. Gradually, all the monsters come to their senses and stand on their paws. They look at Yu-bin and Yuo and are about to attack them again. One of the monsters with 1,000 teeth opens its mouth and says that Yuo and Yu-bin are much stronger than the humans that invaded them before. Yu-bin and Yuo stand in suspense and look at the monster, who says that however, of the people who saw them, not a single one is left alive. The monster with the huge head talks about how they were inserted something and reborn. He believes they are another version of humans. Yu-bin looks at the monster in horror and grits his teeth and wonders what the thing is saying. The monster tenses its muscular stitched-together back and talks about showing them their superior strength. Suddenly, one of the monsters starts hitting the other with the tip of its foot in the head. Yu-bin and Yuo open their mouths and stare in surprise at what is happening. Yuo looks up and asks with a surprised look, "How is it that this monster absorbs the dead monster?" Yu-bin looks at everything going on and talks about how the monster is made up of 3 bodies, but it's not even a robot. Yu talks about how she's already tired. Yu-bin closes his eyes and talks about how all his strength and stamina is almost running out. Yu-bin looks at the horrible 3-headed monster and talks about how it's a complete disaster. Yu-bin grits his teeth and looks at the huge monster and says that now fighting this thing is like fighting 3 monsters at the same time. Yu-bin grips the hilt of his dagger tighter and says that this is not the first time he has been in many battles and has been on the verge of death. Yu-bin turns to the girl, calling her Mrs. Yuo. Yuo looks at Yu-bin questioningly. Yu-bin twirls his cold weapon in his fingers and talks about how it will be difficult, but he asks her to squeeze out all of her remaining mana. Yu-bin spins his blades in his hands. He asks the Yuo standing behind him to do an energy buff on him. Yuo is covered in sweat, saying that she can use magic one last time. She will split the magic and make 3 different kinds of buffs, but their duration will be minimal. Yuo raises her staff up and buffs Yu-bin with different characteristics. Yu-bin stands with his arms wide open and absorbs. Yu-bin unwinds his blade in his hand and shouts that he's about to show the monsters the power of the survivors of hell itself, the power of the firsts. Yu-bin leaps out of his seat and spinning his daggers in 2 hands heads towards the huge monster. Yuo looks up and thinks about the fact that the vibrations she has been feeling since recently are gradually increasing. Yuo gazes into the ceiling and sees that it is cracking and small pebbles start falling down. The ceiling abruptly bursts and all the shards fly down from the ceiling. Kim Ki-bong appears, Kim Ki-bong's eyes glistening. Kim Ki-bong swings his fist at the 3-headed monster. Kim Ki-bong is determined. Everyone is shocked by his appearance. After Kim Ki-bong's powerful punch, the monster is thrown away and blood flies out of him. The whole cave glows white from the impact. Yu and Yu-bin stare forward in shock. Huge cobblestones fall in front of them, and there are huge clouds of dust. A human silhouette appears in the gray clouds of dust and heads towards Yu and Yu-bin. Kim Ki-bong talks about how thank goodness everything turned out okay. Yu and Yu-bin look at Kim Ki-bong very surprised. Kim Ki-bong calmly says that he's very happy that Yu and Cheon Yu-bin are okay. Yu and Cheon Yu-bin, as well as Kim Ki-bong, are standing near the body of the huge monster. The system gives a notification that it has detected the energy of the ancient stone. Kim Ki-bong turns around and looks behind his back. There he sees a black ball hanging at his waist level. Kim Ki-bong wonders what it is. The system sends a notification that it is possible to identify the creature. Daystone energy can be felt from the nameless living creature. Yu walks alongside the monster and talks about how even though the monster took so much damage, parts of it are still moving. Cheon Yu-bin takes up his dagger and talks about finishing off the monster. Yu turns around and looks at Cheon Yu-bin in surprise. Kim Ki-bong puts his hand up and tells Yu-bin and Yu not to take any action. Kim Ki-bong looks at the monster thoughtfully and asks the system if it can absorb the energy. The system replies that the energy is dirty, but Kim Ki-bong can absorb it. Kim Ki-bong tells the system to start absorbing the energy. The system squelches, but absorbs the energy. The monster glows brightly from absorbing the energy. The system notifies that the monster's energy is dirty, Yuo and Cheon Yu Bin cover their eyes with their hands from the too bright light that is created when absorbing. Energy streams of glowing threads fly at Kim Ki-bong. Kim Ki-bong stands with his eyes closed and remains silent. The system notifies Kim Ki-bong that the Daystone energy has been absorbed. This amount of energy is not enough to learn a new skill. Kim Ki-bong closes his eyes and thinks about the fact that he feels like the system is getting better at expressing emotions each time. The monster's body gradually begins to char, and turning into ash, it floats away. Kim Ki-bong and Yu and Cheon Yu Bin watch the process. Kim Ki-bong is surprised. The system tells him that inside the stone wall that is next to Mr. Player, the dirty remnants of energy and the Rift Boss can be felt. While Kim Ki-bong looks around, Yu turns to everyone and says that they never saw the Moth Queen boss. Yu talks about how the only way they can go back is by killing the boss. Kim Ki-bong abruptly lifts his head up in the air. Kim Ki-bong walks over to the wall and hits it with a sharp fist punch. Shards and dust fly from the wall in all directions. Cheon Yu Bin looks at Kim Ki-bong in surprise, and Yu asks Kim Ki-bong why he abruptly decided to destroy the wall. Kim Ki-bong doesn't answer the guys in any way, but just walks into the darkness of the rift he himself just made. Cheon Yu Bin stands with a surprised face and suggests that Yu go after Kim Ki-bong. Yu agrees to the suggestion. Yu and Cheon Yu Bin take a quick step and wave their arms in the direction where Kim Ki-bong has gone. A certain person is walking through the cave. The person has brown shoes and black pants on his feet. The person is stomping loudly. Yu and Cheon Yu Bin stand with their eyes wide open. Yu and Cheon Yu Bin are frozen in horror. Kim Ki-bong calmly heads towards the huge winged monster with a pentagram glowing behind him. The system says that the contaminated remnants of the Daystone have been detected in the boss's body. Kim Ki-bong looks at the monster in surprise and asks if that is the Rift Boss. Kim Ki-bong thought that the Rift Boss was dead. The system says that if the Daystone inside the boss is absorbed, it will die and the rift will be cleaned up. The Rift Boss screams loudly. Kim Ki-bong looks at the Rift Boss and the system says that this monster is currently unable to fight. It also looks like it's asking him to be killed. Kim Ki-bong looks at the Rift Boss carefully and wonders about the fact that monsters like humans can feel emotions. Kim Ki-bong frowns his eyebrows thinking about the fact that more than that, the monster is asking to kill him himself. Kim Ki-bong is not the only one who finds what is happening very strange. Yu and Cheon Yu Bin stand with their mouths hanging open with surprised faces. Yu looks at his palm and opens his eyes wide, not realizing what's going on. Yu's fingertips are glowing with some kind of energy. Yu leans in slightly and tells Kim Ki-bong that this is a confinement spell. Yu looks at the Rift Boss with his mouth open and says that, however, not everyone can wield a spell of this size. Unexpectedly, Cheon Yu Bin adds and tells Kim Ki-bong that also the cut on the monster's body looks very strange. Cheon Yu Bin says that when someone gets cut wounds during a battle, most of the time they are rough and unsystematic. Cheon Yu Bin examines the monster. He says that this section on the monster is made very clearly and as if by some kind of rules. Cheon Yu Bin frowns his eyebrows and says that it feels like the necessary parts have been separated from the body. Cheon Yu talks about what she and Mr. Cheon Yu Bin have, but Yu thinks that if what she's thinking is actually true, then this breakup was artificially created by someone. Cheon Yu Bin frowns his eyebrows and says that he's looking at everything with his own eyes, but he still can't believe what's happening. He thinks vivisection was performed on the monster. Kim Ki-bong and Cheon Yu Bin stand far away from each other, a purple light falling on both of them. Kim Ki-bong looks down and thinks to himself that there is nothing unbelievable about this. Kim Ki-bong introduces the lab and talks about how even in South Korea, there are already experiments being done based on fire dragon byproducts. Kim Ki-bong stands and looks at the Rift Boss. He decides that before the situation changes in any direction, it's time for them to leave. Kim Ki-bong walks towards the Rift Monster through the glowing pentagram. Kim Ki-bong stands over the body of the Rift Boss, his face lit up with a purple light. He orders the system to absorb the monster's energy. The system alerts Kim Ki-bong that the energy has begun to be absorbed. Something in the Rift Boss's chest began to glow a bright blue color. Yui's eyes wide open as she stares intently at what is happening and wonders what it is in front of her. Cheon Yu Bin is also frowning and watching with interest to see what the glowing piece is, similar to the one they saw recently. Suddenly, the Rift Monster rises to its feet. It makes a lurching sound and something in its chest is still glowing. The energy of the Rift Boss is transmitted to Kim Ki-bong through brightly glowing blue threads. Kim Ki-bong stands with his eyes closed. The system tells Kim Ki-bong that the Daystone energy has been absorbed. Kim Ki-bong and Cheon Yu Bin stand in a huge blue pentagram. Yu stands a little to the side and doesn't enter the pentagram. Kim Ki-bong and Cheon Yu Bin stand in a huge blue pentagram opposite each other, space crackling above their heads and purple stars twinkling. Cheon Yu-bin stands with bangs and frowns his eyebrows at Kim Ki-bong. Kim Ki-bong looks tiredly to the side somewhere and says that he'll talk about everything in detail a little later. Kim Ki-bong offers to leave. Yu points upwards with his hand and says that it's all good, but they need to get out of there first. Kim Ki-bong and Cheon Yu-bin look at Yu. Yu-bin turns his head slightly to the side and tells Kim Ki-bong to come with him. Kim Ki-bong, Yui, and Cheon Yu-bin head into the purple cross-shaped rift. Cheon Yu-bin walks half a body into the rift and gradually disappears. Kim Ki-bong follows Cheon Yu-bin. Kim Ki-bong also starts to hide in the purple rift. Yui runs down the pentagram after Kim Ki-bong. The system alerts Kim Ki-bong that the night vision mode is off. Kim Ki-bong squints and covers his eyes with his hand. Kim Ki-bong moves his hand away from his eyes slightly to see where they are. Yui and Cheon Yu-bin are still standing with their hands covering their eyes. Kim Ki-bong, Cheon Yu-bin, and Yui are surrounded by 6 men in military uniforms. Kim Ki-bong doesn't realize what's going on. A guy in a military uniform yells loudly that they found them. Another guy turns back around and yells for it to be reported very quickly. Everyone looks around and Yui asks about what is going on now. The junior lieutenant addresses each of the guys by name, and they turn their heads to the side in surprise. Yui looks at the girl and asks in surprise what Miss Junior Lieutenant is doing here. The junior lieutenant informs the guys that 2 months have passed since the 3 of them went inside the rift. Yui waves her hands and says that she can't believe her ears, since the moth cage is one of the rifts that takes a maximum of 3 days to clear. Kim Ki-bong stands with a sad face and asks about whether what Yui says is true. The system tells Kim Ki-bong that 72 hours were spent inside the rift, and in this place, 1,441 hours have passed. Kim Ki-bong stands hatched forward and thinks about the same timing error that happened to him during the tutorial is happening again. The junior lieutenant talks about how they have reported their location to Madam Prime Minister, so she will arrive soon. The junior lieutenant suggests going to the research center for now, and the guys walk down the path. The junior lieutenant turns around and looks into the distance. Yui and Cheon Yu-bin continue walking forward. The guys reach the research center. They sit at a glass table and wait for the Prime Minister to come to them. Gu Sendler abruptly swings the glass door open and looks forward excitedly. Gu Sendler looks at everyone sitting at the glass table and talks about how she is very happy that everyone is safe and sound. Gu Sendler is holding a camera. Thanks to the video footage, everyone was able to see what was going on inside the moth cell. Gu Sendler and Lee Ji-yoon watch the footage from the moth cell. Lee Ji-yoon covers his mouth with his fist at what he sees. Gu Sendler tells Yui and Cheon Yu-bin that they did a very good job. She says she will contact them, but for now they can go home. Yui rests her hands on the arms of the chair and gradually gets up from the chair. Yui and Cheon Yu-bin get up from the table and walk towards the exit of the office. Kim Ki-bong continues to sit at the glass table. Suddenly, Gu Sendler turns to Yui, who is walking past her, and calls her name. Yui shifts her gaze to Gu Sendler in surprise. Gu Sendler holds up a camera and talks about removing the classified material from the camera and giving it back to Yui. Yui smiles sweetly at Gu Sendler and approves of her statement, so smiles back at her. The door to the office closes and Yui and Cheon Yu-bin leave. They say their goodbyes before leaving. Kim Ki-bong sits at his desk. Gu Sendler and Lee Ji-yoon stand in the office and stare intently at Kim Ki-bong. Kim Ki-bong pulls a shiny orb out of his pocket and talks about getting the Daystone. Kim Ki-bong holds out his palm with the Daystone forward and Gu Sendler touches it. Gu Sendler holds the Daystone in his hand and smiles. Gu Sendler talks about how Kim Ki-bong did a great job. Gu Sendler talks about how she can't even imagine what the limits of his abilities are. Gu Sendler seems like Kim Ki-bong is pushing his limits every time. Kim Ki-bong embarrassedly scratches the back of her head and looks at the floor, saying that there is nothing wrong with that. Gu Sendler tells Kim Ki-bong that he looks like the most ordinary young man at times like this. Gu Sendler talks about how with this Daystone, their humanity will be able to end the current situation and take a step forward. Kim Ki-bong nods his head and agrees with Gu Sendler's opinion. Kim Ki-bong walks alone down the dark corridor of the lab, the loud thumps of his footsteps resounding around him. Gu Sendler turns around and tells Kim Ki-bong that someone was waiting for him. Kim Ki-bong walks forward and a huge iron door rises up. Kim Ki-bong wonders who might have been waiting for him. Kim Ki-bong steps out and sees 4 pink and black male silhouettes in front of him. Kim Ki-bong doesn't realize what's going on. Kim Ki-bong looks at Han Ji-woon and Kang Hui and 2 other guys and asks if they saw themselves. Kim Ki-bong looks at all the guys and the system notifies him that the identity information has been updated and they have all awakened as players. Kim Ki-bong doesn't understand what's wrong with the system. The system says that there was an error and it resumes searching for information and enters corrections. The system scans Kana Hui and Hana Ji-woon and says that a different unknown force from the players has been recorded. The system scans Kanahui and says that it has formed a new category of force classification. Kim Ki-bong stands and looks at the guys on the road and says that the appropriate category includes all team members. Kim Ki-bong looks ahead and wonders about everyone having the same strength as Kanahui. Two guys in white t-shirts with their mouths wide open yawn and talk about congratulating someone. A red-haired girl with furrowed eyebrows yells out to Kim Ki-bong, congratulating him on his return. Kang Hui stands in front. All the fighters behind him wish Kim Ki-bong well and salute. Kim Ki-bong waves his hand and commands all the fighters to stand at ease. They relax. Kim Ki-bong tells Kang Hui and Han Ji-woon that they did a great job while he was away. Kang Hui throws out two hands with clenched fists up and yells loudly. Kang Hui is happy that Kim Ki-bong praised him. Kang Hui starts jumping for joy and jumps somewhere. The rest of the guys stand and look at Kang Hui in surprise. Kim Ki-bong turns to Han Ji-woon and asks his deputy what happened during his absence and why everyone is like this. Han Ji-woon frowns his eyebrows and tells Kim Ki-bong what happened while he was gone for 2 months. Kang Hui is in the air attacking different monsters. There are white and pink flashes everywhere. Kang Hui is trying to drive all the monsters into the purple rift with his actions. The lieutenant major and Han Ji-woon look at everything going on, and the lieutenant major says that he can't believe that there are such talents besides Kim Ki-bong. Han Ji-woon frowns and looks up and says that he was familiar with Kang Hui's strength before, but as Ji-woon watches him destroy monsters, he seems even stronger. Han Ji-woon tensely watches Kang Hui fight and wonders how things would have turned out if the commander hadn't saved him. The monster's body lands next to Han Ji-woon and his cloak flutters in the wind. Han Ji-woon looks at the monster's huge body and thinks about how the same thing could have happened to him if it wasn't for the commander. Han Ji-woon stands and stares at the floor in horror. Han Ji-woon feels a sense of safety for a second, but immediately followed by a bubbling uneasiness inside. Han Ji-woon clenches his hand into a fist very tightly and his hand shakes with tension. Han Ji-woon tenses up and thinks about how he can't stand by anymore. Han Ji-woon realizes that he wants to become stronger. Kang Hui flies a pink and white aura in the sky, and Han Ji-woon thinks about how he wishes he could become as strong as Kang Hui. There are men in military uniforms running and hustling along the 6-lane highway, the military removing monsters from the roadway. A red-haired girl asks Han Ji-woon if this is possible. Han Ji-woon walks forward frowning heavily. The red-haired girl says that they aren't even players, and moreover, if there was a way, they wouldn't have been told about it. Han Ji-woon says in a serious voice about continuing to depend on the commander and mana. Han Ji-woon says that if it turns out to be possible, great, and even if it doesn't, it's okay. They have to grasp at any straw. The girl with red hair says she's just worried because Monet doesn't have good feelings. Han Ji-woon heads over to Kang Hui's place. Han Ji-woon talks about not worrying about the girl as he will figure everything out on his own. Han Ji-woon turns to Kang Hui and the latter turns his head. Kang Hui looks at Han Ji-woon with questioning eyes. Kang Hui stands pensive and asks Han Ji-woon what he's asking Kang Hui to tell him about his power. Han Ji-woon frowns his eyebrows and talks about how if even commoners like them can become stronger with this power. Han Ji-woon talks about how they are enthusiastic and will follow Kang Hui. Kang Hui stands pensive and holds his chin. Kang Hui asks Han Ji-woon and the others about what they mean, wondering if they can get stronger. The guys are taken aback. Radiant Kang Hui loudly announces to everyone that of course they can get stronger. Kang Hui runs through the forest in his regular clothes, followed by Han Ji-woon in his military uniform and the rest of the group. A tired Han Ji-woon turns to Kang Hui and asks how much further they have to go. Kang Hui turns around in surprise and looks at Han Ji-woon. Kang Hui smiles radiantly and tells Han Ji-woon that they are almost there. Kang Hui stops on the rocks near the waterfall and stands with his hands behind his back. Han Ji-woon and the others have also stopped and are looking at the noisy waterfall. The guys are standing all sweaty and looking around, wondering if this is the place where Kang Hui became stronger. Han Ji-woon tensely looks at the waterfall and talks about how this place looks like a place from some historical TV series. Kang Hui stands on a rock next to the waterfall. Han Ji-woon asks about Kang Hui practicing right under the waterfall. Kang Hui turns to Han Ji-woon and says that he's hit the spot. Kang Hui asks Han Ji-woon how he figured it out. Kang Hui stands on a rock and looks at Han Ji-woon and the other guys dressed in military uniforms. Han Ji-woon takes off his military-colored jacket and throws it on the floor. Han Ji-woon agrees to all the terms and asks for Kang Hui's love and respect in a loud voice. Kang Hui turns around and smiles favorably at Han Ji-woon. Kang Hui shows Han Ji-woon and the rest of the guys the proper way to practice strikes. Han Ji-woon is hanging on a branch with his feet hooked on it. Kang Hui sits on the same branch and holds Han Ji-woon's leg so he doesn't fall to the ground. Han Ji-woon and the girl with red hair are climbing up a steep cliff. Han Ji-woon and his red-eyed partner chase after a wild boar who runs away from them in fear. Han Ji-woon, Kang Hui, and the other guys are sitting around a campfire roasting the wild boar carcass. Han Ji-woon, Kang Hui, and the guy with red hair come out of the waterfall stronger. Kang Hui stretches his two arms forward and lets out a huge white wave of air. With each subsequent training session, the guys and Han Ji-woon improved their skills with Kang Hui's help. A muscular and determined Han Ji-woon stands against a pink background, his brown t-shirt ripped on him. Kim Ki-bong listens to the story of Han Ji-woon and company's formation and says he now understands what happened here. Han Ji-woon turns to Commander Kim Ki-bong and asks about whether Kim Ki-bong will allow him to be his rear guard. Kim Ki-bong puts his hand on Han Ji-woon's shoulder and talks about how he's always trusted them with that duty anyway. Han Ji-woon sobs, realizing how touching the situation is, and turns to Kim Ki-bong. Han Ji-woon tells Kim Ki-bong that they will always be loyal to him and rushes to hug him. Kim Ki-bong says that he understands and asks him to let him go. Kang Hui puts his finger to his nose and laughs a little. He wipes his upper lip with his finger. The guys, led by Han Ji-woon, toss Kim Ki-bong up in the air. Kang Hui stands to the side with his hands tucked behind his back, watching the scene. A dark silhouette of a man sits at a desk and reviews personal matters. 3 dark silhouettes stand in front of the person sitting at the desk. Someone says they didn't expect this. A hand in a green glove places the entire stack of papers on the desk, and the person says that this is the way to do it. A dark silhouette of a man stands in the center of the office, and there are 2 others next to him. The man sits behind the desk. Several large vehicles with military personnel are driving down a wide highway. The commander is talking about how they are about to take the outer road. Someone's hand in a black glove puts a walkie-talkie on the table in the car and turns it off. 2 military men are riding in the cab of a large truck. One of them is watching the road intently, while the other sleeps in the passenger seat. The driver turns his attention to his sleeping partner and tells him not to think twice about sleeping and reminds him of the importance. The guy in the passenger seat yawns and wonders about why he's feeling very tired today. The guy in the passenger seat leans back in his seat and talks in a nerdy voice about how even the Shield Guild is gone. The guy behind the wheel looks ahead and talks about how, of course, they should be handling all of this. The military guy behind the wheel continues to keep a close eye on the road. The guy in the passenger seat looks out the window and sighs heavily. Beside a convoy of military vehicles rushing down the highway, a military helicopter flies over the highway. The helicopter pilot warns the driver of the first car that there is a tunnel ahead. The tunnel must be traveled through quickly. The driver of the truck says into the radio that he understood everything and will try to drive through the tunnel as fast as possible. The guy driving puts the walkie-talkie away and hears his partner snoring from the side. The driver is very surprised. The driver holds the steering wheel with one hand and the walkie-talkie with the other and doesn't look at the road. The guy in the passenger seat is sound asleep. The driver of the truck looks at his partner and sighs heavily, thinking that let him sleep. The column of military vehicles has almost reached the tunnel and is preparing to enter it. The first and largest vehicle of the convoy of military trucks enters the tunnel. As soon as the vehicle enters the tunnel collapses in on itself, and rocks fall on the road and prevent the next vehicle from passing. Everyone has radioed twice that there has been an accident. The guy in the passenger seat wakes up. Military personnel run out of their vehicles and try to clear the debris. The first car is told to get out of the tunnel faster. All the other cars are told to go around. The guy behind the wheel says he's starting to follow the command. The guy in the passenger seat is agitated. He wonders why this is happening at an important time. The guy in the passenger seat is very nervous. He sits with his teeth clenched and looks forward in horror. The driver of the truck slams on the brakes to avoid hitting the truck that stopped right in front of them. The guy in the passenger seat nervously asks where the exact same truck came from in the tunnel, since they were going first. The driver of the truck also starts to panic and says that everything is starting to seem strange to him too. The military men take their assault rifles in their hands and get out of the cab of the truck. They head towards the Fury in front of them. One of the military men is about to open the container of the truck in front of them and asks his partner to cover him. A soldier with an automatic rifle jumps out of the truck and aims directly at the soldiers standing near it. They fall down from the shots. Soldiers with automatic rifles in their hands jump out of the conveyor belt. They look menacingly at the others present on the platform. One of the soldiers looks at a combat vehicle. It is being shot at. The windshield is covered in bullet marks. A walkie-talkie lies in the vehicle. A voice in it asks how many minutes are left until the tunnel is crossed. A soldier with a scar over his eye takes the radio. He sits down on one knee and replies that it is about 2 minutes to cross the tunnel. The pilot in the cockpit of the helicopter dictates into the radio that car number 1 should move along the original route and that the second group needs to hurry. A soldier with a scarred eye answers the radio that he has accepted the instructions. He looks at the receiver seriously. The military vehicle flies out of the tunnel at full throttle. Bullets keep flying into its windshield. All the glass is cracked. Banners announcing a special lecture from Prime Minister Gu Sendler are spread throughout the city. People on the streets of the city are crowded around the banner about the lecture. A boy is looking at Madam Prime Minister in love. Gu Sender walks between the citizens of the city. A girl in the crowd shouts to her that they are proud of her. Gu Sender thanks in return. Gu Sender's aide tells her that the meeting with the party group members will be held in Parliament. The two aides follow Gu Sendler through the square. One of them informs her that the Prime Minister has a formal dinner scheduled afterward. The citizens of the city on the street look at Gu Sendler with a smile. One boy takes a picture of the Prime Minister on his phone. People are cheering with joy. Gu Sendler is walking down the street. Suddenly her eyes go down. She is very anxious. Then Gu Sendler turns around and looks at the crowd of people. The people in the crowd stop smiling. They look scared. Their eyes turn red with a strange glow. Gu Sendler turns around to look at his assistants. The two of them have bright red eyes too. Gu Sendler looks surprised. Gu Sendler looks surprised at everyone around her. Instead of the asphalt, a pink huge pentagram suddenly appears. Gu Sendler says it looks like hypnosis. Gu Sendler turns her head in different directions. She says it would take a huge amount of mana to hypnotize even one person. Gu Sendler says that since the entire crowd was under the spell, it can be inferred that the spell is that of a high-class magician. In the crowd, a man in a black cloak approaches Gu Sendler and stands across from the Prime Minister. Gu Sendler looks angrily at the warrior in front of her. She says that just as she thought, it could only be him. Gu Sendler says only a Shield Guild master could have done it. A girl with gray eyes looks at her. It's Park Yu-rim. Park Yu-rim looks at Gu Sendler and asks her why she did that. Park Yu-rim angrily looks at Gu Sendler and asks her if she hated them all so much. Gu Sendler looks back at Park Yu-rim unhappily and says that if they committed a crime, then they need to pay for it. Park Yu-rim smiles and interjects what crime Gu Sendler is talking about. She asks if she has to pay for that crime too. Gu Sendler slightly lowers her head and says that of course Park Yu-rim has to pay for the crime too. Gu Sendler glares unhappily and says that disobeying the law is tantamount to committing a crime, and it's the same for her and everyone else. Park Yu-rim asks Gu Sendler if this is true, and adds that Gu Sendler then and now has remained very stuffy. Park Yu-rim moves closer to Gu Sendler and tells her that if she can make her pay for her crimes, then let her try. Park Yu-rim turns around and walks away. She says that she's been wanting to fight Gu Sendler for a while now. Gu Sendler turns to follow the girl and yells at her to stop. She yells her name all over the street. The people in the crowd turn red-eyed. Gu Sendler's aides hang back from the hypnosis and stare in surprise at the Prime Minister. Gu Sendler's aides stare at her back and ask her what just happened in the square. Gu Sendler presses her lips together. She tells the aides to cancel all future plans on the schedule. Gu Sendler commands her aides to immediately convene the Security Council. Kang Hui, Kim Ki-bong, and the rest of the Rift Cleanup Team soldiers are standing in a clearing with the remains of dead monster bodies scattered around them. One of the Rift Cleanup Team soldiers turns to Kim Ki-bong and Kang Hui and says that they have indeed changed. Kim Ki-bong stands with his arms folded across his chest and says that they can now handle the Rift Cleanup without his help. He tells Kang Hui that it's a good job. Suddenly, someone yells from behind and addresses Kim Ki-bong. He and Kang Hui quickly turn to the sound. A soldier runs up to Kim Ki-bong and informs him that he was told to report to the 3rd Troops of the Joint Headquarters right now. Kim Ki-bong looks at the soldier with the walkie-talkie in surprise and asks what he needs to report for. The man says that the body of the fire dragon was stolen by unknown forces. A low building stands among the trees. It is a small unknown building in the suburbs of Seoul. The elevator goes down to the lowest floor. It's a basement. The elevator shows a button to a secret place. Gu Sendler and her 2 assistants standing on her sides take the elevator downstairs. Gu Sendler is very serious. Gu Sendler puts her pass card on the menu in the elevator. The card reading process is activated. Gu Sendler enters the room and greets the seated military men. She calls them the generals of the 3rd Army. Gu Sendler addresses the men in suits. She calls them security official. Gu Sendler separately greets Kim Ki-bong, the captain of the Rift Cleanup Team. Gu Sendler and her aides stand in front of a large round table. Everyone gives her the oath of office. Gu Sendler declares the security meeting open. Gu Sendler looks at everyone in the room and says they may be seated. The meeting begins. Gu Sendler sits at the table. She says that on the agenda is the theft of the fire dragon body and the unauthorized entry of a Shield Guild master. Gu Sendler turns on a spotlight and a screen on the opposite wall turns on, showing warriors. Gu Sendler zooms in on the screen and zooms in on a group of men in black cloaks with no faces visible. Spike, standing behind a special bollard near the screen, turns off the video and says that this is all the footage. Spike reports that since the Shield Guild Master's hypnosis magic was very powerful, only after checking the security cameras was it possible to figure out exactly how she got into the airport. Sendler starts yelling at the head of the National Intelligence Agency that there were flaws in South Korea's security. The head of the National Intelligence Agency looks at Sendler and stammeringly apologizes. Sendler sadly and fearfully lowers her eyes. She thinks about the fact that Park Yu-rim's skills have improved markedly. Sendler thinks about the fact that Park Yu-rim was previously skilled in the skill of hypnosis, but not to the point of taking control of the entire airport. Sendler turns to the warlords and asks one of them if they are tracking the location of the fire dragon body. The man replies that they have looked at the traffic surveillance cameras, but because the enemy recognized their location, all the cameras were destroyed. Sendler thinks about it and says that in her opinion, surveillance will not be easy. Sendler continues to yell at the military officer. She asks him about the fact that there is not just one camera on every street in South Korea. There are cameras everywhere, even on people's phones. She does not think this answer is normal. The military leader puts his head down and apologizes for the undignified answer. Sendler puts her hand to her head and says this situation is one big headache for her. One of the men asks if tracking down the fire dragon body isn't the first priority right now. If the fire dragon body is taken abroad, there will be dire consequences. The dragon body and its value is simply astronomical. Sendler rises and leans on the table. She turns to Captain Kim Ki-bong. Sendler looks at Kim Ki-bong seriously and tells him that he will pursue the Shield Guild Master. The rest of the soldiers indignantly rise up and ask what they will do with the fire dragon's body because this terrorist group is definitely made up of players. Sendler sternly replies that she knows that, but they have no other choice right now. Sendler sadly says that they only have one commander, Kim Ki-bong. Sendler notes that Kim Ki-bong is one and there are 2 incidents so far. One warlord asks Sendler what she plans to do with the fire dragon's body in that case. Sendler replies that she has assigned a mission for Kim Ki-bong separately. Kim Ki-bong will be leading the chase for the Shield Guild Master along with the National Intelligence Agency. Sendler says that the rest of the Rift cleanup team and Kang Hui, along with the National Armed Forces, will go after the dragon's body. Sendler says that both incidents are important first-level priorities for the country's security. One of the directors clarifies that Captain Kim Ki-bong will act alone since their enemy is the Shield Guild Master. Sendler replies that this is why she called for one more person in advance. The warlord and the directors begin to whisper amongst themselves. Sendler dials buttons on his phone and tells someone to come in. A girl in an office suit enters the basement where the national security meeting is being held. The director of national security and everyone present stares at the girl with their mouths open in surprise. The girl walks over to the table where Kim Ki-bong is sitting and stands right in front of him. The girl says it's nice to meet you. Her name is Ju-ae. She's an agent of the first unit of the Foreign Counterintelligence, the National Defense Agency. The director of national security yells that Ju-ae is now supposed to be on an important mission in Israel. How could Sendler make such a decision without asking him? Sendler lowers her eyes and apologizes. She says that the matter was very urgent, did not need to be delayed. The men at the tables are whispering. One says it's a bit strange to send an ordinary agent on such a complicated assignment. It might be a nuisance to Kim Ki-bong. The man says it's better to bring in a player or split the Rift cleanup task force into 2 parts. The director of Homeland Security says he will answer that question. He asks if the men remember the name Tamer. The director says there was a heroine named Tamer who, during the Sonam battle on December 10th, helped residents who had no help evacuate to a safe zone without a single casualty. The director says that the Tamer was only an 18-year-old girl, which was later found out. After solving the Rift collapse problem, the country praised the Tamer's skills. She was given special employment in the National Security Agency. Now, after 10 years, the Tamer is operating as a top veteran agent inside the National Defense Agency. A man stands at the rows of the table and says he was a commander in an open area at the time. He says he remembered it all. Ju-ae stands in front of Kim Ki-bong's desk. The military man says that every time someone tried to express gratitude to the hero, he suddenly disappeared. Sendler looks confidently into the audience and says that everyone's opinions have finally converged on something in common. She suggests discussing real strategy. Kang Hui jumps with indignation. He stands next to Kim Ki-bong and yells that he's not allowed to go along with him this time either. Kim Ki-bong looks at Kang Hui and says there's no other way. He asks him to try hard this time. Kang Hui looks at Kim Ki-bong in response, tears flowing from his eyes. Kang Hui turns away from Kim Ki-bong and snorts unhappily as Ju-ae walks down the hall. Kim Ki-bong and Kang Hui turn toward Ju-ae, who addresses the captain of the Rift cleanup team. Koo-jae says she was looking for Kim Ki-bong. He greets the lady agent in return. Kang Hui is still standing unhappily turned away with pouty lips. Koo-jae looks in his direction and greets him too. Kang Hui looks right into Koo-jae's face. His eyes widen. The girl's pupils turn red. Kang Hui's face is scared. Kang Hui runs away and hides behind Kim Ki-bong's back. He peeks out from behind his shoulder and looks at Koo-jae. Kim Ki-bong looks at Kang Hui and asks him what happened to him. He asks him not to embarrass the lady agent. Koo-jae coughs and turns to Kim Ki-bong. She says she's surprised he's walking around with that sassy kid Kang Hui. Koo-jae laughs and says that for a kid, Kang Hui is already in the hole. She doesn't finish the sentence and smiles, hoping Kim Ki-bong understood her. Kang Hui looks at Koo-jae and asks her in surprise how she knows that. Kim Ki-bong turns questioningly at Kang Hui behind his back. He doesn't know what they're talking about. Koo-jae looks at Kang Hui and smiles smugly at him in response to his question. Zone 15, it's the Devil's Sky Island, a prison from which no one in the history of existence has ever escaped alive. The prisoner numbered 4,882 takes his chowder. He picks up a tray of food. A soldier walks down the hallway. He looks into the prisoner's cell. He cusses because the tray of food falls and almost spills over. On the floor of the cell sits Park Tae-rim. He eats at a rapid speed. The overseer says that the traitor to the country has a very good appetite. Park Tae-rim eats his food at an unthinkable rate. He turns the tray over and pours the entire contents into his mouth. There are people in black cloaks walking down the hallway. They stop in front of Park Tae-rim's camera. Screams can be heard from those watching. They don't realize who these people are. The two lookouts point their machine guns at the cloaked men and shout to them that they have given their official title and name. Park Tae-rim sits at the door of his cell. He exhales a cloud of steam after a heavy lunch. Empty plates stand on the floor. The girl in the cloak says she belongs to the Shield Guild. Her rank is master. The Shield Guild master peeks out from under her cloak. She says she has come for her little brother. The prison on Devil's Sky Island is on fire. The lighthouse is letting its light shine through the storm into the sea. Alarms blare in the building of the Devil's Sky prison. Shouts are heard to block the exit. The Guardian warriors open fire on the uninvited guests from the Shield Guild. The Shield Guild master extends her arm forward, a huge stream of pink energy in her hands, her eyes burning with a pink evil light. One of the caretakers points a machine gun directly at Park Yu-rim. He asks how they even got here. In order to approach Hell Sky Island, one must pass through several dozen checkpoints. Park Yu-rim smiles evilly and says that it all depends on the person. Park Yu-rim points her hand at the Guardian soldiers. A beam of pink energy is released from her finger. The soldiers look under their feet. The entire floor is covered with pentagram designs. They are shocked and stop in confusion. Park Yu-rim looks at the soldiers and smiles. She calls them just ordinary masses. Park Yu-rim throws herself and her warriors at the prison soldiers and says that they as a crowd should just rot. Park Yu-rim throws the prison soldiers away. They roll on the floor. There is a huge crack in the center of the hall, out of which comes the Shield Guild comes forward. Park Yu-rim walks out into the hallway where the prisoners' cells are on either side of him. Park Yu-rim puts his hand on the bars of one of the cells and knocks it to pieces with his energy. Park Yu-rim stands in the corner of the hallway, a huge cloud of dust from the impact in front of her. Opposite Park Yu-rim is a team of warriors of various ranks, with a tall warrior with red hair standing in front. The warrior with glasses looks at Park Yu-rim and says that he can't believe that the Shield Guild has already snuck in even here. Park Yu-rim's eyes burn with red fire. She says that if the warriors want to live, then let them get out of the way, then she will spare them. The warrior wearing glasses, bandana, and earrings snorts disdainfully in response to Park Yu-rim's words. He smiles. In front of the team of warriors is a guy with glasses. Next to him is another guy with a backpack. Behind them is an army of soldiers with assault rifles. The warrior with glasses says that they were expecting the arrival of Park Yu-rim, the Shield Guild master, so they increased the size of the defense force. Above Park Yu-rim's head, the warrior with glasses tells her that her magic is useless here. She can't use hypnosis. The warrior informs her that they have also prepared new battle drones number 389 just in case. Even though Pa Yu-rim is a great magician, but she can't use the hypnosis technique. Park Yu-rim pretends that she is demonstratively crying, then asks the warrior if he has given out all of his nerdy lines. The warrior with glasses extends his arm forward. Wearing some kind of special bracelet, he points his finger at Park Yu-rim. Drones surround Park Yu-rim and her team. The beams of the drones are aimed at the people standing in the middle of the room. The warrior with glasses tells her to surrender. Park Yu-rim smiles predatorily, her face showing dots from the lasers that the drones directed at her. Park Yu-rim smiles evilly and releases a strong stream of her pink energy. her eyes burning with the evil fire of vengeance. Park Tae-rim lies on the floor of his prison cell and sleeps. The sounds of him snoring can be heard. Park Tae-rim wakes up because he hears shouts of battle in the hallway. He sits down on the floor of his cell near the wall. Suddenly, someone breaks down the door to Park Tae-rim's cell. He surprisingly continues to sit on the floor. Park Tae-rim squints at the warrior who flew into his cell, who is now lying on the other end of his room. Animal fear is frozen in the warrior's eyes, the irises of his eyes white, his mouth open in frightened pain. Someone speaks Park Tae-rim's name, and he turns to look at the person who has entered the cell. Park Tae-rim looks through the doorway and sees Park Yu-rim standing there. He calls her Nuna. Military helicopters fly over the sea, heading towards the hellish prison on the island. Kim Ki-bong and Koo Ji-ae look ahead. The girls, surprised and angry, they take a step forward. The Hell Cauldron prison is burned almost completely, its walls destroyed, an opening from a large explosion is visible. Koo Ji-ae says that it was obvious and expected that this is where Park Yu-rim would show up. Koo Ji-ae turns to the warriors behind her and tells them to try to find the survivors first. The warriors who came along with Kim Ki-bong scatter around the helicopter looking for survivors. Kim Ki-bong asks the system a question. The system says there are no survivors around the building at the moment. Kim Ki-bong turns to Koo Ji-ae and says that there are no survivors here. She asks him in surprise how he was able to figure that out. Kim Ki-bong replies that he will tell Koo Ji-ae the details of that later. First, he suggests that she go inside the building. Koo Ji-ae looks at Kim Ki-bong in surprise and says that she agrees. The girl thinks to herself that Kim Ki-bong is more serious than she thought at first. Kim Ki-bong and Koo Ji-ae walk together past the wall of the ruined building to get inside the prison. Kim Ki-bong looks ahead in the hallway. The entire floor is full of dead bodies of warriors, with pentagrams visible on the ceiling. The irises of the eyes of all the dead warriors are white. Their heads are thrown back, half of their faces are dark-colored, and their mouths are open in fear. Koo Ji-ae looks up and says that all the magic circles are activated properly. Kim Ki-bong replies that it's natural for one force to be suppressed by a more powerful force. Koo Ji-ae sadly lowers her head and says that they ended up being too late. Kim Ki-bong looks at the girl. Kim Ki-bong looks at Koo Ji-ae and asks her where they should go now in that case. She replies that they'll find out now. Koo Ji-ae raises her hand. There is a bright flame of blue energy flowing in her palm. It's like a vortex. Koo Ji-ae raises her hand, palm down over the tiled floor. The light from her palm is transferred to the floor, leaving a trail there. Behind Kim Ki-bong and Koo Ji-ae, rats scurry across the floor. They run past the walls with pictographs. The mice and rats run up to the light that Koo Ji-ae left on the floor. They congregate at her feet as she sits on the floor. Koo Ji-ae turns to Kim Ki-bong and tells him not to be scared because these are her friends. A tamer is a person who is able to get along with animals, plants as their friends. This ability is rare among players. Tamers can not only give instructions to animals and plants, but also contact with animals, which is an incredible skill. Kim Ki-bong looks at Koo Ji-ae, who is sitting on the floor with the mice in surprise. He asks the system about what the girl is doing now. Kim Ki-bong looks surprised and says this is the first time she's heard of animal contact. Koo Ji-ae starts to tell him what she learned from the mice. She says that the Shield Guild army massacred the place. Koo Ji-ae also says that the mice told her that the Shield Guild soldiers escaped from the army and moved towards the south. Koo Ji-ae tells Kim Ki-bong that they may be in pursuit again, but from a southerly direction she says that hypnosis is an outstanding ability, but not all eyes can be fooled. Two masked warriors stand outside an abandoned warehouse, their eyes not visible behind the hood of their cloaks worn high. A surprised Park Tae-rim stands behind Park Yu-rim and asks her how she was able to sneak into the prison on the island. Park Tae-rim is surprised to think that Koo Nu-nim was just looking at all of this idly. He addresses her as a sister. An annoyed Park Yu-rim turns to Park Tae-rim and tells him to henceforth never call Koo's sister in front of her, Nuna, again. Park Yu-rim says that Koo Ji-ae can't even say thank you to her, and she also ungratefully spit in their backs to all of them. Park Tae-rim says he gets it. He's thinking about the fact that Nuna has hated Koo Nu-nim since a long time ago. Park Yu-rim nods approvingly at Park Tae-rim and says that's exactly what her little brother should do. Park Tae-rim asks Nuna what they will do now and whether they will go overseas or reconstitute the Shield Guild. Park Yu-rim stands with her back to Park Tae-rim and starts laughing. She says he will find out soon enough. Park Yu-rim tells Park Tae-rim that there is something they should put a stop to while they are still here. Park Yu-rim says that they risked their own lives, but South Korea responded by betraying them, and Koo led a movement to kill them. Park Yu-rim says that they must punish Gu Sendler and everyone involved for betraying them. Park Yu-rim turns to Park Tae-rim and smiles. She says this time they will tear them all to shreds. Gu Sendler will pay for everything. Park Tae-rim looks at Park Yu-rim fearfully and tells her that he can't overpower Kim Ki-bong, not like South Korea. Park Yu-rim puts her hand on Park Tae-rim's shoulder and tells her that he's become such a coward while they've been apart. Park Tae-rim is in a lot of fear. He says that he and Park Yu-rim could just go overseas. If she stands up to Kim Ki-bong, she'll get hurt too. Park Yu-rim takes Park Tae-rim's two hands and tells him to listen to her carefully. He looks at her and wonders if she has always been this strong. Park Yu-rim with crazy eyes tells Park Tae-rim that she is no longer the same person she used to be. Park Yu-rim looks like she's crazy, her face burning red, veins showing on her face. She says no one can stop her. One of the seagulls flying by lands on the girl's hand. She holds out her fingers. The seagull's eyes are burning green. The girl stands next to Kim Ki-bong. She reaches up and thanks the flying seagull. The girl turns to Kim Ki-bong and says that they seem to be hiding somewhere nearby. Kim Ki-bong asks the girl what the Shield Guild Master is. The girl becomes very serious as she stares ahead and says that he's a very scary person. Kim Ki-bong lowers his eyes down and asks about the scary man. He is very sad. The girl says that the Shield Guild Master is one of the first awakened, and one of the first, she is stronger and more ruthless than anyone else. For the sake of gaining power and killing monsters, the Shield Guild Master was willing to make any sacrifice. The Shield Guild Master stands on the roof of a house and looks at the ruined city below. The girl tells him that because of the Shield Guild Master's ruthlessness, many people began to die among the citizens. Kim Ki-bong looks at his interlocutor in silence. He casts his eyes downward. Kim Ki-bong asks about the fact that a person like the Shield Guild Master had been living peacefully until now. The girl lowers her eyes down and says that that time was just like that. She is very saddened by her story. The girl points Kim Ki-bong to a house up ahead. She says that there is a warehouse complex on that hill. She suggests going there. Among the trees stands a nearly destroyed warehouse complex. The roof of the building is almost collapsed. The girl and Kim Ki-bong approach the warehouse complex along the path. They are facing the building. Kim Ki-bong looks at his companion and asks if they are here. She replies that yes, getting in front of the animals is something they couldn't avoid. Kim Ki-bong tells the system to search for people in the neighborhood. The system activates the search for people in the neighborhood. It starts the countdown. Two figures in black cloaks walk through the warehouse. They walk between the cans. Kim Ki-bong closes his eyes and gets the information from the system. He opens his eyes. His gaze is full of determination. Kim Ki-bong looks at the building and says that the Shield Guild Master and escaped detainee Park Tae-rim and about 10 other accomplices are inside the warehouse. Kim Ki-bong squats down, a twig of wood in his hands. He says that he would like to go head on, but it's important to cut down on unnecessary deaths and get information. Kim Ki-bong draws drawings and diagrams on the ground. He says it will be good if they infiltrate from the right side where there are less guards. The girl looks at the diagram in surprise and thinks she has figured out the approximate number of enemies. But she wonders how Kim Ki-bong figured out the number of enemies and location. Kim Ki-bong looks up at the girl and asks what's wrong with her. She says it's nothing, she's fine. Kim Ki-bong stares ahead and says that in that case they can start acting. Kim Ki-bong and his companion walk into the room, the girl holding onto the wall with her hand. From the side, someone looks at Kim Ki-bong and asks about who they are. A man wearing a cloak and a mask that partially covers his face walks towards Kim Ki-bong, and he grips the hilt of a sword in his pocket. Kim Ki-bong talks about what an annoying turn of events this is. The girl stands sideways to him and agrees. A cloaked man from the Shield Guild informs them that passage here is forbidden and they need to get out. The two cloaked men run towards Kim Ki-bong and the girl. They stand in front of them. The girl stands in front of Kim Ki-bong and covers him with her hand. She says she will deal with them on her own. Kim Ki-bong's companion points her finger at the enemies, then raises it in a quick motion. Two men in cloaks confront the girl in the suit. They point two long swords at her. Kim Ki-bong looks ahead and says in surprise that there's a cat running there. The girl puts her hand out in front of her and says she'll show the Shield Guild members what class the tamer is. Kang Hui is on his knees, his face close to the floor, resting his palms on the cold tile. Han Ji-woon looks at Kang Hui and asks him if he's sure he's doing the right thing. The other soldiers of Kim Ki-bong's rift cleanup team stand nearby and laugh, covering their mouths with their hands. Kang Hui turns to Han Ji-hoon and replies that the fire dragon has a specific smell, so he can recognize it. Kang Hui smiles and shows his hand to the hallway. He says they need to go right there. The soldiers in Kim Ki-bong's team look amongst themselves. One warrior snorts unhappily. Another replies to him that even though it doesn't look like it, the mana information is accurate. The army soldier turns back around and commands everyone to head forward. He tells everyone to get ready soon. Han Ji-woon brings his hand up to his head and holds one finger on his temple. He looks at Kang Hui. Kang Hui clasps his lower lip with two fingers of one hand and stares forward purposefully. Kim Ki-bong's companion has turned into a cat. She attacks the Shield Army warriors and continues to battle with them. Suddenly, a black hole opens in the ceiling, and the cloaked warrior who was guarding the entrance falls out of it. The rest of the Shield Army warriors stare back in surprise. Park Tarim and the rest of the warriors look at the fallen and beaten soldier. Kim Ki-bong and his companion emerge from the shadows, behind them the figure of a huge cat. Park Tarim looks forward fearfully. He stutters and then shouts Kim Ki-bong's name. Also, he calls out the girl's name, Ku-ju-ai. Kim Ki-bong, Ku-ju-ai, and the cat are standing in front of the Shield Guild army, the cat opening its mouth to stand behind them. The Shield Guild warrior girl wearing a cape says that there has been no news from Ku-ju-ai for 10 years. Everyone thought she was already dead. The girl says that fortunately Ku-ju-ai is alive, to which Ku-ju-ai asks her if she should thank her for the attachment to happiness. The girl's name is Yuri Oni, and she smiles evilly and calls Ku-ju-ai a pissy splinter. She reminds her of what she once said. Yuri Oni opens her mouth and screams in rage. She yells at Ku-ju-ai to never call her Ani again. Yuri Oni lets out a stream of energy around her with anger, her cloak fluttering around her. Kim Ki-bong brings his finger up to his head and starts scratching his ear. His gaze is blank. Yuri Oni puts her hand on her knee. She tells Ku-ju-ai not to have any illusions in her head. Yuri Oni raises the blue crystal stone above her head. She says that by all means she wanted to rip Ku-ju-ai and Kusung Ryung apart with her own hands. Ku-ju-ai screams in fear and amazement when she sees the crystal in Yuri Oni's hands. She recognizes it as the Stone of Return. She screams that she and Kim Ki-bong must stop her. Ku-ju-ai commands the cat to rush forward. The kitty with burning green eyes rushes forward to attack. Yuri Oni releases small dragons with wings towards the cat. They rush forward to attack the cat, who raises her paws. The dragons strike the cat screams in pain and bleeds. Ku-ju-ai watches the fight with consternation on her face. She is afraid for the cat. Kim Ki-bong remembers that these types are a perfect replica of the ones he met back then in the cave. Yuri Oni with crazy eyes raises her hand up and says that if Ku-ju-ai wants to stop her, let her try. Yuri Oni says that first Ku-ju-ai will have to defeat these monsters that are flying out at her from all directions. Park Yu-rim activates his power and rushes forward. With a powerful stream of energy, he throws away all the monsters flying at Ku-ju-ai. Park Tarim and Yuri Oni look surprised and yell out the name of Park Yu-rim, who they recognized in the man who swept through. Kim Ki-bong stands alone near a large crevice. There are rocks crumbling. He stands silently watching. Kim Ki-bong stands with his head up, his gaze fixed on the ceiling, his eyes full of hope. Kim Ki-bong looks at his hand. He says it's very strange, because he was sure that he had struck with his fist. Kim Ki-bong looks at his fist. He is pensive and doesn't know what to do next. Kim Yi-bong looks at the wall. He clenches his hand even tighter and tells his companion Ku-ju-ai that they missed their enemies. Ku-ju-ai says that the Shield Guild warriors are up to some foul play because they possess the returned stone. The cat that sits next to the girl yawns and says that things are bad. The cat is injured after a fight in which it was hit hard with blue energy. Kim Ki-bong says that he thinks their enemies didn't get far since they moved with the help of the stone. Kim Ki-bong turns around and looks at his companion. Kim Ki-bong tells his companion that they can start their pursuit again. He walks forward through the cave they are in. A building with a pharmacy is quietly seen in the big city. This is the province of Sihyung City. Yuri Oni is holding her hand on the floor with a pentagram drawn on it. She just used the return stone. Park Tarim stands beside her and catches her balance. Yuri Oni's eyes are full of madness. Saliva flows out of her mouth. She is breathing rapidly. Yuri Oni looks at her hand. She says Kim Ki-bong managed to break through her defense in such a short moment. Yuri Oni puffs up her cheeks and she vomits blood on the floor. Park Tarim watches her. He calls her Nuna. Park Tarim looks at Yuri Oni fearfully and asks her if she's okay. Yuri Oni wipes her mouth with her hand and says that she is fine and she herself is fine. Yuri Oni turns to Park Tarim and tells him that compared to the pain he experienced, hers is just nothing. Park Tarim stands with his mouth open and says that no matter what, Yuri Oni needs to be treated. Yuri Oni turns to Park Tarim and tells him with a smile that he must be tired so he can go rest first. Park Tarim has his head down, sweat running down his face. Yuri Oni says that she will call him a little later. Park Tarim looks at Yuri Oni and agrees with her words. Park Tarim turns his back to Yuri Oni and walks away. He turns the doorknob. Park Tarim holds onto the handle with his hand and turns around one last time and looks at Yuri Oni. Yuri Oni steps away from Park Tarim and walks to the edge of the roof of the building. She looks up at the whole city. Yuri Oni stands on the edge of the building. She looks at the people passing by and takes in their faces. Yuri Oni, without turning her head, tells someone to come out. From behind a corner, the director of the Shield Guild, who is wanted, comes out. He says to greet the master. Yuri Oni turns his head and asks the director what he's been doing all this time that he only showed up now. The director spreads his hands apart and says that he was preparing so that he can conduct quiet activities because all the armed forces are gathering in this city now. The director mentions the mercenaries who stole the fire dragon's body. The director says that if he went to the front lines, he wouldn't be able to do all of this. Yuri Oni turns his head to the director and angrily tells him that he is still the same as before, just chalking his tongue. The principal holds a cigarette in his teeth and looks at Yuri Oni. He says that he feels like they have become much stronger than they were before. Yuri Oni turns away and looks at the city. She asks the principal if he thought about her just having fun. Yuri Oni looks at the city. The principal says she is a master who is willing to do anything for strength. Yuri Oni sends a disgruntled look towards the principal and says enough of the idle chatter right now. She asks her to tell her about Kim Ki-bong. The director lowers his eyes and says that at one point, Kim Ki-bong just appeared out of nowhere without any hint of it. The director talks about how they were going to recruit Kim Ki-bong to join them, but along with the scout team failed. The director of the Shield Guild says that afterward they thought Kim Ki-bong was a threat and decided to destroy him. He looks on with a disgruntled look. The director says that their plan resulted in a complete failure, and Kim Ki-bong defeated Park Tae-rim. The Shield Guild director puts a cigarette in his mouth and says that he and his team have been trying to find information about Kim Ki-bong. Yuri Oni stands at the edge of the roof. The director says that they were able to find out that for 10 years no one knew Kim Ki-bong's location. His father and younger sister disappeared after the rift collapsed. Yuri Oni asks the director of the Shield Guild if Kim Ki-bong has anything to do with Kusung Ryung. The director holds a cigarette clenched in his teeth. He says that Kim Ki-bong has nothing to do with Kusung Ryung. Yuri Oni stands looking away and replies that it just can't be. Yuri Oni looks at the city and says that where can you find someone who doesn't like power and money? Yuri Oni grinds her teeth unkindly and says that she's sure there's some kind of connection between Kim Ki-bong and Kusung Ryun, and she definitely gave him something. The director of the Shield Guild looks up and says that it's all the same now. Yuri Oni activates her defense, her red-colored energy spreading around, her eyes burning with a bright red light. People on the streets of the city raise their heads up in surprise and see Yuri Oni in a beam of red light on the roof of a house. Everything around is illuminated with red light. The eyes of the citizens of the city turn bright red. The director of the Shield Guild is smoking. Yuri Oni says that the time has come to show what will happen to the land that abandoned her. Yuri Oni looks at the people ominously and talks about how she once protected the land. Yuri Oni spreads her arms out to the sides. The red-eyed people continue on their way. Yuri Oni shouts that the beginning has finally come. Kang Hui holds onto a stick with his hands and smells where they should go next. Kang Hui points his finger somewhere and says that the smell he smelled is going that way. The Rift Team warriors and Han Ji-woon look at Kang Hui in utter surprise. Kang Hui looks out of the car window. The warriors discuss that the thieves went to the city. Wouldn't it have been better for them to hide in the mountains? The car with the soldiers and tanks pull up to the checkpoint into the city. The walkie-talkie makes strange noises. The man on the walkie-talkie says that Kang Hui isn't even a dog after all. The soldiers ride in the car and think about whether it seems logical that they're only by smell to continue their pursuit. After all, it's the 21st century. Han Ji-woon turns to the soldiers and asks them. He says it looks weird, but could they just trust them? Kang Hui looks out the car window. He yells that this is the place to stop. Kang Hui jumps out of the car as soon as it slows down on the road. The commander-in-chief commands his soldiers to get out of the cars and follow the special rift cleanup team. One of the soldiers looks up and asks what kind of fool would hide the body of a fire dragon here. The soldiers continue to look up at the sky, and one of them says there are too many eyes to hide a fire dragon here. The soldier stands there thinking about getting a promotion as soon as possible. Everything around him is covered in red light. Two masked men walk up to the soldier, their eyes burning red. They reach out their hands straight towards him. Han Ji-woon reaches forward with his hand and throws the two masked men with red eyes away with a blast of energy. Han Ji-woon looks forward confidently and says that it seems they've come to the right place after all. Kang Hui stands surrounded by soldiers on the street, with cars parked nearby and snipers sitting on rooftops. Kang Hui puts his hand to his nose, saying that his nose never fails him. The masked bandits try to get Kang Hui and climb up to him. Kang Hui shows his fist to the bandits and calls them thieves. He steps forward to them. Han Ji-woon reaches out his hand and reaches for the throat of the bandit in front of him. He tries to kill him. The snipers on the roof of the building aim directly at Han Ji-woon. He steps forward. Suddenly, a stream of red energy throws the sniper away. The other sniper looks on frightened. Kang Hui destroys the snipers with his magic and energy. He hangs in the air and points his hand at the warriors. Kang Hui looks at the warriors he threw back and laughs. The warrior army shakes with fright. Someone says that at first he didn't believe that the Rift Squad would be able to do anything without Kim Ki-bong. but compared to the rumors, they are much stronger in practice. One of the brigands lands near Han Ji-woon with satisfied sounds. The brigand calls the Rift Cleanup Squad the loyal dogs of the rotten government. Han Ji-woon looks hostilely at the brigand. Han Ji-woon exclaims in surprise when he sees the Korean, surprised by his nationality. The soldier of Captain Kim Ki-bong's army points his finger and says something about those types. The soldier points to the tattoos on the wrists of the bandits. He says they are the remnants of the Shield Guild army. Angry Han Ji-woon says that now it's clear where the Shield Guild used to be. The Korean laughs evilly and says it's disgusting to see their stuck-up faces. He asks if they've studied Hapkido. He adds that compared to Kim Ki-bong, they're just extras. Han Ji-woon looks at the Korean and asks if he's curious about what they studied. Han Ji-woon says that they were studying Taekwondo. Then he throws a hard punch at the Korean. The Korean from the Shield Guild army flies back from the powerful punch. He falls head on the pavement. The other warrior watches and sits next to him. Han Ji-woon looks at the Shield Army warrior and says he's ashamed that such a short man is also Korean like him. Han Ji-woon says that he doesn't understand how South Korean citizens dare and join these types and terrorize. The Korean laughs unpleasantly and asks Han Ji-woon if he thinks they've won a victory. The Korean reaches into his pocket and pulls out something with a sharp needle on the end. He tells Han Ji-woon not to be deceived. Han Ji-woon and the red-haired warrior look at the Korean who says that it wasn't them that caught them. They got caught. Han Ji-woon and the red-haired soldier are surrounded by other soldiers with assault rifles. The Korean pulls his sharp object out of his pocket and suddenly inserts it into his neck, his veins swelling from the needle. Han Ji-woon and the red-haired warrior, the soldiers, are frightened watching the Korean's actions. They don't understand what he is doing and are waiting for the consequences. The Korean and the rest of the Shield Army soldiers transform after sticking the needles in their necks. They have strong muscles and burning red eyes. The soldiers of the National Army turn around on the Shield Guild Army. They are shocked to see that they have dramatically increased in size. A Korean with red zombified eyes looks at the National Army soldiers and shouts swear words at them. The Shield Guild warriors with new strong muscles rush at the National Army soldiers and shout that they will tear them all to pieces. Han Ji-woon and the Rift Cleanup team stand up to fend off the blow from the mutated Shield Guild soldiers. Kong Hui suddenly jumps out and throws himself on top of the mutated Shield Guild soldiers, his face serious. Kong Hui stands on the rooftop with Han Ji-woon and turns to him. He asks if he should have gotten into this battle. Kang Hui looks at the Rift Team soldiers with rapturous eyes and says he didn't understand why they were standing in a pillar. Han Ji-woon holds the pink energy in his hands and tensely looks at Kang Hui, who says that he now realized their plan existed. Han Ji-woon looks resentfully at Kang Hui and asks him, did he really think they could be scared of these pumped-up guild soldiers? They have years of Rift experience under their belt. The other Rift Sweep Team soldier says that these guild types are no bigger than punching bags compared to the Rift monsters. The Rift Cleanup Team soldiers say that there is something inhuman about these mutated warriors. Kang Hui, with eyes burning with excitement, asks if he should destroy the mutated Shield Guild warriors. The National Army soldiers walk past the others and wonder how Kang Hui, with such an innocent face, can say such scary words. Han Ji-woon replies that they can't kill the Shield Guild warriors. They need to take them alive and reveal who exactly is behind their backs. Han Ji-woon, Kang Hui, and the others rush at the mutated warriors, screaming that they will tear them all to pieces. Yui goes live in her studio. They show 2 thumbs up and say hello to her viewers, calling them kittens. She talks about the broadcast with Jin Ta. Yui sits at the table and reads the comments. She says that apparently her viewers can't wait to see their collaboration. Yui says goodbye to her viewers and says she too can't wait to shoot the live stream with Jin Ta already. She says she'll be back soon and says goodbye. Yui presses the end button for the live stream and stretches her arms forward to stretch them out. She exhales tiredly. Yui looks at her phone. Her face looks surprised. She says it's kind of weird because Jin Ta hasn't picked up her phone since yesterday. Yui says that there's still so much to discuss with Jin Ta about the content on their broadcasts. If this keeps up, they're going to be screwed. Yui sits at the table and picks up her phone. She starts calling someone and puts the receiver to her ear. Yui's phone receiver answers that the caller is out of range. She is asked to leave a message after the beep. Yui puts the phone down on the table. She is saddened and thinks that this is too much, and she must have been really screwed. They had agreed to film a collaboration together, but there's still no response. Yui turns to her cat to hear her answer. She sits on her pillow and meows in agreement. Yui stands in front of the computer. She lowers her hands and clenches her fists unhappily. She looks at the computer in front of her. Yui looks forward and confidently declares that she needs to go in search of Jin Ta herself. All of the mutated Shield Guild Army warriors are sitting on the pavement in handcuffs, with Han Ji-woon, Kang Hui, and the National Army soldiers standing beside them. The National Army soldier addresses the Rift cleanup team and says that they did a great job. The handcuffs on the Shield Guild Army soldiers are made of a special alloy. They can contain the strength of an average player, so there's no escape for these types. Han Ji-woon is holding the thing that the soldiers injected into their veins to mutate. He questions what it is. A National Army soldier shouts to the division commander that they found the truck. Han Ji-woon, Kang Hui, and the division commander approach the truck hidden in the bushes. It has its back door open. The trunk of the truck is empty, and the army soldier says he thought they found the body of the fire dragon, but I guess they'll have to get information from the terrorists now. Han Ji-woon turns to the colonel and tells them to move the Shield Guild to the joint headquarters, and they'll continue the investigation with a special Rift cleanup team. The National Army colonel asks Han Ji-woon if they already have some sort of plan for the search. Han Ji-woon says they'll start up again. He points his hand back at Kang Hui, who is standing contentedly behind him and smiles. Han Ji-woon says that they're using an albeit slightly incompetent, but proven method. Kang Hui stands and rubs his nose with the finger of his hand. A pink swamp and pink mist and rocks, a rank 5 rift, a killer swamp. Monsters with red eyes and swords in their hands swarm everywhere around the swamp. They look like mutated amphibians. Cheon Yu-bin is standing on the swamp. He is swinging a throwing disc in his right hand. In his other hand is a sword. He shouts several times the word no. Cheon Yu-bin rushes to attack. He deflects all the blows of the mutated beasts attacking him. Cheon Yu-bin remembers how Kim Ki-bong dealt with all the monsters in the Moth Rift. He says it's all wrong. Cheon Yu-bin rushes at a huge monster with many tentacles and swords in each of its paws. It's a rank 5 boss monster, Killa. Cheon Yu-bin unwraps a weapon in each of his hands, flies up and rushes straight into the face of boss monster Killa, who is holding huge swords in his paws. Cheon Yu-bin tears the boss monster into small pieces with his weapon, the remains of the monster's body falling from the sky to the ground. He shouts that this is all wrong too, remembering Kim Ki-bong's overwhelming power that day in the Moth Cave. 2 men run up to Cheon Yu-bin. They shout and address him as Hyungnim. One of the men turns to Cheon Yu-bin, who is standing with his back to him, and tells him that he has become more abrupt, whether he has something wrong. Cheon Yu-bin looks ahead thoughtfully and slowly says that he has nothing wrong. The 2 guys who came up look at Cheon Yu-bin questioningly and want to contradict him, starting to say something about, however. Cheon Yu-bin aggressively pounces on one of the guys and clutches him with his hands. He yells at him that he asked him not to touch him, then he listens. The 2 guys tell Cheon Yu-bin that they wanted to report that the members of the Shield Guild have been out of contact for days, and they all live in Saehyung City. They were supposed to go out on a raid and have disappeared. Cheon Yu-bin turns around surprised and asks if all the guild members have disappeared from communication at the same time. Cheon Yu-bin lets the guys go. He steps forward a little and says that it's suspicious that multiple guild members disappeared at the same time. Cheon Yu-bin says that because he's been absorbed in the rift attacks all this time, he's been acting a little indifferent towards them. Cheon Yu-bin turns to his team and tells them that they're going on a reconnaissance trip to Sihin together. A man in a special suit squats down and examines a box found in a storage room. Kuju-ae says that there's no way Park Yu-rim will just back down. She looks into Kim Ki-bong's face. Kim Ki-bong lowers his pensive gaze. He says that the fire dragon's body must have been stolen by Park Yu-rim's underlings. Kuju-ae looks ahead out the window and says that maybe Park Yu-rim and her team used firearms instead of player skills to hide the true face. Kim Ki-bong continues to reason that in that case, Park Yu-rim could have already taken the fire dragon's body abroad. Park Yu-rim closes her eyes and says that it's impossible to teleport across countries, so Park Yu-rim got into the country through the airport. The National Intelligence Army made a statement that even if Park Yu-rim could find a moment to teleport, it would be unrealistic to teleport the fire dragon's body. Kim Ki-bong still has doubts in his heart about teleportation, even after hearing Kuju-ae's words and explanations. He doesn't understand why the enemy captured the fire dragon's body. Kim Ki-bong thinks about the fact that if it was all for money, the invaders just wouldn't have enough time, space to do something with the body in South Korea. Kim Ki-bong says that Park Yu-rim and her associates want to do something with the fire dragon body. Kuju-ae turns to Kim Ki-bong in surprise and says that she just recently received the exact same information from the National Intelligence Service. Kim Ki-bong is focused on his thoughts, and deep in thought, he stares at the floor. Kim Ki-bong thinks about the fact that even if the Arabs who showed themselves in a monster-like appearance were close to the monsters he met in the dungeon, the Arabs still had something human. Kang Hui calls Kim Ki-bong on the phone. The latter pulls the phone out of his pocket and answers it. Kang Hui yells into the phone that he found something. Kang Hui looks out of the car window and yells into the phone to Kim Ki-bong that he found where the enemy is hiding. Kang Hui continues to yell into the phone to Kim Ki-bong that the enemy is there. Kim Ki-bong asks him where it is. He moves the receiver away from his ear a bit. Kim Ki-bong tells Kang Hui to give the phone to the deputy commander. Kang Hui squints at him unhappily and snickers. The deputy commander comes to the phone. Kim Ki-bong asks him what place Kang Hui just told him about. Han Ji-woon sits next to Kang Hui in the car and tells Kim Ki-bong on the phone that they don't know the exact location. Han Ji-woon says that it looks like it's somewhere near Seheung City in Gyeonggi Province. They are heading to that location now. Kim Ki-bong says that he accepted the information and now they're going to that location too. Han Ji-woon replies that he accepted and is serving the fatherland. Koo Ju-ae looks surprised at Kim Ki-bong and asks who called if it was that child. Kim Ki-bong looks at Koo Ju-ae and asks her if she knew Kang Hui earlier or not. Koo Ju-ae puts her hand to her mouth and says that she doesn't even know how to say it, but she doesn't advise Kim Ki-bong to trust Kang Hui much. There's nothing else she can say. Koo Ju-ae says that the best thing for them to do now is to follow to the place that Kang Hui reported to try to retrace Park Yu-rim's trail. Kim Ki-bong looks at the girl. A man in a special suit with a camera squats down to take a picture of the body parts of the defeated monsters. Suddenly, the bodies of the monsters come to life and stand up. Some have their eyes in their stomachs. The rest of their body parts are not fully recovered. The costume men start running around in panic. A flash of bright light kills all the dead monsters that have risen. The costume people crouch down from the beam. Pieces of bodies that were left from the mutated beasts being shredded start falling from the sky. The people in special suits look on in fright. Kim Ki-bong turns to Koo Ju-ae and says he missed a bit because of the rush. He says these monsters are too annoying. Koo Ju-ae looks at Kim Ki-bong with a serious look and says they can hit the road. A huge pink portal opens above the city. The sky is all painted with pictographs, and a funnel hangs over the city. Park Yu-rim stands on the edge of the roof of a building and looks down at the city, the pink funnel hanging right above her head. From behind Park Yu-rim, someone calls out calling her master. She turns around and says that her loyal supporters have come in. The four who have entered kneel down in front of Park Yu-rim. The man with a scar over one eye is the Chief Secretary of Shield Guild Master Kim Tae-ryuk. The second person who came looks very young. It's the commander of the Shield Guild's special unit, Kang Min-seok. The third one is wearing a suit covering his eyes with a drawing of a single white eye. This is the commander of the Shield Guild's first magic group, Ching Min-ai. The last bald man with glasses is the commander of the Shield Guild's science and technology group, Park Hu-deok. All four are kneeling in front of Guildmaster Park Yu-rim. They say that they are ready to follow any order she gives them. Park Yu-rim turns around at the newcomers. They say they are waiting for her next instructions for action. Park Yu-rim looks at her assistant standing on the roof. She says it's all thanks to them doing a great job. She praises them. Park Yu-rim looks at the supporters and says that she is confident that they didn't run away, leaving her little brother behind. Her gaze is directed straight at them. The warriors stand with their heads bowed to Park Yu-rim. They say that of course they didn't abandon her and her little brother. They just hid, waiting for her to regain her strength. Park Yu-rim looks at her supporters with a confused and embarrassed look at the same time and says that she hopes for this truth. Park Yu-rim throws the capsules on the ground in front of her supporters. Kim Tae-ryuk asks her what it is. She gives it to them. Park Yu-rim looks at her fighters with eyes full of madness and tells them to inject themselves with the drug. Park Yu-rim looks at the doping thing she herself threw and says that this thing will pave their way to a new world. The thing looks like a flashlight with liquid and a needle. The minions kneel down and look at the vials that Park Yu-rim threw to them. They look up at her slightly. One hand reaches out and takes the dope. Kim Tae-ryuk grabs the ampoule. He releases the contents of the ampoule through the needle into his neck vein. Kim Tae-ryuk transforms and becomes a huge red warrior with burning eyes. The monster smiles evilly. Park Yu-rim says they are no longer the scum they used to be. Park Yu-rim shouts that her accomplices were able to be reborn because of this power contained in the vials. The other three accomplices also inject vials into their necks and scream in pain. Park Yu-rim continues to shout and support the actions of her warriors. She shouts that now they are no longer equal among humans. Park Yu-rim stands and towers over her four accomplices. She shouts for them to rejoice and reverence. All of them have transformed and mutated after the ampoule. Park Yu-rim smiles predatorily and says that they will be in awe of the blessing of their shared hype. Park Yu-rim joyfully exclaims that with the fire dragon body, they will be able to create a legion consisting of mutated superhumans. In a large test tube, a red crystal swirls around. Park Yu-rim says with frenzied excitement that they will be able to destroy the country that treated them once with contempt and then create a cleaned-up South Korea. All four of Park Yu-rim's accomplices stand with their faces raised aloft, their eyes burning with red fire. They look like living zombies. Park Tae-rim hides behind the corner of a building on the roof and watches the scene as the people who injected themselves with the ampoule turned into humanoid monsters. Park Tae-rim looks surprised at what's happening. He interjects to ask which hype state Park Yu-rim is talking about. A police car drives through the streets of the city, with tall residential buildings standing around, the car's blinkers running loudly. Yui rides in the back seat of the car and looks at her phone. She looks puzzled at the outgoing unanswered calls and says that something really happened. It's never happened before. The driver of the car turns back and looks at Yui. He asks her if she is the same girl. Yui squeals with delight. She marvels that he knows her and laughs. Yui looks out of the back seat and looks at the driver. Yui marvels that she is known as a YouTuber. The driver interjects and repeats her name. He says he doesn't know what she is even talking about now. The driver says it looks like he just confused Yui with someone else. Yui embarrassedly says that happens too. She laughs and talks about how embarrassing it is. The driver says that 6 years ago he and his son were saved by a man in Thangimdae, and that man looked a lot like Yui. Yui smiles and reaches out to the pendant around her neck. She touches the heart, and it lights up brightly. In Yui's hands is a cat. A satisfied Yui holds the cat out in front of her and tells the driver that it wasn't her who saved him then. It was him. The cat in Yui's hands meows. Yui holds out money to the driver and thanks him for driving her and the cat. There's a green piece of paper in Yui's hands. The driver extends both hands forward and says he doesn't need the money since she saved his and his son's life. He says he is very uncomfortable taking money from her now. Yui, with her kitty on her shoulder, says that back then she only did what she had to do. She says that just the driver's words are enough for her in gratitude. Yui adds that the toll came out quite a bit too. The driver holds out his hands to Yui and says that in that case they will just shake hands. He says that if Yui needs to go anywhere else she can contact him. He gives her his card. Yui squeezes her eyes shut and makes sounds of mortification. She thinks about the fact that she doesn't know if this decision will be the right one or not. The driver looks out of the car window and looks at Yui. He tells her that if she walks a bit in that direction, she will come out to the center of Sehyun. You have to be careful there. Yui wishes for a good road in return. Yui goes and talks to the cat on her shoulder. She says that anyway, she's very happy that the cab driver is living well now. She asks what the cat thinks about it and gets an approving meow. Yui looks ahead and says that it's actually all very strange since it's only the first half of the day. Yui looks ahead of the street and says that there's no one in town at all. The street is empty and only at the end is a car. Yui looks out the window in surprise as she walks past the storefront. She looks strange and says that there is something fishy about this whole situation. Yui hears some strange noises ahead in the back alley. She promptly heads that way and yells for someone to stop. Yui suddenly stops and looks up. She says something is flying from the sky. The whole city is strewn with little red lights falling down. Yui stops and the cat jumps off her shoulder. She looks up scared and surprised. She starts to read the consternation in her eyes. Yui looks ahead and sees people with red eyes walking through the streets of the city. They are under hypnosis. Their bodies have mutated and their internal organs are covering the bodily shell. National Army soldiers sit in an office. 2 of them sit at computers and listen to recordings. 1 stands as a caretaker. The men sitting at the computers with headphones stare into the screens and shout that an unidentified flying object is currently moving towards the metropolitan area. The head caretaker shouts in consternation for the military to immediately find out what it is. They report that the signal has just been lost. The caretaker approaches and leans over the soldiers. He asks them if there may have been a mistake and the signal was not there. The surprised military men say they don't know. The caretaker starts to walk away from the table, and one military man starts yelling again that the signal has reappeared. The caretaker turns his head towards him and the screen. The military man starts typing rapidly on the computer keyboard. He says he's starting a pursuit and radar identification of the unknown flying object. The military man watches the screen and motion sensors in surprise, but the flying object locator again just disappears and reveals itself. The caretaker behind the military man's back starts yelling irritably and asking if he is joking and how this can even be. The military man replies that he apologizes, but the radar is showing and not showing the object. The lookout puts his hand to his head. He closes his eyes and asks the military man what the last location of the flying object was. The military man scrutinizes the locator and studies it. He says the last location of the unidentified flying object was Shihong Province. A surprised Yui stands in the middle of the street and looks at the people with zombified eyes and mutated bodies, who move around in a shell with monster bodies on the street and don't speak. The mutated bodies are attached to the people with their tentacles. They resemble the twisted internal organs of some monster. The eyes of the people are white in color and stare upwards into the void. A surprised and frightened Yui looks at the mutated humans and curses, wondering what these creatures are. Yui notices a blob of pink energy in front of her. She looks up in surprise and realizes that her automatic shield is activated. She is surprised by this fact. Auto shield is a defensive magic that reacts instantly to a sudden enemy attack. It is an indispensable skill for a high-level mage that was invented for the sake of increasing the survival rate. The automatic shield should protect the fragile mage from a sudden attack. Yui raises her hand up and looks at the falling red dust particles. Yui continues to look ahead at the mutated humans. She says that these red dust specks are what turned the humans into monsters. Yui begins to run rapidly. She thinks about the fact that there was a rupture collapse, but then denies the thought, as in that case the government would find out. Yui rapidly runs forward. She says that she is sure that somewhere nearby is the source of what is happening, and she needs to find it. Yui continues to run forward. She stops and sees a red slit up ahead where a human silhouette can be seen. Yui sees a toddler running off in an unknown direction. She starts running after him and calls out to him along the way. Yui asks him to stop. The system notifies that there is 1 minute left to arrive in the vicinity of Shihyung City. Kuju-ae parries down and presses his hand to his eyes. Kim Ki-bong lands on the roof of a building. Kuju-ae clings to him and holds onto his collar with her hand. They try to stay on their feet. Kim Ki-bong looks at Kuju-ae and asks her if she's okay after flying. She says she's fine and squints, saying it's just the first time she's seen this way of traveling. Kuju-ae scratches her head and fixes her disheveled hair. She says that even though they were running out of time, they flew in really fast, which is good. Kim Ki-bong's hair changes color and becomes black again. Kuju-ae looks at him in surprise. Kim Ki-bong and Kuju-ae are walking down a city street. The girl turns to Kim and says that his hair is changing color, which is incredible. She thinks to herself that he didn't even say anything back to her. The system sends a notification that there is an abnormal sign in the city. Kim Ki-bong raises his head up and repeats the words about the abnormal sign. Kuju-ae from over his shoulder looks at him and interjects. Kim Ki-bong waves his hand and puts his fingers out. He says he didn't say anything just now and looks at Kuju-ae. Kim Ki-bong focuses on himself and tells the system to continue. The system reports that the city is overflowing with magical power. The system reports to Kim Ki-bong that unrecognizable magic is spreading throughout the city area. Hypnosis magic is scattered throughout all places in the city. Kim Ki-bong looks at Kuju-ae standing next to him and says that he thinks it's safe to say that Park Yu-rim is here now. Kuju-ae looks at him questioningly, turning her head slightly towards Kim Ki-bong. She wonders how he could know that. Kim Ki-bong replies to Kuju-ae that for starters, they need to hit the road as soon as possible. Kim Ki-bong moves forward. Kuju-ae rushes after him and tries to catch up by switching to running. The system tells Kim Ki-bong that he is starting to resist the abnormal condition. He has become immune to the abnormal condition. Red dust particles begin to fall on Kim Ki-bong and Kuju-ae. Kuju-ae looks up and clamps her nose with the fingers of her right hand. She says it could be poison. Kuju-ae reaches into her inside pocket and pulls out a small bottle, which she promptly drinks. Kim Ki-bong looks at her in surprise. The bottle in Kuju-ae's hands is an immune potion, an elixir that gives an instant resistance to the enemy's magic attack and lasts for about a day. Kim Ki-bong and Kuju-ae are standing on the central boulevard of the city. Red dust is falling all around them, and they see mutated people in front of them. Kim Ki-bong and Kuju-ae look ahead. In front of them is a crowd of human monsters. Kuju-ae wonders what the hell is going on here. Kuju-ae looks at the humans with white pupils and incomprehensibly shaped bodies and asks who these creatures are. Kim Ki-bong turns to the system and tells it to start analyzing. The system tells it that they are humans who have been infected by an unknown magical force that is causing the human monster deformation. Kim Ki-bong looks at the mutant humans. The system tells him that if the source of the magic radiation is destroyed, the deformation process can be stopped. Kuju-ae looks at Kim Ki-bong and asks if they should kill the mutants. He rather aggressively tells her no. Kim Ki-bong tells Kuju-ae that these monsters are still human. As long as the situation doesn't deteriorate any further, they should avoid the fight and quickly walk through them down the street. Kim Ki-bong and Kuju-ae quickly cross the entire square, avoiding clashing with the monsters along the way. Kim Ki-bong runs through and in parallel asks the system to find the source of the magic. The system notifies that the magic is too powerful and requires traveling on elevated terrain. Kim Ki-bong jumps forward abruptly and says that he will be back soon. Kuju-a exclaims in surprise. What and where is he going? Kim Ki-bong uses his recovery energy. He flies higher and is surrounded by larger mutants than were in the streets below. One of the mutants is laughing and flashing red eyes. He says, "Here are the rats, finally." The second mutant says that Kim Ki-bong's guts are not thin if he decided to come alone. The four monsters surround Kim Ki-bong and say if he is addressed, he should answer them instead of keeping quiet. Kim Ki-bong applies streams of his energy, and with powerful blows, he cuts the mutants into separate pieces. A pile of blood and organ spatter spreads around. Kim Ki-bong hangs in the center in the air. Kim Ki-bong continues his flight and jumps onto the rooftops of a nearby building. Kim Ki-bong lands and stands on the edge of the roof. He looks down at the city covered in red magic. Kim Ki-bong turns to the system and tells it to look for Park Yu-rim and the magic source that has poisoned the entire city with magic. The system tells it to start searching for the magic source and Park Yu-rim. Park Yu-rim is standing on the roof of another building right on the edge. Park Yu-rim looks ahead with an angry and crazy look. She says here is Kim Ki-bong coming that she has been waiting for. Kim Ki-bong looks at the city. The system reports that it is in the process of locating the magic feeding device. The search is still in progress. Kim Ki-bong turns to the system and asks it why it is taking so long to search for the magic device. The system gives him just another response without words. The system tells Kim Ki-bong that the unidentified magic is very powerful. It assumes that the people on the streets don't sense the abnormality of this place. So if left like this, the police may not arrive. Kim Ki-bong continues to stand on the roof of the building. He looks out over the city drowning in magic. The system reports that the device has finally been detected. The system reports that there is currently one main device, a source of magic. And there are also 4 auxiliary sources of magic. Kim Ki-bong confidently looks ahead and tells the system to mark all the magic energy supply sources for him on the map. He wants to destroy them right now. The system tells Kim Ki-bong that destroying the magic sources is impossible. The main magic source can only be destroyed if the other 4 are destroyed at the same time. The system says that otherwise the auxiliary machine will begin automatic regeneration. Kim Ki-bong lowers his head and says that everything is very complicated. The system tells Kim Ki-bong that people who have not been affected by the magic have been detected. The screens show Kang Hui, the Rift cleanup team, Ku Ju-ai, Cheon Yu-bin and his men, and a running Yui. Kim Ki-bong smiles in response to the message from the system. He says the men are detected just in time. Kim Ki-bong uses his energy and goes straight up from the roof of the building with a direct throw. Kim Ki-bong lands next to Ku Ju-ai. She covers her hands fearfully and looks in his direction. The girl says Kim Ki-bong never ceases to amaze her. Kim Ki-bong looks at Ku Ju-ai standing in the corner and says they need to go somewhere right now. Ku Ju-ai looks at Kim Ki-bong in surprise. She asks where exactly they need to go right now. Kim Ki-bong replies that he found a place that will end it all at once, but he needs help. Yui continues her pursuit of the toddler, who continues to run away from her. She runs into some room and keeps yelling to him. In the room that the baby runs into, there are more people in the room. They are armed with sticks, with masks on their faces, and they stand up and come forward at Yui. The masked woman with the baby holds her baby closer to her heart. She looks at Yui and asks her who she is. Yui looks at the people in surprise and raises her hands. She tells them not to be scared, and she doesn't plan on doing anything bad to them. She asks if they know her by any chance. Yui stands up and spreads her arms out to the sides. She presses the heart on her pendant. Yui smiles and pulls out her selfie stick. She tells the people that in truth she is live streaming. One of the people takes off his mask and looks at Yui. He says he now recognizes her and understands who she is. The other person in the bunker squints his eyes and says that it's true, and he saw Yui on YouTube once too. Someone else says that Yui seems to have even been on TV once. Yui covers her eyes and thanks them for recognizing her. She smiles at this fact of recognition and holds up a selfie stick with her phone. Yui gets serious and turns to the residents who are sitting in the bunker. She asks them what suddenly happened to the city and where this anomaly came from. A mom with a baby in her arms replies that they don't know exactly, but a few days ago something strange started happening to the town and the people. Yui looks questioningly at the surviving people and asks how then they managed to stay unharmed if everyone else turned into zombies. The people answer that flying red pollen in the air, they thought it was the cause of the mutation. Yui continues to listen to the survivor's story. She says that she knew it was the pollen that was the problem. It turns out that when pollen gets inside a person's body, changes occur. All the people in the bunker have one thing in common, and that is the masks. Yui thinks that the masks are the reason they survived. One of the men looks at Yui and asks her if the rescue team is coming, hopefulness in his voice. Yui smiles and says that of course the squad will come, and they don't have to worry about it. Yui squints suspiciously at the red dust. She thinks that judging by this unidentified magic, no rescue squad will be coming either. Yui picks up her selfie stick and looks at it, then starts pressing buttons on her phone screen. She thinks things are bad and something needs to be done. Yui thinks of somehow needing to report to everyone else that they are hiding here so they can send help, but the connection fails and the network fails to connect. Suddenly, zombified people appear behind Yui and start breaking into the room where the living people are hiding. The glass in the shelter breaks, and the mutated zombies rush inside the warehouse where the people are hiding, Yui blocking them with herself. Yui turns back around and yells to the people to all step back and be careful. Yui activates the pendant around her neck. She puts forward a shield of blue energy. The zombies hit her shield and stop. They pile their entire body mass on top of her. Yui releases her selfie stick forward. It transforms into her weapon, which Yui starts to attack with. It activates a shockwave strike and throws the zombies away. Yui turns to the surviving humans and tells them that she apologizes to them. They may have been hurt badly, but their lives are not in danger right now. Yui yells and commands the people to cover their mouths and noses with a mask and run to the building on the opposite side. The people behind her run out of their hiding place. Suddenly, a car pulls out from somewhere. Yui looks at the arriving car in surprise. A huge mutated monster jumps out at Yui and starts growling, standing right in front of her. It has burning red eyes, a very muscular body, and torn pieces of skin. Yui looks at the monster in surprise and questions what this huge creature in front of her is. The creature looks at Yui and laughs. It calls Yui a rat. The girl stands in front of it and thrusts her weapon forward. The huge creature with red eyes looks at Yui and tells her not to dare to hinder the great work of the master. Yui looks at the monster. She is surprised that it can speak. Yui says, in that case it can be finished off. The monster holds onto the handle of a huge shovel with his hand. He picks it up and stabs it into the ground next to Yui. The monster swings and hurls 2 shovels at Yui at once. He yells at her for being too mouthy. The shovel spear thrown at Yui flies straight sharp side into her. Yui activates the pendant on her neck. She applies a windroll strike. The monster looks at Yui. It growls angrily. Its eyes turn redder. The monster gets even angrier. The huge monster is enraged by Yui's attack. He calls her a mouse and yells that he will crush her. The monster picks up a car and swings it, throwing it at Yui. Yui manages to dodge the thrown car. She jumps in the air, picks up her weapon, and pounces on the monster with another strike. The selfie stick activates a new strike. A stream of fire pours out of it and heads straight at the monster. It freezes in fear. Yui brings her stick in to strike the monster. She yells at him that he can't defeat her by running her over with his size. Yui swings to deliver her decisive blow to the monster and kill it all the way. She yells for the monster to roll to hell from whence it came. Yui flies forward. She applies a fire magnum strike and everything around her lights up with a stream of powerful fire that spreads and destroys everything nearby. Yui lands on the pavement on her knees. She watches from the side the explosion of fire that she just orchestrated on her own. Yui rubs her head with her hand. She sighs and lowers her eyes, saying that it's finally over. 2 people appear behind Yui. She feels a blob of energy behind her and stands up from the pavement holding her magic tool. Yui abruptly turns around and points her magic selfie stick at the people behind her. She yells and asks who it is. Someone replies to Yui that she's still as noisy as before. Behind Yui is Cheon-Yu Bin and his team. She yells his name in surprise as she turns around at the sounds. Cheon-Yu Bin looks staring ahead. He asks Yui what she is doing in this town. Yui starts rubbing her eyes, looking at Cheon-Yu Bin confused. She wonders if she has managed to fall under magical hypnosis. But Cheon-Yu Bin answers her that it's not hypnosis. Yui is scared and surprised, yelling at Cheon-Yu Bin and his men about how they got here then and why. Cheon-Yu Bin looks at Yui angrily and says that he was the first one to question her about what exactly she was doing here. Cheon-Yu Bin points somewhere in the fire and asks Yui if she knows what those types are. Yui puts her head down and says that she doesn't know the details either, like everyone else. Yui says that as she realized ordinary people turn into monsters after absorbing that red dust that is flying all over the city in the air. Yui touches the settling red dust with her fingers. Cheon-Yu Bin looks ahead and says that no matter how it is, it's a very complicated matter here. He starts to say who he needs to contact but doesn't finish. Cheon-Yu Bin commands that the enemy is approaching and everyone needs to take their positions. Yui stands across and looks at the group of guys. They have taken a fighting stance. Yui asks in surprise what's going on. Cheon-Yu Bin takes a step towards her. He tells Yui to be more careful now. Cheon-Yu Bin says that someone is coming here now in a large formation. He and Yui look towards the street, which is hiding around the corner. A Rift cleanup crew shows up from around the corner. Someone asks Kang Hui if it can't be thrown out already. Kang Hui replies in the negative and says that's the only way he can smell it. Han Ji-woon yells to Kang Hui. They both freeze in place and look ahead. They see people in the square in front of them. Yui, Cheon-yu-bin, Kang Hui, Han Ji-woon meet their gazes and are perplexed at such an unexpected encounter right here and now. The National Army soldiers point their automatic rifles at Yui and Cheon-yu-bin standing in front of them, then look at everyone standing in the square in surprise. Kang Hui walks forward. He raises his hand and shouts that he recognized Yui. He greets everyone. Han Ji-woon walks beside him, squinting his eyes. Han Ji-woon turns to the Federation Army soldiers and tells them that they can already lower their weapons. Kang Hui raises his hands and runs forward. Kang Hui happily raises his hands in the air and runs jumping across the square to his familiars, the soldiers of the Rift cleanup team following behind him. Han Ji-woon walks over and greets Cheon-yu-bin and Yui. Kang Hui stands by his side and smiles. He clenches his hand into a fist. Yui tells him that this is the first time they met since that time. She turns to Han Ji-woon and smiles. Cheon-yu-bin stands next to her and looks at the guests seriously. Cheon-yu-bin looks at Han Ji-woon and asks him if he knows what's going on in this town and what the red dust is. Han Ji-woon looks at everyone angrily and frowns and says that the Shield Guild Master Park Yu-rim is in this town. He says that everything that's happening is her doing. Yui exclaims that if they have to fight with this lineup against Park Yu-rim, they won't be able to win. She says that she needs to contact Gu Sendler somehow now, and that's it. Kang Hui looks up and looks somewhere. A huge beam of light falls from the sky and lands right in the square between everyone they meet. Kim Ki-bong and Koo Ju-ae land on the pavement. Someone says that Kim Ki-bong is already here too. Yui looks at him in surprise. Cheon-yu-bin looks on with some slight disdain in his face and displeasure. Kang Hui throws his hands up in the air in joy and shouts that their Kim Ki-bong is back. Kim Ki-bong walks closer to everyone else. Han Ji-woon salutes Captain Kim Ki-bong, who praises him in return and says they did a good job. Yui looks surprised at Koo Ju-ae, who flew in with Kim Ki-bong and gets up and recovers from the ground. Yui looks at Koo Ju-ae and asks her if she is a tamer by any chance. Koo Ju-ae in response stands and looks at Yui and Cheon-yu-bin in surprise. He folds his arms. Koo Ju-ae shakes hands with a smiling Yui and says they haven't seen each other in a while. Yui asks her where she's been all this time. There hasn't been any news from her. Yui says that she thought Koo Ju-ae was already dead, to which she replies that everyone's circumstances are completely different. Yui smiles and says that she understands and that it's the way their world is. But whatever, it's good that they met again. Yui turns to Cheon-yu-bin with a smile and asks him if he has the same opinion about the situation. She convincingly asks for his confirmation. Cheon-yu-bin turns his head to the side, snorts, and says that yes, he agrees with what Yui and Koo Ju-ae said. Kang Hui jumps happily over to Kim Ki-bong. He runs over and with a smile on his face asks him what they're going to do now and how to solve the problem. Kim Ki-bong answers while looking ahead that before it's too late, they must destroy the enemy and save the civilians. Yui happily looks at Kim Ki-bong and asks him how they will do that and save everyone. Kim Ki-bong looks ahead and begins to tell her what needs to be done to end this condition in humans. To do this, they need to destroy the main source of magic and the 4 auxiliary sources. Kim Ki-bong turns to Kang Hui and Han Ji-woon. He says that they will take over the first sector. Kang Hui happily raises his hand and says that they understood. Kim Ki-bong says Agent Koo Ju-ae will be in charge of Sector 2. She looks at him and understandably nods in response. Kim Ki-bong looks at Cheon-yu-bin and says that he will head to Sector 3. He stares off into the distance. Kim Ki-bong commands that Yui will head to Sector 4. She confidently and steadfastly looks back at him. Kim Ki-bong informs that the error range must be destroyed in 30 seconds. Otherwise, all magic sources will be restored back. Kim Ki-bong looks at the phone in his hands. He says that the magic supply sources must be destroyed clearly at 14:30, no earlier and no later. Kim Ki-bong looks at the soldiers standing across from him and wishes them all luck in doing so. All the soldiers leave in different directions. Kim Ki-bong stands and looks after them as the red dust continues to fall and settle on the square. Koo Ju-ae calls out to Cheon-yu-bin as he walks towards his sector to destroy the source of the magic. He turns around at her call. Koo Ju-ae looks at Cheon-yu-bin and tells him to be careful what he does. Cheon-yu-bin turns to Koo Ju-ae and then abruptly turns his head back. The aides follow him and discuss amongst themselves that their captain is very touchy and still holds a grudge for what happened. Kim Ki-bong stands and looks ahead at the red dust. The system reports that Kim Ki-bong's team's operation is starting. Kang Hui yells to Han Ji-woon and the rest of the Rift cleanup team that they need to hurry because the first sector is farther away than all the others. They start to run. Han Ji-woon says that they have to finish their work before the commander is on standby. Kang Hui confidently agrees with his words. Kang Hui runs and points his finger to the roof of the building. There's a tall barrel standing there, he says, and clarifies if it's the same power supply thing. Kang Hui jumps up and yells that he'll go first. Han Ji-woon yells after him and tells him to wait. There's a man standing on the roof of a building near the magic source, who at the sight of Kang Hui, jumps up and heads in his direction, which comes as a surprise to Kang Hui. The man flying from the roof of the building pulls out his weapon and spinning it flies with a punch right at Kang Hui. The man jumping off the roof of the building lands on the ground. He turns to the Rift cleanup team and tells them that this is the end of the road here, and not to even think about stepping any closer. A man with red eyes informs Han Jae-woon that he is Kim Tae-ryuk of the Shield Guild. He has an iron spacesuit instead of one arm. His gaze is full of anger and rage, and he stands in a fighting stance. Kang Hui throws away the objects that fell on him during the fall and walks out towards Kim Tae-ryuk. He looks very displeased. Kang Hui comes out of the rift and looks at Kim Tae-ryuk, who has a look of genuine surprise on his face. He tells him that he was scared and is very displeased about it. Kang Hui stands across from Kim Tae-ryuk. He raises his hand and calls his opponent a pig with muscles. Kim Tae-ryuk asks Kang Hui what he just said about a pig with muscles. He says that it seems like their team has completely lost their fear. Kim Tae-ryuk shouts with his eyes red with rage that he's going to tear them all to pieces. He'll prove his loyalty to the Shield Guild master. Kang Hui covers his nose with his hands and says that Kim Tae-ryuk has a very foul odor coming out of his mouth, to which the enemy reacts very perplexed. Kang Hui stands with his hands covering his nose. Han Ji-woon turns to him and tells him to be a little more careful with his words. Han Ji-woon tells Kim Tae-ryuk that their junior warrior has a very keen, sensitive sense of smell. Tae-ryuk puts his hand to his mouth, his eyes turning even redder. Kim Tae-ryuk is seething with anger that some inferior creatures out there dare mock him, part of the new humanity born anew under the blessing of hype. Kim Tae-ryuk raises his hands up. He shouts that he's about to crush every last one of them. He rushes forward and brings his huge muscular fist to bear. Kang Hui continues to bring his fist to his nose. He then rushes forward to counterattack Kim Tae-ryuk. His fist lights up with a bright pink light. Kang Hui lashes out at Kim Tae-ryuk with anger, shouting at him that he will never forgive an abomination and a misunderstanding like him. The discarded warriors are lying on the pavement, one of them still making his last sounds. Cheon Yu Bin holds his knife and squints his eyes. He looks at his opponent on his way to the source of magical energy and tells him how many years, how many winters have passed. Cheon Yu Bin recognizes his opponent as Kang Min-suk. He tells him that he thought Kang Min would die in prison, to which his opponent replies that he seems to be a good guy himself. Kang Min-seok rushes at Cheon Yu Bin from behind. He jumps and swings two long daggers. Cheon Yu Bin attacks Kang Min-seok in response. He unsheathes his swords and runs after his opponent. Cheon Yu Bin attacks Kang Min-suk. He smiles predatorily and dodges the attack. The street lights up with a flash of unusual light. Cheon Yu Bin is surprised and confused, wondering if Kang Min-seok has always been so fast and dodgy. Kang Min-sung laughs and tells Cheon Yu Bin that he's much faster than he used to be. He asks if he ate some good stuff. Cheon Yu Bin remembers Kim Ki-bong and says that he has a mountain he wants to climb to the top of. He strikes another blow at Kang Min-sung. Kang Min-seok laughs madly in response. He informs with red eyes that it won't work out for Cheon Yu Bin because he will kill him right here and now. Cheon Yu Bin squints and replies that he can try to do it. Cheon Yu Bin and Kang Min-sung collide in the sky. Both of them have guns in their hands, which they point at each other. There is a flash of bright red color. Red dust particles continue to fall from the sky in even greater numbers. Kim Ki-bong runs down the road and flips off the monsters attacking him along the way, pieces of their bodies and organs falling around him to the ground. Kim Ki-bong squints his eyes. He reaches a square. A human figure stands across from him. They assume fighting stances and look at each other. Kim Ki-bong looks at his opponent and says that now it's clear where he ran off to. Across from Kim Ki-bong stands Park Tae-rim. He is holding a huge hammer. His weapon, he stands with more pumped-up muscles than before. Park Tae-rim puts his head down and says that Kim Ki-bong is right, and this is where he escaped. Park Tae-rim clutches something in his hand and tells Kim Ki-bong that he was apparently going to stop him without even having the crazy dragon tooth with him. Park Tae-rim clutches his sword in his hand and stands in front of Kim Ki-bong. He looks at him and tells Kim Ki-bong not to even count on those options. Kim Ki-bong watches as Park Tae-rim clutches a yellow thing with two needles on the end in his hand. Park Tae-rim swings and throws the yellow apparatus with increasing force to the floor. The apparatus shatters and a blue-purple liquid pours out. Park Tae-rim throws his huge sword forward. He smiles predatorily and looks at Kim Ki-bong. Park Tae-rim tells Kim Ki-bong that even though he may be in this guise now, he has Nuna, Park Yu-rim, behind him. Park Tae-rim pulls a knife on Kim Ki-bong and says that he won't let him go forward to the magic source apparatus so easily. Park Tae-rim, with eyes red with anger, frantically yells at Kim Ki-bong to attack him. Yui walks through the city looking for her magic source. She has her magic stick out in front of her and swivels her head around, osmovoring everything around her. Yui stops in front of an additional source of energy. She stands and waits for danger. A cat stands next to her on the ground. The cat meows angrily. Yui yells that she knows someone is there and she is waiting for them. Some strange sounds are heard from the side. Yui reaches over there and reaches towards the source of the sound. From the side, someone jumps out at Yui while making revolutions around their own body and lands next to her. The girl laughs and looks at Yui. She says she wanted to tear her apart a long time ago. Annoying little thing. She's even glad they met now. Yui looks at the woman and yells surprised. She calls the woman auntie. An eye hangs in the air next to her. The woman irritatedly interjects and repeats what Yui said about her aunt. She yells and asks who it was that she just called aunt. The woman directs a stream of strong energy directly at Yui out of anger. She yells at her. Yui's entire face lights up pink. The woman continues to laugh and looks at Yui. She says overall, not even a bad throw. Yui glares menacingly at her aunt. The cat sits on her shoulder and makes unsatisfied noises. A man with a sharp hooked nose looks at Kuju-e and calls her tamer. The man increases in size, looks down at Kuju-e and says he must have gotten a big fish and laughs evilly. Kuju-e looks at her opponent. She says he's a wanted level 1 Park Hu-dok. She says that he apparently gave up his human form. Park Hu-dok laughs, repeating Kuju-e's words that he's a level 1 wanted man. He says it's all for the best. He always wanted to be the kind of villain they think of him now. Kuju-e looks at Park Hu-dok and asks if he's having a good time being a villain now. Kuju-e puts 2 fingers forward and looks menacingly at Park Hu-dok. She asks him what he can say to that then. Kuju-e swipes her finger in the air and puts it forward. She wants to use her magic. A lot of animals with burning eyes run from all directions to Kuju-e. There are cats, rats, birds, and dogs. They all stand in front of Park Hu-dok. Park Hu-dok smiles and calls all the animals cute. He pulls out his long tentacle claws. Kuju-e puts his finger forward and says that Park Hu-dok is prepared for a hard fight. Park Tae-rim strikes at Kim Ki-bong, but he manages to bounce aside and the sword lands on the pavement nearby. The fight between Kim Ki-bong and Park Tae-rim continues. Park Tae-rim shouts Kim Ki-bong's name and pounces on him with another sword strike. Park Tae-rim delivers a menacing sword strike at Kim Ki-bong, but the latter reaches forward and holds his sword. Park Tae-rim looks surprised to see Kim Ki-bong holding the sword with his hand and not really straining at the same time. Kim Ki-bong delivers a strong kick with his foot, and Park Tae-rim bounces in the air, trying to get farther away from Kim Ki-bong. An explosion rumbles from behind the houses where Park Tae-rim landed. Park Tae-rim gets up from the ground. He looks at Kim Ki-bong. He laughs and says he is in a lot of pain. He curses at Kim Ki-bong and his punches. Park Tae-rim stands up and picks up his sword. He stands on the ground in front of Kim Ki-bong and looks at him with a crazy smile on his face. Park Tae-rim puts his huge sword on his shoulder and shouts to Kim Ki-bong that he is already walking towards him and is about to kill him. Park Tae-rim gathers all his strength. He screams with rage and anger and draws his sword. He runs towards Kim Ki-bong. Kim Ki-bong stands motionless and looks at Parker Tae-rim and does not move from his spot. His eyes stare victoriously at his enemy. Kim Ki-bong rushes at Park Tae-rim. His speed at the moment of attack is very fast. He dodges a punch to his side. Kim Ki-bong strikes at Park Tae-rim. He flies backwards and hits the stone wall, his sword landing behind him. Park Tae-rim is held back and picks up his weapon from the floor. He lunges into an even more furious attack on Kim Ki-bong. Kim Ki-bong strikes Park Tae-rim. His fist lands right in his enemy's face. Kim Ki-bong looks at Park Tae-rim in his arm and stands up. He stands up straight. Park Tae-rim tries to pounce on Kim Ki-bong again from the fly. Kim Ki-bong activates his energy and throws Park Tae-rim away once again. He falls with his sword to the other side. Park Tae-rim does not lose hope and makes another attack on Kim Ki-bong. Kim Ki-bong throws him back with a powerful fist punch. Park Tae-rim lies amidst a pile of rocks. He fights back with his hands in the air. Dust and crumbs from the buildings that have crumbled from such a powerful blow fall on him. Park Tae-rim shouts to Kim Ki-bong that he's not done with him yet and reaches for his sword with his hand. He grasps the blade with his fingers. Park Tae-rim is on his knees. He puts his head down and screams in frustration. Kim Ki-bong asks him why he didn't turn into a monster, because that way he would have a chance of winning. Park Tae-rim looks up slightly at Kim Ki-bong. He says this is his last remaining pride. He once again insults Kim Ki-bong with bad words. Kim Ki-bong is standing outside of Park Tarim. A huge sword is stuck next to him. Kim Ki-bong says that pride can't protect the people close to him. Park Tarim angrily tells Kim Ki-bong that he's lying, and what could he actually know to allow himself to flail his tongue like that? Kim Ki-bong walks up to Park Tarim and kicks him right in the face. He stands over him, sword stuck in the distance. Kim Ki-bong says that he at least knows more about protecting his loved ones than Park Tarim. The system notifies Kim Ki-bong that the present time is 1410. In the main apparatus, the source of magic is holding a red crystal in its center. The director of the Shield Guild looks at Pae-kyu Rim and informs her that there is a commotion in the city. She looks forward and says she's aware of the news. Pae-kyu Rim gets angry and tilts her head. She says that Kim Ki-bong was going to get in her way until the very end. The Shield Guild director puts a cigarette to her mouth and tells Park-kyu Rim not to engage Kim Ki-bong just yet. The Shield Guild director tells Park-kyu Rim not to engage in battle until all the other sources of magic that were extra have been destroyed. The Shield Guild director says that it's not safe here right now, to which Park-kyu Rim just sighs unhappily. Park-kyu Rim looks off into the distance and asks the director if he really thinks she's going to lose to Kim Ki-bong. The director of the Shield Guild continues to smoke a cigarette. He looks at Park-kyu Rim and tells her that Kim Ki-bong is actually very strong. Park-kyu Rim tells the director, standing on the edge of the roof, that she's not the same person she used to be, and Kim Ki-bong is no match for her. The director of the Shield Guild takes the cigarette out of his mouth and tells Park-kyu Rim that there's nothing wrong with being cautious. Wow. Park-kyu Rim asks the Shield Guild director with a chuckle what kind of caution he's talking about now. She says it's not her who needs caution, but Kim Ki-bong. Park-kyu Rim M, with her hands burning red light, jumps down from the roof of the building where she was just talking to the Shield Guild director. Zombified people with empty eyes walk down the streets of Shihung City, monster shells mutating on their bodies. Park-kyu Rim looks at the zombified people gathering at the bottom of the building with a satisfied smirk. Park-kyu Rim directs her energy into the people passing below. She says we'll be able to Kim Ki-bong to kill the innocent citizens of the city. The director of the Shield Guild looks on in disbelief and judgment at the actions that Park-kyu Rim is doing now. Park-kyu Rim stands on the roof of a building with his arms spread out to the sides. Below, people with mutated bodies begin to do something. Pa-yu Rim is waiting for Kim Ki-bong to act. Kana-hui's mutated opponent suddenly rushes at him with renewed strength. A slight fright is visible on Kana-hui's face. He raises his hand above his head. Yui continues her collision of magic energies with the woman she called Auntie. Kim Ki-bong makes his flight. The system notifies him that the present time is 1413. Kim Ki-bong lands in a square where a huge number of people have already piled up. They are like zombies walking the streets. Kim Ki-bong lands on the pavement, holds his hand to the ground, and looks at the crowd of people who are heading towards him in surprise. The people in the crowd have burning red eyes as they stare at Kim Ki-bong, mutated body parts over their faces, and they stare at Kim Ki-bong in a frenzy. Park-kyu Rim angrily looks down from the roof of the building, looking at Kim Ki-bong. Her eyes are burning bright red. She says that finally Kim Ki-bong has come to her. She has been waiting for it. Park-kyu Rim swings around and releases a stream of red energy towards Kim Ki-bong. She says that he already gave her a good punch last time. The system notifies Kim Ki-bong that if he evades the attack, nearby civilians will be drawn into the blast area. The system recommends an intercept. Kim Ki-bong looks at Park-kyu Rim and says that she is, however, cunning and nasty. Kim Ki-bong clenches his fist and sends a stream of his power towards Park-kyu Rim, their energies colliding together mid-flight. Kim Ki-bong reflects the energy Park-kyu Rim sent at him, pieces of the building and rocks flying around. Park-kyu Rim looks at Kim Ki-bong in surprise. The powerful flow of his energy blows her back from the edge of the building she is standing on. Park-kyu Rim is angry and annoyed by Kim Ki-bong's actions. The piece of roof she was standing on is carried away and falls down. Park-kyu Rim jumps off the roof of the building and lands between the people below. Park-kyu Rim looks at Kim Ki-bong with crazy eyes and says she agrees, and that's the only way the game will be fun. Park-kyu Rim tells Kim Ki-bong that their long-awaited meeting has come. He has made a lot of noise in her absence. She calls him her pain in the ass that is bothering her. Kim Ki-bong looks at Park-kyu Rim and says he has a small request for her. Park-kyu Rim looks at Kim Ki-bong and sneeringly asks him what request he is telling her now. Kim Ki-bong with burning eyes tells her that his request is for her not to beg him for mercy. Park-kyu Rim laughs back at Kim Ki-bong. She is standing in a crowd of zombified people. Park-kyu Rim laughs at Kim Ki-bong and says that apparently she's been stuck overseas for too long. The first time she's ever heard such a thing said to her. Park-kyu Rim raises her arms and her eyes light up with a bright flame, wings growing behind her. Park-kyu Rim laughs, her eyes emitting red rays, and he tells Kim Ki-bong that whoever decides to face her is already dead. Park Yu Rim flies up like a butterfly over the zombified people. She looks down on them. The people wander below in surprise. Park Yu Rim orders all the zombified people to pounce on Kim Ki-bong. All the zombies rush at Kim Ki-bong with a scream. He stands near the huge crevice that was left after his energy explosion. Park Yu Rim stands spreading his wings on the opposite end of the platform. A crowd of mutated people rush towards Kim Ki-bong, who is standing without even moving in the middle of the street. They stretch their arms towards him. The monster that Kang Hui was fighting laughs at him and asks him which toilet his confidence has suddenly flushed dramatically. Kang Hui is silent in response. He crosses both arms in front of him and unleashes a stream of powerful magic that throws the monster to the other side of the battlefield. The mutated monster takes a swing at Kang Hui in response, but he is more agile, sidestepping the monster and leaping at it from around the corner. The monster raises its head in surprise. Park Yu Rim with white eyes stutters and shouts Kim Ki-bong's name. In Park Yu Rim's mouth, fangs are visible. Kim Ki-bong, in a serious and confident voice, yells that he will kill Park Yu Rim in the most brutal way possible in this world. Park Yu Rim is thrown off and she crashes headfirst into the wall. Park Yu Rim lies motionless in the debris from the wall. Park Yu Rim lies all battered and screams at Kim Ki-bong that she will simply and helplessly not be defeated. Kim Ki-bong carries on top of Park Yu Rim at high speed. Park Yu Rim wonders in horror if Kim Ki-bong could be that strong. Kim Ki-bong punches the ground with his fist, but it doesn't hit Park Yu Rim. Kim Ki-bong looks carefully at the location of his punch and doesn't understand why it didn't hit the target in the form of Park Yu Rim. Kim Ki-bong turns his head to the side and sees Park Yu Rim all in torn clothes trying to escape from the battlefield. Park Yu Rim is covered in sweat. She is very nervous and purposefully flying somewhere and thinking about what will happen if she absorbs something. Park Yu Rim spreads her wings wide and flies into the laboratory tower. Kim Ki-bong frowns his eyebrows and looks up at Park Yu Rim. Kim Ki-bong says menacingly that he has no plans to let her go. Park Yu Rim has already landed in the lab tower. Kim Ki-bong rushes after her at high speed and glows with blue light. Park Yu Rim, with eyes white with anger, swings her arm and is about to strike. Park Yu Rim tries to break the glass of the lab. Park Yu Rim strikes and there is a very bright red flash. The lab glass is covered in cracks after Park Yu Rim's punch. The lab glass finally cracks and a bright pink color begins to glow in all directions from the lab. Kim Ki-bong stops in midair. Kim Ki-bong covers his face with his hand so he won't be blinded so much. Kim Ki-bong squints his eyes. Kim Ki-bong hovered in the air and stares at a huge cloud of dust. The dust cloud rises above the houses. From the layer of dust, Park Yu Rim's winged silhouette begins to appear. Kim Ki-bong sees this. Han Ji-woon holds a dagger in his hand and swings it at someone with clenched teeth. Kang Min-seok turns to Han Ji-woon and grinningly tells him that he's fast. Kang Min-seok asks Han Ji-woon how much longer he's going to stretch the rubber. Han Jin-woon flies at Kang Min-seok from above and swings his dagger at him and yells at him to shut up. Kang Min-seok turns around and deflects Han Jin-woon's blow. There's a spark between the guys' clicks. Han Ji-woon and Kang Min-seok fly from side to side and fight, the clash of blades clashing. Han Ji-woon is sweating and gritting his teeth as he looks at Kang Min-seok, thinking that he doesn't have much time left. Kang Min-seok looks at Han Ji-woon with insane eyes and smiles widely and giggles loudly. Han Ji-woon and Kang Min-seok fly past each other, and Han Ji-woon gets a cut on his side. Cheon Yu-bin stands there with his teeth clenched, thinking that he has no choice. Cheon Yu-bin stands with his head down and holds two blades in his hands. Kang Min-seok asks Han Ji-woon about being exhausted already. Kang Min-seok snaps out of his seat and runs at Han Ji-woon with red eyesores of anger. Kang Min-seok yells that it's time for Han Ji-woon to die. Kang Min-seok stabs his dagger into Han Ji-woon and licks his face and giggles loudly. Cheon Yu-bin frowns his eyebrows and says to Kang Min-seok in a gruff voice that he has fallen into a trap. Cheon Yu-bin punches Kang Min-seok in the neck with a sharp movement. Kang Min-seok looks at Han Ji-woon with wide eyes. Kang Min-seok falls to his knees and holds onto his neck, blood pouring out. Cheon Yu-bin throws the blade out of his hand, and it falls to the ground with a clang. Cheon Yu-bin walks away and tells Kang Min-seok to remember to be willing to put his own life on the line first. Kang Min-seok's breathless body falls to the ground. Cheon Yu-bin stands there covered in sweat and clenched teeth. Cheon Yu-bin is leaning against the wall and holding on to the cut on his side. Cheon Yu-bin says that he is in a lot of pain. Kim Ki-bong stands and stares very intently at the red clouds in front of him. Park Yu Rim has transformed into a demon with wings, she says in a hoarse voice that this is the feeling. Park Yu Rim hovered in the air with her wings spread wide. Around Park Yu Rim, white lightning strikes through the red clouds. Park Yu Rim is talking about how she did it. Kim Ki-bong stands and continues to look at Park Yu Rim. Kim Ki-bong frowns his eyebrows hostilely. The transforming Park Yu-rim smiles and her sharp fangs become visible. Park Yu-rim speaks menacingly about finally having true greatness in her hands. Kim Ki-bong frowns his eyebrows and resolutely asks Park Yu-rim about what she did. Park Yu-rim floats in the air and flaps her wings. She looks at Kim Ki-bong with menacing eyes and says that she should express her gratitude to Kim Ki-bong for his recklessness. Park Yu-rim in her demon form opens her eyes wide and tells Kim Ki-bong that she is now much stronger than the fire dragon. Park Yu-rim hovers over the city with her wings spread wide, shouting that she has become a global catastrophe that will destroy the world. Lightning strikes over the city and the clouds are colored red. Glass is flying out on all the buildings in the city. Shards are flying in different directions. Kim Ki-bong stands in front of the red clouds and receives a notification from the system that a dragon-like creature has appeared. Kim Ki-bong continues to stand in front of the red clouds, and the system again notifies him that the monster is not in the database, so it is impossible to determine its fighting power. Lightning strikes next to Kim Ki-bong. Kim Ki-bong stands with a frown on his brow and tells Park Yu-rim that she has completely betrayed her humanity. Park Yu-rim, in the body of a demon, raises her two paws up and a huge purple ball gradually begins to form above her head. Park Yu-rim hangs above the city and the balloon above her head is getting bigger by the minute. Kim Ki-bong freezes and watches the scene. Park Yu-rim in the demon body smiles very wickedly, her gaze reflecting all her inadequacy. Park Yu-rim turns to Kim Ki-bong and asks him not to give up for anything. Kim Ki-bong looks up into the sky at Park Yu-rim. Kim Ki-bong looks at her sideways and says that this is already interesting. Park Yu-rim smiles widely with her demonic mouth and all of her many sharp teeth become visible. Park Yu-rim asks Kim Ki-bong if he's laughing. Park Yu-rim releases several huge purple balloons to Kim Ki-bong and says that she will see how long Kim Ki-bong can still smile. 4 huge purple and white balloons that Park Yu-rim released hang over the city. A guy with red eyes and fox ears looks up. The guy looks up with a very menacing look. Kuju Ae is pointing a pigeon at a monster. The other animal species that Kuju Ae is also controlling are already attacking the monster. Yui has her mouth wide open and is watching what's happening. Her bangs cover her one eye. Kim Ki-bong is standing on the roof of the house and is gathering strength in her fist. Kim Ki-bong's hair develops in the wind. Kim Ki-bong snaps out of his seat and jumps straight into the white and purple flash that has been flying at him the whole time. Kim Ki-bong flies along the highway straight at Park Yu-rim. Kim Ki-bong lights his way with a blue light. The system notifies that the privilege of being the first dragon slayer has become available. Park Yu-rim in the demon phase looks at Kim Ki-bong and screams in horror with his mouth wide open. The system tells Kim Ki-bong that he can inflict another 50% damage to the monster. Kim Ki-bong punches Park Yu-rim hard, and she falls to the ground at high speed with no strength. Park Yu-rim crashes into everything in her path. Kim Ki-bong turns to the system and asks it to show the location where Park Yu-rim fell. The system notifies Kim Ki-bong that it is searching for the dragon's signal. The system tells her that the signal is weak, so she can't do a search. Kim Ki-bong frowns his eyebrows and looks ahead. The system sends another notification saying that it is starting to search again based on Park Yu-rim's life signals. Park Yu-rim in her demon form sits by the broken wall with her hands down. Dust is flying everywhere. The system reports that Park Yu-rim's current health is below 1%. Kim Ki-bong frowning his eyebrows and studying the blue energy flies at Park Yu-rim. Kim Ki-bong talks about how he wants to finish off Park Yu-rim for sure now. Suddenly, Kim Ki-bong gets some kind of warning from the system. Kim Ki-bong wrinkles his nose and wonders what's going on. Kim Ki-bong looks sideways somewhere, and the system tells him that it is currently 14 hours and 29 minutes. The system tells Kim Ki-bong that the first thing recommended is to destroy the magic distributor. Kim Ki-bong turns his head and says that it will start with him then. Yui is sitting against an iron wall, and in front of her a few meters away lies someone's body in a scorched area. Yui sits and looks ahead. She thinks about the fact that she has succeeded at something. Yui picks up her staff with a heart on the tip. She looks at the time in surprise. The clock reads 14 hours and 29 minutes. Yui gets to her feet and hits the magic distributor hard with her staff. Kuju Ae and a pack of various animals run across the field towards the body of a huge monster. The red-haired head is lying on the ground. This monster's eyes are white and it's grinning. Kuju Ae is sitting next to the monster. Kuju Ae's face is covered in scratches. Kuju Ae stretched out her palm and lets energy flow through it. Kuju Ae tearfully apologizes to the bunnies and talks about how sorry she is. The kitty in Kuju Ae's jacket pocket is shaking and meowing loudly. Kuju Ae raises her scrunched-up face and tearfully says that she won't forget the animal victims. Kim Ki-bong stands in front of the red clouds and with a frown on her eyebrows asks the system about what's happening to the others now. The system says that it can find information about their condition. However, due to the severe signal interruptions, it may take a large amount of time. Kim Ki-bong frowns his eyebrows and looks ahead, saying that he has to have faith in the guy's abilities. The system notifies Kim Ki-bong that the time has come. Kim Ki-bong pushes the magic distributor with his hand. Kim Ki-bong starts to let an electrical pulse through his palm. Sparks fly in all directions, and cracks went down the iron. The building of the magic distributor is all cracked, and the structure makes a distinctive sound. Yui is standing in torn clothes. Yui's legs are trembling and shaking. She pulls her staff forward, emitting electricity from it. Yui holds her staff with both hands and uses the shockwave ability. A huge jet of white energy shoots out from her staff and illuminates the surroundings. Cheon Yubing Peko squeezes the wound site on his side with the palm of his hand and is a bit unhappy with the pain he has to endure. Cheon Yubing swings his dagger and strikes the magic distributor sharply. The magic distributor instantly emits air out of itself. Cheon Yubin turns away from the magic distributor, and it immediately explodes. A blonde-haired guy with a fox tail and ears also stands near the magic distributor and does nothing but stare at it. The blonde-haired guy with the fox's tail and ears says that someone's wish has been granted. The magic distributor starts to heat up and crack. It glows a bright pink color. The blonde-haired guy with the fox tail and ears turns away and walks away. The magical distributor explodes, and a column of pink dust rushes upward. The blonde-haired guy with the fox tail and ears doesn't turn around at the explosion. A guy with a fox tail and ears jumps off a tall building and shards of the magic distributor fly over him. The blonde-haired guy with the fox tail and ears lands very lightly on the ground and stops. The blonde-haired guy with the fox tail and fox ears looks forward and sees Han Ji-eun sitting on the sidewalk and sighs heavily. Cheon Yu-bin. A battered Han Ji-woon sits against the wall and wrinkles his face in pain. Han Ji-woon is shaking all over and asks how the mission went. Kang Hui smiles and turns his head to the side. He tells Han Ji-woon that it's over. The crippled Han Ji-woon sighs heavily and covers his eyes, saying, "Thank God it happened." Han Ji-woon closes his eyes finally and drops his head. Han Ji-woon passes out. Kang Hui is standing on a city street with various signs hanging behind him. Kang Hui looks at Han Ji-woon's body. Kang Hui raises his head and looks up to the sky with his eyes. Kang Hui shows no emotion. Kim Ki-bong is standing on the roof. His team managed to destroy all 4 auxiliary and 1 main source of magic at the appointed time. The red sky has changed to the usual blue sky. The white clouds are floating somewhere in the distance. Park Yu-rim sits there shivering, his demonic wings shriveled. Park Yu-rim is trying to cough. The director of the Shield Guild stands with a cigarette in his teeth. He lifts the guy's hand from the floor and tells them to just look at themselves. Park Yu-rim looks at the Shield Guild director with a frown and asks him to help him as soon as possible. The Shield Guild director clenches a cigar in his teeth and looks at Park Yu-rim and says that they should take responsibility for the failure of the mission. Park Yu-rim is all shaky and looks at the Shield Guild director spitefully. Park Yu-rim doesn't want to believe that this is happening. The Shield Guild director talks about how he thought it was going to be a success, so he brought the underdog brother, but in the end, it was for nothing. The Shield Guild director sits down next to Park Yu-rim and says that he and his brother will meet again, but in the next world. The Shield Guild director takes hold of the red crystal that is sticking out of Park Yu-rim's chest. He pulls on it and says that he will find a good use for it. Park Yu-rim has tears rushing from his eyes. He looks at the Shield Guild director fearfully. The Shield Guild director almost pokes Park Yu-rim in the eye with a cigarette. The Shield Guild director does not let the cigarette out of his mouth and frowns, saying that he should take something in his position. The Shield Guild director grabs a tighter grip on the red crystal from Park Yu-rim's chest and pulls it out with a sharp movement. Park Yu-rim screams in pain and immediately dies. The Shield Guild director stands over Park Yu-rim's body and talks about how these poor guys didn't realize who he was all this time. The Shield Guild director is frowning and with a cigarette in his teeth, talking about how the hype is much bigger and deeper than they realize. The dark-haired guy in burns screams the Shield Guild director's name in horror, and his gaze fades away. The guy with orange hair and a face black with soot screams loudly, and tears flow from his eyes. He screams Nuna's name hysterically. The Shield Guild director tucks one hand under his jacket and talks about how troublesome this whole thing has gotten. The Shield Guild director holds up a blue crystal and clutches it tightly in his palm. The guild director frowns his eyebrows and looks forward and wonders about what's going on and why the guy came so quickly. The Shield Guild director turns around and looks nervously at Kim Ki-bong standing behind him. Kim Ki-bong turns to the Shield Guild director and calls him a profanity-laced word. The Shield Guild director looks at Kim Ki-bong in shock and shakes. Kim Ki-bong tenses almost every muscle in his face and looks at the Shield Guild director and asks him what he is doing. The Shield Guild director walks towards Kim Ki-bong with his arms spread apart and says that this meeting is very unexpected for him. The Shield Guild director clutches the red crystal he pulled out of Park Yu-rin's body tightly in his hand. Kim Ki-bong stretches his hand palm forward towards the Shield Guild director and orders him to give him that red crystal in a rough voice. The Shield Guild director frowns slightly and tells Kim Ki-bong that it's been so long since they've seen each other. The director asks if Kim Ki-bong thinks his greeting is rude. Kim Ki-bong looks at the Shield Guild director with his teeth clenched and says that he doesn't think they're in a relationship where they can exchange greetings. The director of the Shield Guild covers his eyes slightly and says that Kim Ki-bong is saying the right thing. At this moment, Kim Ki-bong's heel is already at the level of the director's forehead. There is a tremendous bang and dust flies in all directions as everyone runs away from the explosion. Kim Ki-bong looks carefully at the spot where he was striking and sees that the blow didn't hit anyone. This stresses Kim Ki-bong out. The director of the Shield Guild flies away somewhere with black dust and says that Kim Ki-bong is acting very sharply. Kim Ki-bong stands slightly turned around backwards. The Shield Guild director gathers himself into his body and smilingly says that he and Kim Ki-bong can't have a normal dialogue like this. Kim Ki-bong looks at the Shield Guild director with a gritted teeth and a very angry face and says that he is afraid that they are not each other's conversation partners. The Shield Guild director smiles and clamps another cigarette between his teeth. The Shield Guild director says the name Kim Ki-bong. The Shield Guild director spreads his hands apart and says that he thinks Kim Ki-bong is really strong, so strong that he can't even believe he's human. Kim Ki-bong grits his teeth and tells the Shield Guild director to stop talking. There is a pillar of dust behind Kim Ki-bong's back. The Shield Guild director takes his cigarette out of his mouth and loudly chuckles, calling Kim Ki-bong limited. The Shield Guild director thinks the guy should realize that the world is wider. Kim Ki-bong understands what the Shield Guild director is getting at. Kim Ki-bong asks if the guy is now talking about a place called Hi-Ip. The Shield Guild director waves the cigarette in his hand and says that Kim Ki-bong seems to have heard about the Hi-Ip. The Shield Guild director offers to tell the story himself. The Shield Guild director smiles broadly and says that Kim Ki-bong might be accepted as one of Hype's members as well. The Shield Guild director informs him that he has the right to do so. Kim Ki-bong asks the Shield Guild director what the heck a Hype is. The Shield Guild director with frowning eyebrows seems even angrier. The Shield Guild director talks about how Hype is the new humanity. Kim Ki-bong looks at the Shield Guild director disdainfully and asks what he means by new humanity. The Shield Guild director smiles and spreads his hands. He says it's the new humanity and its future. The Shield Guild director wonders how Kim Ki-bong is conceptualized. The Shield Guild director says that it's on a whole other level compared to belonging to such a country or Shield Guild. The Shield Guild director stretches his hand forward and palm the ground. The Shield Guild director says that they are the order of the new world. Kim Ki-bong puts his hand to his chin and says in thought that the Shield Guild director has a good idea. The Shield Guild director is very happy and angry and says that of course it's not a bad idea. The Shield Guild director says that he believed that Kim Ki-bong would not refuse. Kim Ki-bong quietly and calmly says that the Shield Guild director misunderstood him. Kim Ki-bong speaks menacingly about how he thought it would be a good idea to tear the Shield Guild director to shreds. Kim Ki-bong very quickly appears beside the Shield Guild director and strikes him with his fist at the level of his neck. Kim Ki-bong grabs the Shield Guild director by the neck and begins to choke him. The Shield Guild director stares in horror at Kim Ki-bong and doesn't understand why his ghost skill isn't activating. Kim Ki-bong raises his hand and strangles the Shield Guild director mercilessly. The Shield Guild director coughs and gasps. The Shield Guild director turns all red and angrily tells Kim Ki-bong that he rejected his offer and chose punishment. The Shield Guild director angrily starts talking about how the world works. The Shield Guild director's eyes turn red. Kim Ki-bong continues to strangle the Shield Guild director, and the latter tells him that nothing can restrain him. Several military helicopters fly across the sky, and their blades spin very fast. Doctors carry a sick guy out on stretchers. The entire sidewalk and buildings are cracked. Apparently some kind of tragedy has occurred. 2 ambulances with white, red, yellow coloring are rushing very fast on the road of the metropolis. The ambulances have their sirens on. From nowhere, a pink pentagram appears on the city road and some aura glows. There is a very bright white flash with a pinkish tinge in place of the pentagram. Goose Endler frowns his eyebrows carefully, watching everything going on in the city, a cloud of dust trailing behind her. Goose Endler watches as 2 doctors in suits carry a guy on a stretcher to put him in an ambulance. Goose Endler stands frowning, a drop of sweat running down her cheek. Behind Goose Endler's back are 2 girls in black jackets. Goose Endler asks about what happened here. Gu Sendler turns around and says for the girls to look into the situation now and help the injured, and let the rest of them go look for Park Yu Rim. The girls obey. Gu Sendler is standing on the road, a teleportation pentagram imprinted on the pavement. The girls in black business suits run off to run errands. Gu Sendler looks ahead and speaks in a serious voice about how the magic of hypnosis couldn't just collapse on its own. Gu Sendler thinks that Park Yu Rim is not such an inept magician. Gu Sendler snaps out of her seat and starts running forward along the road. She has become very concerned about everything. Gu Sendler wonders what Park Yu Rim is up to. Gu Sendler abruptly twists his head around and looks around. Gu Sendler frowns his eyebrows. Gu Sendler sees Yui sitting on the ground at the back of the street. Gu Sendler freezes and stands with her legs spread wide. She looks at Yui carefully. Gu Sendler walks over to Yui and squats down. Gu Sendler sits next to Yui and asks the girl what happened to her and why she is here. Yui sits on the sidewalk with her face scrunched up. Yui closes her eyes and coughs loudly and blood flies from her mouth. Yui talks about what she is about to explain. Gu Sendler hands Yui a handkerchief to wipe herself and turning her head to the side sees a burnt magic distributor. Gu Sendler sees the dark hair and asks about Shin-Mi Ai of the Shield Guild. Gu Sendler turns his head and looking at Yui, asks Yui in a surprised voice if she handled Shin-Mi Ai. Yui with a scrunched up face closes her eyes and smiles slightly with a chuckle. Gu Sendler places her palm on Yui's head and looking at the girl with very kind eyes tells her that Yui has grown a lot in this time. Gu Sendler fits his body against Yui's and hugs her gently. Yui laughs happily and tells her that she is very happy to be recognized by Gu Sendler. Gu Sendler gently slips her hand into Yui's pocket and pulls out her cell phone from there. Yui's eyes wide open in surprise as she watches Gu Sendler's actions. Yui wants to object to this. Gu Sendler smiles sweetly at Yui while holding her cell phone. Gu Sendler tells Yui that she will give her cell phone back to her after she studies all the videos. Yui is very upset and in a hurt voice tells Gu Sendler that she doesn't think it's fair. After all, she said herself that Yui is all grown up. Something rumbles very loudly. Yui and Gu Sendler abruptly turn their heads right in the direction of the loud sound. The girls' faces are tense. Yui and Gu Sendler see a large purple flash in the distance behind the houses. Gu Sendler looks at the purple flash with a serious look and frowning eyebrows and wonders what is going on there. Cheon Yu Bin walks down the road dragging 2 cocoons with sleeping people on them. Cheon Yu Bin turns around with clenched teeth and looks at the 2 guys in the cocoons. Cheon Yu Bin thinks about how they are only eating and having fun. That's why they are so heavy. Cheon Yu Bin turns his head forward to continue forward and sees Kuju A in front of him with a black cat in his arms. Kuju A is surprised by something. Kuju A and Cheon Yu Bin walk past each other without paying attention. Suddenly, the guys stop. Kuju A opens her mouth wide and very decisively says that she will help Cheon Yu Bin. Cheon Yu Bin doesn't turn his head fully towards Kuju A and says in a calm voice that he doesn't need help. Kuju A is annoyed by what happened and apologizes to Cheon Yu Bin. Kuju A talks about how she couldn't help it. Cheon Yu Bin clutches the straps tighter and continues his forward motion. Kuju A talks back to him about how those were the times. Cheon Yu Bin turns toward Kuju A at this one and asks her if this time someone said something. A flustered Kuju A looks at Cheon Yu Bin with wide eyes and wants to say something. 2 doctors in white uniforms run towards Cheon Yu Bin, who is pulling the 2 cocoon guys and Kuju A. The doctors yell that they see the injured people. The doctors run over to the guys who are lying in sleeping bags and scrutinize them. The doctors ask Cheon Yu Bin to go to the ambulance as he is bleeding heavily. Cheon Yu Bin wrinkles his nose slightly and stammeringly agrees. Suddenly, there is a large white and purple flash in the city behind the houses, and the doctors and Cheon Yu Bin turn their heads in the direction of the incident. A dark silhouette of a man is sitting in a wood-paneled office holding a white piece of paper. The dark silhouette of a man stares intently at the piece of paper with his purple pupils. The man looks forward and sees a large white and purple flash in front of him. Kim Ki-bong appears. Kim Ki-bong frowning, his eyebrows looks forward and holds the Shield Guild director's body in the balance. The Shield Guild director is all battered and with his teeth falling out. The man looks at the Shield Guild director beaten to death and says his name questioningly. Kim Ki-bong is holding a shining crystal in his hands. The man talks about the situation getting more interesting. He thought someone had opened an emergency portal. The man stands in the shadows and looks at Kim Ki-bong with purple pupils, squinting slightly. The man says that the exit portal was opened by Kim Ki-bong. Kim Ki-bong lets go of the body of the Shield Guild director and the man slams his head into the ground with a thud. James' breathless body lies on the ground. A purple rift appears in the office and Kim Ki-bong mockingly says that he doesn't know where to go because a member of the New Humanity recognized him. The man opens his eyes wide and smilingly says that Kim Ki-bong has no upbringing and calls him a sucker. Kim Ki-bong doesn't tolerate this attitude, and in a boorish voice, he turns to the man and asks him to listen to him. Kim Ki-bong frowns his eyebrows in a menacing voice and tells the man that if the man can hide, let him hide now. Kim Ki-bong wants to find everyone from Hype and tear them apart. A man with purple pupils and a mustache loudly starts laughing at Kim Ki-bong's words. The man's gaze is completely wild. The man turns to Kim Ki-bong and tells the man that Kim Ki-bong has caught a couple flies and is already starting to get cocky. Kim Ki-bong looks at the man. The man asks about Kim Ki-bong, saying that he is hiding. The man walks over to the window and starts to pull back the curtain. The man pulls back the curtain and behind it is a beautiful view of the metropolis. Kim Ki-bong and the man are on a high floor. The man tells Kim Ki-bong that he can attack him whenever he wants. Kim Ki-bong stands with his eyebrows furrowed and listens to every word. The bearded man points his hand toward the city and speaks angrily about how they will be waiting for Kim Ki-bong. Behind Kim Ki-bong is the Prime Minister and the rest of his allies. Gu Sendler shouts Kim Ki-bong's name loudly, and the man turns around in surprise. Kim Ki-bong heads over to Gu Sendler, with Yui, Cheon Yubin, and Kuju Ai also standing next to Gu Sendler. Kim Ki-bong tells the guys that everyone did a great job. Gu Sendler and the others break out into a smile. Gu Sendler turns to Kim Ki-bong and talks about how he did a brilliant job too. Gu Sendler calls Kim Ki-bong a captain. Gu Sendler smiles and tells Kim Ki-bong about how if it wasn't for his team, they would have suffered much worse damage. Yui puts her head down and talks in an annoyed voice about how a lot of people died anyway. Kim Ki-bong stares at the ground. You can see from his face that he's sad about what happened. Kim Ki-bong is silent. Kuju Rim talks about how if they had found Park Yu Rim a little earlier, this could have been avoided. Kuju Rim apologizes. Gu Sendler talks about how it's okay. It is because of Kuju Rim that things ended much better than they could have. Kim Ki-bong stands and looks forward, while the others look behind Kim Ki-bong's back. Someone's voice says something to wrap things up then. Gu Sendler abruptly turns around and looks back with surprised eyes. Kim Ki-bong also squints his eyes, trying to figure out who the voice belongs to. Mr. President walks between the rows of guards and says that he will take the responsibility in concluding the case. Yui is very surprised at the appearance of Mr. President. Yui opens her mouth and eyes wide and stares at him intently. Mr. President waves to all the paparazzi and smiles. Gu Sendler respectfully bows to the president and Mr. President apologizes for being late. Mr. President laughs and talks about the law restricting him so he can't teleport. Therefore, it is not possible for him to arrive on the scene quickly. Gu Sendler is very worried. She tilts her head gently, asking Mr. President about why he came here. Gu Sendler says that there might still be enemies nearby. Mr. President looks forward with a confident look and says in an equally confident voice that he should be here all the more then. Mr. President clenches his hand into a fist and says that his precious citizens have been terrorized and should he then hide in the bunker. Gu Sendler coughs and quietly reminds Mr. President of the incident of how he behaved during the battle with the fire dragon. Mr. President tenses up. Mr. President coughs, closing his eyes, and says that during the 8th grade rift he had to evacuate to a bunker. He says he was forced by the law then. Mr. President walks past Gu Sendler. Mr. President laughs loudly and looks ahead. Mr. President looks at Kim Ki-bong and says that this turns out to be what he looks like. Mr. President says he's heard a lot about Kim Ki-bong. Mr. President extends his hand to shake Kim Ki-bong's hand and says he's pleased to meet him. Kim Ki-bong extends his hand in return and shakes hands with the smiling Mr. President. Mr. President looks at Kim Ki-bong and talks about how Kim Ki-bong is as incredible as they say he is. Mr. President looks at Kim Ki-bong and smiles. Kim Ki-bong thanks Mr. President in return. Mr. President claps Kim Ki-bong on the shoulder a few times. Mr. President starts to walk away somewhere to the side. Kim Ki-bong continues to stand still. Some guy in a business suit and black glasses addresses Mr. President. The president shifts his gaze to the guy. Mr. President is standing near a crack in the wall. The guy in the dark glasses holds the president from behind and says that it is dangerous and recommends not to go near it. Mr. President is in a good mood and talks about how else dangerous it could even be. Kim Ki-bong looks ahead, and Mr. President talks about how Captain Kim Ki-bong's place is the safest place in South Korea. Gu Sendler looks forward very carefully, and for a long time she is silent. Gu Sendler nods his head. Mr. President laughs loudly and tells everyone to relax as there is nothing to worry about. Park Tae-rim sits on his knees with his back to Mr. President. The guy is shaking all over. Mr. President tells Park Tae-rim that he feels sorry for the guy and his sister. Mr. President thinks that justice should always prevail in the end. Mr. President is serious about the fact that anyone should get punishment for their sin. Mr. President tells Park Tae-rim that it will not be easy for him to get out of jail this time. Park Tae-rim sits on his knees, all scratched up and without teeth. Park Tae-rim cries and his tears drip onto his palms. The president turns around and walks away. Two guys in dark glasses jingle their handcuffs and head towards Park Tae-rim. One of the guys points the muzzle of a gun at Park Tae-rim's back, and the other two handcuff him. Park Tae-rim is dragged crying on the ground. The president turns around and looks at everything going on. Gu Sendler and Kim Ki-bong also watch as Park Tae-rim is carried away. Gu Sendler turns to Kim Ki-bong and says that now is the time to think about future plans. Gu Sendler closes his eyes and tensely begins to talk about speaking to the citizens. Mr. President talks about not talking about it. Gu Sendler opens his eyes and directs his gaze to the president. Mr. President talks about how this time South Korea has been subjected to a human terrorist attack rather than a rift. Mr. President turns to Kim Ki-bong and asks what his thoughts are on the situation. Kim Ki-bong looks at Mr. President with great determination and says that the villains must be ripped out by the roots. Mr. President smiles and happily says that he thinks the same thing. Mr. President speaks strongly and very loudly that they must root out the villains. Mr. President is standing across from Kim Ki-bong. Mr. President says that of those who have created terror in their country, he has no intention of letting anyone live. Cheon Yu-bin sits on a table wearing an oversized shirt. The atmosphere looks like a mental hospital. Some kid turns to Cheon Yu-bin and laughingly asks his commander why he is so agitated. The kid speculates and asks if it's because of the tamer that Cheon Yu-bin is so tense. Cheon Yu-bin closes his eyes and replies negatively, calling the guys jerks. Suddenly, the door to the room opens and Yui, Kang Hui, and Kuju-ai walk in. A happy Kang Hui asks if the guys are on the mend. Kuju-ai smiles and looks at Cheon Yu-bin, waiting for an answer. Cheon Yu-bin sits in his nightie and looks at all the guys who came to see him with a very disgruntled face. The guys in the room are laughing loudly and talking about how Cheon Yu-bin is easy on the eyes. Another guy also laughs and tells everyone to look at the commander's face. Kuju-ai asks Cheon Yu-bin in a friendly voice how he's feeling. Cheon Yu-bin doesn't answer anything. Kuju-ai waits for Cheon Yu-bin's answer. Cheon Yu-bin turns away and dryly and unemotionally answers and that he is feeling fine. An overjoyed Kang Hui looks out and asks Cheon Yu-bin about what's wrong with him and what happened. Kuju-ai looks at Kang Hui in surprise. Cheon Yu-bin turns his head away from Kang Hui and puts his fist to his mouth and coughs. Yui intervenes and smiling sweetly pushes Kang Hui away with the palm of her hand in his face. Kang Hui grudgingly asks about being the only one out of the loop. Yui asks what everyone has decided. Cheon Yu-bin stands in the red background in his nightie, and everyone is tense waiting for his answer. Cheon Yu-bin talks about going to Hong Kong. A man in a leather chair sits with his hands locked on a table and talks about how he wishes Captain Kim Ki-bong was the one to complete his assignment. Kim Ki-bong turns to the man and talks about how he was just about to ask for his permission. Gu Sendler shouts very nervously and asks the men about what is going to happen with the defense of the territory. Mr. President bursts into loud laughter with his mouth wide open. He says that Gu Sendler is saying all the right things and tells him how things should be done. Mr. President gets up from the table and looks at Gu Sendler and Kim Ki-bong, who are standing in front of him. Mr. President talks about how things will go from here on out. Mr. President is serious. He says that Kim Ki-bong is being relieved of his position as captain of the Rift Cleanup Task Force. Mr. President touches the flag of their country with his hand and says that Kim Ki-bong is promoted to the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Special Forces from this point forward. Mr. President smiles and tells Kim Ki-bong that he will be treated like a lieutenant general. Gu Sendler is extremely perturbed. She frowns her eyebrows and addresses Mr. President in a loud voice. Mr. President says that the General Staff and the Department of National Defense have already expressed their agreement. Mr. President smiles and says emphatically that he will take responsibility for everything. He talks about being the president of this country. Mr. President scratches the back of his head and says that if something suddenly goes wrong, he will just step aside. Gu Sendler yells loudly and asks if the president is serious now. Mr. President comes out from behind the desk and says that he's not as special as their prime minister in them all, so this is his only way to help. Gu Sendler looks at Mr. President with his mouth wide open and doesn't even know how to react to what he said. Mr. President tells Kim Ki-bong that if he is suddenly caught overseas or his identity is revealed, understandably, then Korea will deny the existence of the agent. Mr. President puts his hand on Kim Ki-bong's shoulder and says that South Korea will help him in any way it can, just as Kim Ki-bong has helped South Korea. Mr. President and the ministers bow to Kim Ki-bong. Mr. President sends words of thanks from everyone. Mr. President thanks Kim Ki-bong on behalf of all citizens. Doctors carry a guy in a blue sweatshirt on a stretcher down the street. Doctors in white suits help all the injured people on the street. A guy with yellow hair looks through binoculars and speaks into a hissing radio that there are no incidents near the military base. He asks if the target is definitely leaving today. A voice comes over the radio and says that there are hints that the target is leaving. The target requires special attention. The guy with yellow hair looks through his binoculars and says he understands. The guy sees through his binoculars that in another part of the woods, there are two guys with black glasses sitting in the bushes. The guy with the yellow hair smiles and says that it looks like all the agents are piling in. The guy takes the binoculars away from his eyes and looks ahead. He says in surprise that news travels fast. Kang Hui, Kim Ki-bong, Cheon Yu Bin, Yui, and Gu Sendler are sitting in the spacious office waiting for something. A sparrow lands on Kuju Rim's arm and starts chirping throughout the room. Kuju Rim listens attentively to the sparrow. Kuju Rim turns to Gu Sendler and says that as expected, informants from each side are positioned outside. Gu Sendler closes his eyes and says that apparently everyone is curious about their next move, and especially the actions of Commander-in-Chief Kim Ki-bong. Kang Hui opens his mouth wide and asks with surprised eyes that Kim Ki-bong is not allowed to go abroad. Gu Sendler answers and says that there is no country that wants to let in a strong man, which is uncontrollable. Kang Hui is surprised. He opens his mouth wide with surprise and looks at Gu Sendler. Gu Sendler grits his teeth and says that maybe they are trying any way and every way they can to prevent him from entering their states. Cheon Yu Bin joins the conversation and says that to do that, the opponents are going to find out where they're going to go. Gu Sendler shakes his head and says that teleportation between countries is impossible and they can only get there by airplane. So the enemies will do everything they can to find out. Suddenly, Kim Ki-bong says something about how he thinks there's no need to worry about it because he has a way out. It's daytime outside. Two black cars with tinted windows pull out of the military base grounds. The guy with yellow hair is holding goggles in one hand and a walkie-talkie in the other. He is talking about starting a pursuit. The guy quickly puts his helmet on his head and gets on the motorcycle. The motorcycle engine starts. The guy speeds after the two black cars on the highway. The guy compares himself to the cars and looks through their windows, hoping to see who is inside.